Muller, flashing his lights pretty furiously at the moment.
You know, I think we've talked about this a lot throughout the nighttime shift of the show. How easy it is for tensions to boil over more often than not, and I think you do start to see the usually hard eggs crack in an event like this. The drivers who usually see be the most patient can be the most indiscriminatorily angry at racers, just flashing the headlights like a madman, saying, hey, you cut me off ever so slightly, you're gonna have me flashing your headlights at you for about 15 minutes now. Now, it is kind of funny to cover, if I am being brutally honest here on the broadcast booth, but you can kind of tell when a driver's psyche begins to crack. We're also at the point now where nobody at this point of the race is fully refreshed. They've either been in the car for a while already and they're just looking to get to the end of the stint, or they were in the car earlier on, probably don't have a lot of good sleep, and they're running out of gas. So we're at the point now where I feel like a lot of drivers are going to be feeling more angry with each other than ever before.
Yeah, perhaps that is true. That is one of the things explaining this at the moment. Down the inside comes that Mercedes, and indeed will put a lap on the Mustang rather nicely here. Maybe we'll get clear, not quite. In towards turn 4, making this a bit difficult. And no, Zane Smith will not get through around the outside through there. So this Mustang definitely playing a role now. It's the 422 at Glastic Racing of Jan Osberg. It's just in front, being put a lap down by these guys. They're 4 laps down now. Sorry, 2 laps down rather on these two, and there's contacts. Kevin Muller tries to follow through on the 422 Mustang, and there's contact through Brooklands. That's what impatience, that's what tiredness, that's what tempers fraying does. And it's taken 2 cars into a spin through Brooklands, and Kevin Muller's got a black flag immediately.
Yeah, I wonder if that was potentially for incident point violations, but once again, side-by-side racing into 6th ends poorly. Just the nature of that turn. So many different lines that people could run, and that's exactly what happened. The Thomas Enga number 50 car just piling into that incident, trying to pick off a spot, but in the midst of that, so different of lines that those drivers were running that it felt like the contact was almost an inevitability. Black flag is out for them. I gotta wonder, I mean, that had to have been for incident points, because that black flag came out almost instantaneously after the contact and flashing up the lights as well. Clearly not happy with that.
No. And look at this now. This could be quite something to watch. What is Kevin Muller going to do here? In behind the Mustang. Indeed, they're both coming in now. Dear, oh dear. And they'll brake. Mustang brakes quite late, in fact, and might have sped down pit lane there. But Jan Osberg in as well, and Muller having to come in to serve the penalty. I guess that has to be incident limit then, doesn't it? Since there was contact and a spin, they must have reached the incident limit with that very bit of contact there. We'll see whether they come to a stop this time by or not.
Yeah, that had to have been the penalty. Unless race control is the most efficient race control I've ever seen in my life, that was instantaneous. There's no way that had to have been incident points. So take a look at a spin involving Tom Wheeler in the number 17. That's a UK sim racing car around. That's off through turn number 3, I believe. Gotta be careful on the rejoin with drivers arriving to the scene of that incident. They have now come down pit lane. Also a penalty for Owen Seward in the 422 car. They're down the pits right now. So lots of drama breaking out here. You usually think that the main sources of drama will be towards the start and towards the finish, but under the extended nighttime period, it has really cut this field down to size.
It certainly has. The nighttime has been relatively attritional after a not very attritional daytime leading up to this, leading up to midnight really. As mentioned earlier, the Pineapple Racing Club number 33 is back out on the circuit, by the way. 47 laps off the GT4 leaders, and therefore over 100 laps down on the overall leaders. But great to see them back out on the circuit again and making up overall positions as they go as well. So we've gone through a number of timers, brought one back to life here. We've only got 10, so fair play to Ian Hartwell particularly, who is the driver who's brought that car out of the pit lane and onto the circuit now for another run out there in this race. Great to see. I always absolutely love those teams who stick with it despite the fact they're tens and tens and tens of laps down, but they decide to continue on anyway.
That's the spirit of endurance racing. Just running out there, hacking at it for as long as you can, never giving up. You know, I want to go through this show without mentioning it, but you know, as I get into my final 15 minutes on this broadcast here for the 2025 Britcar 24 on RaceSpot TV, it feels fitting to mention. One of the biggest moments surrounding the Britcar 24 when it was a real-life event was when Top Gear ran back in 2007, and through all of the adversity that they faced in that race, a big crash, the splitter falling off, I'm pretty sure all of them, including the stick, peeing in the car, they managed to make it to the very end and got a good result. One thing I adore about longer races and sports car races period, you know, you can't really do it in open wheel because there's not a lot that you can do on that side of things, but whether it be in sports cars or whether it be in NASCAR, you love to see drivers make it to the end, as that's a big slide from the Fry Guys Motorsports number 7 car that's heading off through 6 and 7 where that driver goes off the track. I just realized what I said. I hope that doesn't result in the jokes being made into the YouTube chat, but no, I love seeing endurance races where the teams never really give up. Even if they're completely out of contention, they still want to just be there at the very end and make it to the very end too.
Absolutely. It's always they'll always get top marks from me for that, that's for sure. As you say, Lorenzo Bonda will be here in a few moments' time, 15 minutes' time. He is on his way in, so he's feeling like a zombie. So that'll be good.
Hey, you always said a bit earlier in terms of the driver getting out of the cockpit for 2 hours and debating whether or not they should go to bed or just take a nap, or just stay awake, I should say. 2 hours. It's maybe an odd comparison, but I think it does kind of fit.
I would have gone to bed. I was supposed to say I would have been with Lorenzo in bed. I wouldn't have done that. But I would have been in bed.
I don't think his wife would be happy with that.
Indeed, yeah. Dear. I could have let that thought. I stopped that thought coming out my mouth the first time. I could have stopped it, but I just decided to say it anyway. Simcast Sim Racing Team UK have got a black flag, and they are best of the rest. This top 4 is sort of running away from the rest. They're best of the rest at the moment in 4th place. Christopher Starsmore, 4 seconds only in front of Nick Stubb. And that soon is going to change. The Hook and Fasteners by Glasstec Racing Team will soon be ahead. Another penalty changing the course at this race. It's happened time and time again. It will continue to happen, it seems, for the rest of this race.
And the black flags will pretty much just be a constant all throughout. The black flags have affected everybody at this point. We've had drivers up the front pick up black flags, either for incident points or penalties for contact that went on out there on the circuit. And there's just the latest driver to run into that difficulty is here. He comes down in pit lane in that 131 car. So that'll be coming into the pits from 4th in the GT3 class, with the top 3 probably the closest they have been in quite some time in this race. 28 seconds the gap between P2 and P3, but the gap between P1 and P2 has grown a little bit from how it was post the penalty for virtually until about 14.5 seconds. So does that work out to about less than 45 seconds between your top 3? That's the closest they've probably been since, gosh, I would probably say around sunset.
Starsmore drops to 5th. Only 30 seconds in front of Dylan Lees in 6th place as well, so they've got quite a difficult 7 hours coming up. 15 seconds, just less than the gap at the front of the field. Stunleys actually comes into pit lane himself now, so that won't be a particular worry for Starsmore in the next couple of moments. Good morning to Remy Gilbert, who's still up. Still eSports that he's coming for them, and they're never backing down. I'm not surprised. Team Bennett Sim Racing is on, by the way, with Leo Brown, who's currently the driver there. Kieran Harding, the other driver. Another 3-driver team, as opposed to WSR eSports, who've got 5 drivers on their teams, both leading classes as things stand. William Kurtler onto pit lane as well. Last running car in the race before Pineapple Racing Club re-emerged. Now currently 12 laps down. Another team you can say hats off for continuing on, completing this race. And hopefully they do complete it, because they are very much over the hill now. If you've made it to 5 AM or so, you're going to come back from any adversity, I think. Saunders goes for a quick spin out of turn 4. Quite aesthetically pleasing spin before he gets back underway in 9th.
And you know, unfortunately, I've been covering most of this race in the night, so I haven't been able to see that Sunoco car in all of its glory. I love the Sunoco colors. I think they're absolutely fantastic. The blue, the yellow, and the red always worked well. I actually have a whole thing of Sunoco iron-on patches that I picked up from the other truck for the Philadelphia region of the SEC many moons ago. But I always loved the Sunoco logo and the Sunoco. That's a darn good-looking race car from a bit of it that I've seen under the lights, but probably look a little bit better in the daytime, which is rapidly approaching here at Silverstone with 7 hours and 9 minutes left to go in this race. Now, considering that I've been commentating racing since about 1 o'clock this morning, my brain is a little bit fried, so we have a fun little mini game that I would like to start up here, Ewan, and that is how poorly coordinated it is. So my desk is about, I would say, about 8 feet away from this little trash can that I have in my room. And now, being on the air for as long as I have in cold and flu season, I've been blowing my nose a decent amount. So I want to see how many of these tissues I can actually try and throw in the trash can, and I'm going to guess that half of them miss. Even as I try my best, I'm not going to purposely throw it in the wrong way. I guarantee. What's funny is I'm a baseball kind of guy. I played baseball before I got in the karts. And you know how I said that I only know race cars? I only know how to drive race cars and talk about them. In terms of coordination, outside of everything, and maybe me getting whacked in my back and kind of having coordination problems since isn't ideal. They have gotten better, thankfully. But yeah, I don't have very good hand-eye coordination in terms of throwing stuff. I could drive a shifter cart well. I think I could hold my own. Drove it to a championship in 1 full season. I drove it, but in terms of throwing small little balled-up tissues across my room, I just can't do it to save my life. So I've got about 4 here. I have a feeling that not all of them are going to make it in. So I will throw them out, pass it back off to you, and I will report. And I will promise to try my best and sit in my chair right by my desk, so it is a controlled experiment.
Controlled experiment. It doesn't sound like you need much of an experiment, to be honest.
It's an experiment to me, and that's what matters.
Yeah, well, there you go. We'll continue to watch on while Nathan Nickerson comes into pit lane, and that's from 9th place. There might have actually been 8th at the time. Jonas Charlton in the Fry Guys Motorsport car getting in front. No changes of driver. Oh, no, there is a change of driver, I think. No, there isn't. Same thing.
Such a good day.
All new Dacia Spring 100% electric. Available for £14,995. the UK's most affordable new electric car.
Unlike maybe the final quarter of this race, which is going to make everyone feel like they're a little bit closer to the finish. As Brian Saunders also comes down pit lane. Everyone stood the flashing of the lights coming down the lane. I know it's not him doing it, and it's the pit limiter, but why would you only want to see what's happening every half a second in every second? I don't understand.
Today on Too Late to Look. Yeah, it's also, I guess it makes sense to warn the people down in pit lane, but they're marshals in iRacing. I feel bad saying this. The iRacing marshals have no feelings. Yeah, I guess that does make sense for the realism.
That is quite a statement. The iRacing marshals have no feelings.
Put that on a t-shirt. Oh, okay. I was feeling good about my chances. I had made 3. I missed 1. I hit my dresser and it bounced wide left.
A bit like your picture, actually, to get knocked out of the in October. Just to rub that one in there.
See, I would usually be offended at this, but I nearly just saw 2 GT4 cars try and kill each other heading down the hangar straightaway, so I think I was slightly preoccupied. Julian Green behind the wheel of that first SimSport green car. Nearly, it was him and the Porsche that were so close. They did make contact. They were briefly linked together. Look at that. Oh, lordy. Oh, and it nearly ended in tears once again as they head way at the end of the straightaway. I think that was a little bit of red mist descending there, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's one of those tiredness things. Be careless. That wouldn't have happened, I don't think, 7 hours into the race. But it is now just 7 hours from the finish. Here comes number 92. This is not the car in third place. They're their teammates, Project 91 Racing Team Green, into the pit lane for another black flag. There's been a constant stream of those in the last few hours. I imagine that's only going to continue as the night draws to a close here at Silverstone. But their teammates have already been into pit lane in this cycle. Christian Zaruta in. Ethan Cripsey not a million miles away from pit stop. Leo Brown in the last 10 laps of his stint as well. The gap still 12 seconds, so it's a much closer race than what we saw at the start of our stint here.
Yeah, whether it be the GT3 that is pretty much just completely turned on its head, or whether it be the GT4s, where although the WSR eSport team is still holding on to a rather comfortable margin in class, the battling continues to intensify all throughout that category with some very talented racers now behind the wheels of their cars in that class. As the 92 car going to run wide on the pit exit. That number 92 car, I think it's fair to say, has had a absolutely torrid time here in this event. Many incidents, many different bits of drama for that Project number 91 team. Well, the Project 91 team, the number 92, has been the recipient of many unfortunate moments. And 91 has been slowly catching up, running in third as things have gone a little bit awry for that effort. But certainly for the number 92, I don't think there are any other teams in GT3 that are currently running in this race that have had nearly the amount of trouble that they have had.
That's the Dexterous Motorsports McLaren going for another spin. Wasn't the McLaren the car you were saying earlier on in our last stint together that you really didn't like very much? The look of
See, I think
conditions.
it looks, yeah, it looks good in the night and in the rain. In the dry, when it's a little bit dark, it looks like the car's wearing too much eyeshadow. Like, I like like most of the car. I just think the headlights are a little too big. That's just me. It's I don't know. It's just it's staring at you like somebody who like took some disassociated and it's just staring at you, not really sure if they're on planet Earth or not. Just
It sounds to me like you just don't like it when you can see what it looks like, to be honest. But, there you go. That's not
see, everything else about the car is good. It's just the eyes make me feel creeped out. It's like I'm getting stared at by a man sitting on the other side of the bus.
That's not a good sign, to be honest, for the McLaren looks. But there we go. I'll argue with you about that, but you're about to leave us in a couple of minutes' time. Just before we do hand off, though, or indeed you hand off to Lorenzo, who's about to join us again for another couple of hours. Give us your thoughts on the last couple of hours here, or indeed the last 8 hours or so that we've been here, or in and out. WSR eSports have been dominating at times in both classes, but the last GT3 race has just had some new life breathed into it here, which is good news for the last 7 hours.
Yeah, you know, through the trivia, the funny moments, and some of the other chaos going on out there on the racetrack, the continual evolutions in the battling, both in the GT3 and GT4 categories, lets you know that you can never say it's over until it is well and truly over. For WSR eSports, they still have a taste of domination in GT4, holding on to a 2-minute gap in that class at the moment over the team that was dominant in the early stages. GT3, meanwhile, the WSR eSports team was holding on to such a comfortable margin for so long. It was looking good for them. It was looking fantastic for them, for that banner. Now, however, things are very, very tough. I'm probably going to be asleep for the rest of this race, but I'll let you know that's been a treat to be here on the call for this. I'm going to be really interested to see how things work out in that GT3 class fight, because WSR eSports may hold on to that top spot, but if that is the key to anything that may go down throughout the rest of this race, we may find ourselves in a position where WSR eSports is going to have to pick one or the other. Are they going to go for all that glory, or is that 1-2-3 car maybe going to run into a bit of trouble? I think Leo Brown and that 48 team as a whole are certainly smelling blood in the water. We'll have to see if they can try and expertly apply that pressure as we get further along.
Thanks very much, Ron, for your contributions over the course of the last 8 hours or so. There's Ron Mounds alongside myself, Ian O'Leary, but joining me now will be Lorenzo Bonda for the next 2 hours of this race. Should be bringing you to sunrise here this morning in the 2025 Cosworth Britcar eSports 24 Hours of Silverstone. Good morning, Lorenzo. I know you've had a little bit of sleep, brief as it may have been. We're going to be up towards sunrise, though, and you know, it always feels at this time in the night up here, especially in winter. You know, 5 a.m. still dark, and still 7 hours to go. Feels like those 7 hours are going to take an absolute 7 years. But actually, as soon, I don't know about you, as soon as I start to see that little bit of light in the sky, even before sunrise, you start to get that little bit of optimism that this race is not that far from its conclusion. We've definitely knocked the top off of this race now. We're nearly 3/4 of the way through.
I think we should have a new anthem for whenever we see the sunshine. We can creep over the horizon. That should be Play Aquarius and the sunshine, and let us start singing to the drivers, so they know that the sun is shining, and not continue with the lyrics. Otherwise, this broadcast might actually be over before I actually even started talking.
I mean, also in the UK, it's not going to be sun shining, is it? In Silverstone.
Is there ever sunshine in the UK though? Sorry, shots.
Well, it's not entirely inaccurate. Although I did see the sun earlier on Saturday, so yeah, it was brief, but it was there. So you know, it just turned up occasionally.
Okay, fair. Here in Portugal, with the current weather right now, I think seeing sun, it's more rare than believing that Santa Claus exists.
Well, down there it'd be sunny this time of year, or at least, you know.
No, it's rainy over here, man. If there's one thing right now, if there's one thing that is in Porto right now, I think I told Hugo about this. the weather climate over here in Porto, in Portugal, it's very similar to my birth town in my hometown, my birth town in Brazil, which is Porto Alegre. It's very hot and sunny during the summer, but during the winter, it's very humid and rainy. So the only thing, I don't know if you have that kind of thing over there in the UK, but do you know when you look up to the sky, where you kind of smell the air and you kind of know when it's going to rain? Have you ever felt that?
Sometimes.
Yeah, so in here in Brazil, whenever I go down to my town, is I can smell sort of, you go like, okay, it's rain, so I pick up my coat and go outside. In here, that's the only thing. I do not have that sense. I'm living here for 3 years and a half, people. I still haven't mastered the art of when to leave my house and know if I should bring a coat or not.
Just from the smell.
Yeah, from the smell. You can look up, because I've been, I think, there have been times again here when I look up to the sky and you see the cloud. It's very cloudy and everything, and you know there's a potential of rain. But the thing is, I cannot predict when the rain is going to come in here. In Brazil, it's easy. You can see clouds and when precisely it's going to rain. It's weird. It's just weird stuff.
Yeah, I must admit it's quite difficult to predict here as well. But that's what I'm talking about mostly, is when we've had especially like a short shower, it's quite humid.
Yeah, those are the worst.
And that smell is very distinctive. Yeah, but, never forced to be outside anymore, because I'm technically just work indoors all the time. I don't actually get that smell very often.
I know
When
what
I'm
you
at home
mean.
in my free time, I can just choose not to go out now. Whereas when I was at school, or had to go to a place of work, a little bit more difficult to avoid those types of days. But yeah, if you don't like humidity or rain or both at the same time, then I would avoid the UK.
Yeah.
It's the capital of the, well, not the capital of the world for humidity and rain. Obviously, we're not tropical, but it's quite bad. It's such a northerly country.
I would say if you want to go for tropical stuff, go to the Amazon. I think oddly enough, if you go to the state of Amazonas in Brazil, or I believe around there, then you can see what is the epitome of humidity and rain, regardless if it is hot or cold. It is hell. It is truly hell.
Yes, I really dislike that sort of weather as well, I must admit. I don't know if you've seen the forecast, by the way, in terms of this race. I'm not sure what the humidity is going to be like. I don't think it matters too much. We're more worried about the rain. It did rain slightly before the qualifying session and the start of the race. You may have seen some slight damp patches up to the very, very edge of the road when we started this race, but it really didn't affect very much. There was a small chance of rain as well, just about 4 hours into this race, but the next chance, and it's going to get the most severe chance there's ever been, just over 30%, just over a third chance of rain, and that's going to come at just before 10 a.m. this morning, which is just over 2 hours to go in this race. And I don't know how many people will be monitoring, well, I suppose everybody's monitoring the forecast at the moment, but I don't know how many of these teams are going to be sort of looking at that worried, because this is an element of 24-hour racing and iRacing I frankly haven't quite got used to yet, having to worry about that for all of the race effectively, whether it's going to rain, what the forecasters do.
It's kind of funny. I think if this is something, this race is more predictable, because any chance of rain in this race, it would be towards the end of this race, right? I think final maybe 4 hours of this race, where the chance of rain is predicted considerably higher, but I saw like the percentage going to up to 30 something percent, right? I think it was 38% that I saw average, I think, right about at the final hours. But it's kind of funny that I think for iRacing, it's kind of like when you see something that is considerably large, you see 60% of rain. If you see something like something above 50%, get ready, it's going to rain, right? Something lower than that, it's much harder to predict. It's more likely it will stay fair and dry than proper rain. If it's proper rain shower, if it is going to be proper rain, it will be like small rain shower, patches of rain showers or something like that.
Yeah, in my experience, I haven't noticed the difference in terms of chance of rain versus how strong the rain has fallen when it has. Personally, and I also have seen, I must admit, the rain not falling, even in a short race. It was only a 45-minute race or something, but there were 99% chance of rain for the final 15 minutes, and it actually never arrived. The last 20 minutes never arrived at all. So it's one thing I do like about the iRacing weather system is that it can be wrong as well, like forecasting the real world, because predicting weather's quite hard. And so it's good that in iRacing it's not 100% correct all of the time. It did catch a few people out on that day. Sort of that classic thing, do you sort of strategize predicting what the conditions are going to be? I think it's a dangerous game. Or do you strategize reacting to what the rainfall is actually like? And those who reacted on that particular day were the ones who won out. Longer races, you do always want to be proactive, just very difficult to be proactive with rain when it's never certain, as weather is never certain.
Fair. Truly fair. By the way, talk to me. What happened for the gap between WSR and Team Bennett staying around 18 seconds? What happened in this 1 hour and nearly 2 hours of break that I've been off that transpired? So before I came over here, I slept for about an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, me and Rob were talking about this actually. That feeling of, it's kind of a word that we need to invent in the English language. That feeling of sleeping for a short period of time in an endurance race, and it's completely changed by the time you've woken up after watching it for hours and not changing. But anyway, we couldn't invent that word in the time we had together. We'll think about it further. The reason is because of a bit of contact for 2, 3 that was with a GT4 car, causing a collision. 30-second stop-and-go penalty was awarded to Ethan Critchley. I'm not sure whether it was he who actually did the infringement or whether he just had to serve the penalty. But he served the penalty 20 laps ago, and they can't be far away from their next scheduled pit stop now. That's why the gap had come down as much as it had. Now it's returned to what it would have been otherwise, and what it has been for a long time in this race, just over a minute. But it is no longer like that. It may have been the previous driver who...
Here's 5 reasons why you need this smart wallet. Reason 1, you'll never lose your wallet again, thanks to our tracker.
Always the responsibility of a GT3. To be safe. 1, 2, 3 has been up towards the front. I'm not sure when they first took the lead, but the 91 was leading for a period very early on in the day as well. And this race got underway all those hours ago, 18 hours ago now, 17 hours ago. And since then we've seen plenty of different leaders, but yeah, we do need to invent a... I mean, I don't know how many times it's happened to you. It's happened to you in this race, but you know, you watch an endurance race for ages, the lead doesn't change, you sleep for a bit, and it's suddenly really close for the race lead. There's not a word for that in English, but we need to create one, because it's something that seems to happen quite often to somebody, because of course an endurance race is always changing, and somebody somewhere in the world is always going to sleep for a short period of time while they can, and coming back to it a little bit later on. It's the beauty of this type of racing, and why we race for so long, twice around the clock, because things can change so often when racing for so long.
Yeah. I don't know the I don't know if there's a proper word. I think it's not a word for me. I think there's more like of a state of, I'm not gonna say probably a state of mind. I'm not gonna say it's a fugue state, but it's a paradoxal, the paradox, paradoxal dimension state. Because you think nothing is going to happen, but you remain in a paradox of you sleep with the situation A, but something's happening in that same, because that state is not fixed, it's not static, it's dynamic, it's still occurring, and it's something that it was not within your control. As I think the Armed Forces GT is going to lose position. No, good battle between Megas and Backwards. I think this is the first one where it's been clean through this section of the years.
Very impressively done by those two. You don't often see that, but yeah, for 12th place, absolutely. Side by side, they were able to cut off there. The Mustang able to just cut off the 21 car, or were they? Yes, they were, in towards Stowe Corner. So, the traffic, there was 3 wide as well, but yeah, as you say, rare to see it kept so clean through Maggots and Beckett's like they did there, but that's what happens when you give respectful racing room either side.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think right now the Benjy he got a lap up on P11, so that's something that kind of like developed in this race. Interesting stuff going on. Now the gap is basically less than a lap between P12, P11 and P12. But anyway, coming back to my point, it's kind of like it's a state that you have no control in, and a lot can develop, but you wish it stays static for that time that you are off.
You came with a more philosophical answer than I was expecting.
I never thought I would make up such a philosophical answer at 5:20 a.m.
I know, yeah. I'll forget forget that in Portugal you're not an hour ahead.
It's kind of weird.
It is.
We stay in that. You know, when we talk about paradoxes, I'm on the west time zone. You are the British one, but the likelihood of you going 1 hour ahead with the British summertime, I think you guys still have the BST though. I think you do, right?
Not this time of year, but yeah.
Yeah. So, but you still get that eventually. So I think we might be still within the same time zone. Or
what I don't understand is why France and Spain aren't in the same one as Portugal and the UK, because we're all almost the same latitude.
Time zones. If there's one thing I haven't yet properly understood, it's time zones, man. Why they are, you know? For example, here, I know here in Europe, yeah, because here in Europe, you have West time zone, Central, and Eastern time zone, right? The majority of the countries of Europe stay in the Central time zone. I think the only country I would say is Portugal, the Spain through the Canary Islands, right? And Cape Green, I think they are, you know, belonging to the time zone. Everything else, I think up until what? I'll say maybe Latvia and I'm not gonna say Balkans. It's the other one. It's
Baltics?
Baltic. Yeah. All the Baltic Sea countries, I think, stay within the Central Time Zone. The Baltic countries stay on the Eastern Europe time zone. But why they are? But if you go on a straight line, I think the Eastern time zone is about what, halfway through Poland. It's awkward, you know what I mean? But
I'm just looking at a map now. The Baltics do actually go +2 with Finland as well.
yeah.
And then obviously further east you get to Asia. As I say, Central Europe does stretch for quite a long way. But the fact that Spain and Poland are the same time zone just doesn't make any sense to them. Anyway, getting sidetracked here. 6 hours 40 to go, and the race leader even Cripsey's in. The reason why that's relevant is because we'll get to see for the first time what their gap is. First time in about 5 laps, what their gap is to number 48. And new life has been breathed into this race by the penalty for car 123 in the last hour. And with about 7 hours and 3/4 to go, Cripsey's going to stay in the car and up on the jack for 4 tyres. And he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders, I'd imagine now. A lot more than what he had previously.
Yeah, but he's been handling that pressure well. I think the one who had an incident, because when I went to bed, was staying through the car for Critch was going to take over. I remember even I spoke about that. I figured the gap was going to stay right about 15 to 18 seconds, because he's going to come out of the pit lane. The tires will take about a lap or two to, get up to speed. So I imagine Leo Brown's deficit will be right about 18 to 15 seconds, depending on how fast Leo actually is on Ethan Critchley's up lap.
So what's he going to normalise that? Look at the weaving here, by the way, coming down towards Brooklands. We've seen it time and again, the trouble that there's been on cold tyres. Even this car has spun at times on cold tyres, so we'll wait for the gap to normalise before we comment on the state of the race. 6 hours 40 still to go. This is the battle among those who are side by side very cleanly through Maggots and Beckett's here. Andy Douglas got past Ben Cullen, and Cullen is trying to respond with an overtake of his own down towards Stowe. Couldn't, and now in towards the final chicane. The Mustang slips through as well, and there's an example of traffic just helping the leading car and not the trailing car. Ben Cullen, unfortunately on that occasion, loses about a second as traffic gives and it takes, as we say time and time again. There's a clear example for you.
Yeah, and here you can see another thing about maybe, I'm not going to say driver's skill, but maybe on the car setup and all, the fact that you can kind of take this corner, you can take Abby in a 5th gear sometimes, depending on how the car is set up. But you can see for the Armed Forces and Racing GT car, he basically takes Abby. Sound looks like he didn't clip the curb as much, the inside curb, because you can kind of abuse a little bit. But if you go 2 tires, I think too deep, it's gonna you put yourself in the chance of putting the 3rd tire, and if you put 3 tires, essentially within the curb, you're gonna get a slowdown in an off track, and I think there's a difference gap about 0.2 of a second, 3/10 of a second on basically getting the high risk, high reward, clipping up the curb, and then set yourself towards farm and village. That I know top tier teams are able to do that more easily, as now we're going to watch what happens in Hartwell.
I don't know about you during your stints, by the way. I have seen so many cars go off through Brooklands. It's unbelievable.
Oh, mate, I've said that during the broadcast to Nathan and also Ron and Brad, we need a race spot counter for incidents at Brooklands. Or a drink. If we had a drinking game, I bet there would be a lot of drunken people right now. Not even kidding.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely smashed. I would imagine. Absolutely. Just seeing so many through there. It's the place to go and sit, isn't it? If you're in the real world, if this race were to be taking place, for example, in the real world. But, it's a good place in the real world anyway to sit, to be honest. You won't see quite as many spins as was advertised here today. But you'll see quite a few of them, I'd imagine. Quite a few overtakes as well down there. It's a big place for it as we go aboard with Janis Schalten here in 10th place. He's just been behind Wojciech Dvorak. He's been in about 2/3 of a way through a stint now. Thomas Enger Sim Racing. Fry Guys Motorsport, we're in 5 or 6 laps later than that. So they'll be able to go on further, get past into 9th. Whatever happens here, because car 50 will be into pit lane at some stage before they are, but looks like Janis Schalten would like to get this pass done on the racetrack again. Another one of the battles which has, by the way, just been pretty constant in this race. It's not really had any dry periods in this race where there haven't been any gaps less than a second, which is unusual for a 24-hour race.
Yeah, but then again, I think I said if we see battles, there would be battle for the lead. I think it would be very rare for us to see battles for the lead. I think that would be more towards the mid and back of both fields. So, of course, I think right now we are in that gap racing state. There will be not a lot of things for us to truly talk about. There will be patches of racing. Like we're seeing right now, but other than that, it's just like going to be sparse. Everything's just going to be truly sparse, and there's nothing much you can do about it.
Just split up slightly this battle through the chicane. Schalten now second behind the Aston Martin now. I think Ramirez typing in YouTube chat "Good morning" in as many languages as he knows.
I was gonna say,
I know about 2, to be honest.
I dare he actually put all the try to put it in all languages within the chat. I think that would take quite a while. And that would take quite a while. It would be massive. Yeah. The only ones I know all these 4. I know a few other ones. How to write them down in the chat though? Don't ask me.
Oh, you know what to say then?
Yeah. I'm gonna say Jesus,
well,
now
that's
you
true.
drew me a blank. Yeah, that's Korean. But let's just say, for example, the Japanese one, Ohayo gozaimasu. All right, Ohayo, I think I kind of know how to write because anyway. But there are some other ones which might be tricky, but I know how to say them. I just cannot properly spell them.
I understand more in a sense of I didn't realise we were going to go for alphabets that are foreign to mine. Actually, I thought we were just talking about the ones that use the same letters that English do. But, no, I really don't have a clue what I'm doing there with those symbols. I don't know what good morning is either spoken. So I was thinking more of Dutch, which is completely incomprehensible to be written down.
Oh,
but, you do pick up hearing it. This is another spin through Brooklands. Not take another drink for those who are playing the game.
And another one. I think every time we see a spin or something like that, we need to have this, the soundboard that we have here on Discord, right? I think at every time we see a spin around Brooklands, do you know the another one meme that from DJ Khaled? Hero needs to find that one, incorporate it in here, and then actually just throw it out in the middle of the broadcast, and another one, and another one.
Say something that might be a bit uncomfortable. That might might be a bit retro these days. Don't you think?
What, throwing the another one meme nowadays?
When was that invented as a thing? I mean, it's got to be 10 years, hasn't it?
The another one meme?
Yeah.
You got me. Actually, let me check it out.
I'd be willing to bet it's close to 10 years. She's going to perhaps make you uncomfortable.
Oh, okay. So the entry for the another one meme, on the knowyourmeme.com, it's from when? Oh, you put me in a mission. I'm actually
that is a well-written website of absolute garbage, isn't it?
No, dude, it's great. It's truly great. It's proper content, you know. It's proper content, you know? And you're how long? You said 10 years? You are right on the money.
How about 2015?
2015, man.
Good grief.
Yeah, time flies.
Oh, God.
This Generation Z, man, is just things just going way too fast.
I've gone through most of high school and what some people, I guess you call college maybe, and then university.
You can go for university.
Out the side. Done all of those things in that 10 years and go out the other side. And that meme lives on, so fair enough for that.
That's basically half of my university years. Yeah, and I actually spent a lot of years in university. Long story, personal things. I went through in and out a lot from university. I'll just put it at that. Anyway, but for me, I think the most interesting aspect is this meme is basically about 1/3 of my age. And that's for me. Yeah. Oh. Bricar just came into the pit lane like Lewis Hamilton. Incorporated in Lewis Hamilton. Was that Thomas Enga?
Yeah. 340. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's Tom. Oh, they've got a meatball. That's why.
Okay. Was it from that incident we just saw?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know. I do know they've just used their faster pit. Now maybe this will be a clue. So he's spinning. Oh, careful! This is not what you want to see at this time in the morning. Oh no! Oh, two cars almost having to come to a stop. And look at the flashing of the lights there from the GT4. What the heck was that? They'll be saying in perhaps worse language. That wasn't a great rejoin from the 11, and that might be why they received the black flag.
Yeah, understandably so. But that wasn't why the Thomas Enga car driven by Matej Prohaska actually got that meatball. Because I think we saw, as soon as we saw the duck line, we saw like 3 cars making contact right at the exit of Stowe. I don't know if it was back then and they saw, okay, we got a meatball. It's just right here. The likelihood of us getting a black flag, it's 100%. We'll take that, but at the same time, we can actually repair the car and use the fast repair. The time loss will be just kind of like maybe salt on the wound, but you're not gonna lose a full 2 minutes to try to get back to the pit lane.
Well, that is true. Trips down it's very busy though, actually. You can see on the right side. So black flag being served. Meatball been cleared by Thomas Enga Sim Racing. You had to use a fast repair there, but 25 in the box. So that'll be one of their 4 being used. I haven't actually heard your thoughts on the way we do fast repairs in this series. Obviously, understanding that in lots of events it wouldn't suit particularly well, but I think for this kind of event it's kept lots of teams in the game. they are forgiving a little bit the incidents that happen throughout the day.
Yeah, I think this is the one thing that Paul Crawford and the organizers from MSUK I think had in mind. This being a one-off event, I think prompts the guys to just have fun, try to stay in the track as fast as you can, just try to finish up the race. I think everybody could have a chance to have some fun, grab some experience. And also for those who are potentially fighting for top 3, because we have to remind ourselves, top 3 in both car classes will get a subscription to the Cosworth Britcar 2 Box Plus. But of course, the length of that the subscription it increases with your top 3 position. And there's also a raffle, so it's selected at random for all cars to complete the race. So it's a 2-month subscription, so you can still win that, right? Regardless of what happens. So that's cool to see. And plus, we saw that the Pi 2 box being showcased with top drivers that were actually showing up that live timing telemetry. I said before.
The world's first titanium non-stick pan. It's going to blow your hair back. I'm Mike Regale, 3 Michelin chef, and I've been cooking for 25 years. If you like badass shit, well, here you go. This is the coolest innovation of our lifetime. The non-stick surface is made with titanium. There's no coating on it. You can't scratch it. Not to mention there's no Teflon in it. I got this pan because it's beautiful, but it's also indestructible. The car's going to break down before this thing. Your house will probably fall apart before this thing. This is also the only non-stick pan scrubbed with scorched earth. This is quite literally going to last forever. I love this stuff, I'm telling you.
That is actually properly done, right? For top level sim racers and stuff. Imagine if you had that for example, at the Porsche eSport Super Cup, right? At the Porsche eSport Super Cup, to see that live timing, everybody would share their live timing with their live telemetry with everyone. And you could actually show how much throttle is being used by the drivers, trying to get that extra set of time, maybe the steering input or something like that. That, in my point of view, would give something very interesting for people to watch. As I think similar, you just spin my head right round. There you go.
There's another one.
Another.
ACW Racing rejoined safely through Brooklands. Oh, I say safely. Not
quite.
Not completely cleanly, but it was all right. Ed Williams, down in Australia, useful at this time of the morning. In the afternoon now in Australia. Which region, of course, is Australia.
Good day.
Everywhere.
Yeah, it's a good day.
Indeed, but taking them to about 20 to 6 in the UK, 20 to 7 in Europe, so should be good for the Europeans to take over from here, but he can carry on as well, and will do, indeed. So this is where it's very, very useful to have an Australian who's fast in your team, and ideally an American as well, but maybe one will do. If you have both, then you can completely give your Europeans a rest overnight, which would be very, very ideal, but you have to worry a little bit then in drive time if those two are sharing a small period of the race and the Europeans sharing a long period of the race. You have to be careful you don't get tripped up by that and surprised, because you can be easily uprooted by maths, simple maths, when you are very tired in the morning, so got to be wary of that. But yeah, doing exactly what we say in every endurance race, fulfilling the role of any good Australian drivers who are employed in these longer racing. America, same goes for Americans as well. The overnight European stints doesn't mean they have to do a lot of dark driving, but they're worth their weight in gold in these races.
Yeah. The only thing with Ayrton Williams' name is I wish Alex Ellis was over here, and he probably had details about this. Ayrton himself actually came to the broadcast booth and talked about this, the name selection, because I think it is the most, I think it is the least it sounds weird having Ayrton as your first name and then Williams as your second name, knowing that Ayrton Senna died in the Williams.
I never thought about it like that before.
Yeah, I know, deep, isn't it?
You starting some kind of conspiracy or something?
Not quite. It's kind of like just the thought process. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the name is bad or anything. I just wonder, because I know sometimes the combination might sound nice, but I don't know if it was intended, like, to pick both the first name and combine with the last name and say, oh, it's Ayrton. But knowing that Ayrton had this moment, his fatal moment was the one of Williams. But anyway, it's just me talking a lot of balls right now.
6 a.m. in the morning.
I know, man.
It's all happening.
Cue it again.
Oh, contact this time.
Okay.
I'm going to chalk that one down as different, personally. That was inflicted by a Mustang. Sent Sam Hayes around at Luffield this time. In the morning.
I know, man.
It's all happening.
Cue it again.
Oh, contact this time.
Okay. Phoenix.
I'm going to chalk that one down as different, personally. That was inflicted by a Mustang. Sent Sam Hayes around at Luffield this time. And that wasn't on his own. So I'm going to say that's different. And probably put that one on the passing car, although maybe Sam Hayes. Luffield here, another one to chalk onto the list. New in towards Luffield, but using it within his rights to stay where he was there, Sam Hayes, and got spun round to the outside of Luffield. Yet another one to chalk onto the list, although as I say, that's slightly different to the ones we've seen in the past.
Yeah, but then again, we've seen, it's not the first time we've seen that kind of incident happen around Luffield. I think my point of view while watching this race might have been the third incident I saw happen around Luffield just like that. And I don't know if there's anything to blame Phoenix Sim Racing, because I think the one right there, the Phoenix Sim Racing, doing a little bit slower than usual.
They were inside.
They were inside. There's nothing to do about it. Surely the kart does. You can notice, right? There's a little bit of understeer because you put the power down on the car and the car didn't grip up exactly. Spin. Then again, I think it's just a racing incident in my point of view than anything else. I wouldn't put the full blame on the number 2 car.
Well, they've got to pick themselves up very quickly here because they're still in that battle with the 21. 2 new drivers, Billy Wright in front of Chris Boland for the position. They need to fully defend on the way towards Stowe. That's quite extreme, I would say, from Billy Wright. And Boland might well just drive him right around the outside. He's not quite going to go do that. The Mustang likely wouldn't have given him the room anyway. Again, I would say slightly needlessly defending into a couple of these corners at the moment, which is really putting the Mustang offline coming out of some of these corners, and that's just the best possible viewing if you are second in this. If you're Chris Boland here watching the Mustang defend from you like that, you know that you're going to be getting countless runs on that Mustang in front if this carries on.
Yeah, the key aspect is going to be right here. You can see the red car going around the outside satellite just up in front. Both cars dive down at Village. Didn't make contact with the red car, but I think the Mustang is going to have a little bit of an advantage because he's going to box in the Armed Forces Sim Races Ferrari just behind both top 4 GT4s. So there's nothing much that Ferrari can do about it, and traffic gives and traffic takes. So simple as that.
It's just getting the two car that little bit of breathing space again here in this toing and throwing battle. Out front, by the way, the gap's now to nearly 21 seconds now, so even Critchley has increased it by nearly 50% actually since the penalty for car 123. Here Brown still chasing. Second position for Team Bennington Racing. Just over 6 hours to go. The Project 91 team are quite a lot further behind than what they were before. They're over a minute down now, and within 30 seconds when the penalty was there for 123. But I think if the last 6 hours has shown us anything, is that even when the leader in either of the classes has a laps lead, it does not mean they're immune to the incidents and the trials and tribulations of a 24-hour race. And so, WSR eSports have had to work hard to rebuild this gap again. Who's to say it won't be a gap that starts to come down again? When Matt Caruana was driving against Adam State, for example, they were first and second at the time. Car 91 is second and 123 in first. The gap came down by about 20% from a minute to 48 seconds in just one stint. It was came down by even more than that. So it's never over till it's over here, especially at the front of the field as Chris Barnum does work his way past Billy Wright now.
Yeah, took a while, but managed to get through. There is still an opportunity for Billy to, look at that overtake. You can see how aggressive he was around Village right here. But I think Bolin managed to cover up the gap quite nicely on his Ferrari 296, which we're soon to see the Evo version debut in about a month time, a month and 2 weeks at the real life 24-hour of Daytona.
Have they done much different with it?
So bingo, touche. There's actually a few things when I read the Evo version. I think it is a little bit of aerodynamic improvements. Also, I think there was a buff on the V6 engine with transmission, but the power output is still the same, right? It still produces 600 brake horsepower, but I think the transmission has been refined. But then again, with Ferraris, if we are to grab the F1 team, let's just say, not much of an improvement, right? But then again, I think one of the most well-balanced cars in GT racing is a Ferrari, right? If you think about it, think about next year. We got the Temerario, 296 Evo, and there's still one more GT, right? Which I think is making, I think the Mercedes is starting to creep up with the new, I think, AMG GT version, but I don't think it's gonna feature in the Daytona race. There are rumors that I think the first true Audi could be the Nürburgring, but we're soon seeing a new wave of GT3 cars incoming, right? Now that Toyota also unveiled the new Toyota GT, which, all right, let me just say this.
Don't tell me it looks bad.
I'm not gonna say it looks bad, but I think the front is way too extensive. It's kind of like, if you know what it looks like, it's kind of like the mix-up of the Mustang front end, which is large, and the body of the AMG GT3, and also the Vantage GT3. It has something. There's a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
But the biggest problem
looks great, though.
Yeah, but the biggest problem for me is it's going to run as a Lexus.
Yeah, that is a downside. I guess WC rules, right?
So the reliability is going to be low if we're to judge the RC. from him. So. Sorry, I had to.
I know. I would. I really don't like their GT3 rules for WCR. I can't be honest. To be honest with you, I would have kept the GTE as an AM class. I thought that was working fine until 2022, whenever they got rid of it. There's still a decent number of cars. I know Pro was dying for a long time, and it was good that they got rid of GT Pro, I think. But GT AM was fine. There were still plenty of silver and bronzes who wanted to drive them. Plenty of pros who were willing to drive it with them. And a big world championship in a, I was about to say proper car, but I think they are more proper cars than what GT3s are. I still don't think they're anything that, and because you can get them as well, you can keep the LMP2s with it in the WC as well, which would I think be a lot better.
I think your point is very valid, don't get me wrong, but as a counterpoint, from what I've seen, the cost of maintenance or having a GTE was very high. It was
willing to do it.
I know. I don't know a lot of people are willing to do that, but I think you would create a very big problem. Oh, Critchy. Right, gotta throw in skate. Just a scary moment right there. But I still think would be. It's a complicated thing. I think it could create something like that, but then again, it would be for a series that I think needed some revamping. And I think they, don't get me wrong, the ACO for once in its lifetime, when they partnered with IMSA, right, and opened up the rules about hypercars and GTs, right, and GTPs, allowing these two to coexist. I think this is the biggest thing for multi-class racing and racing ever since, I'm probably going to argue from the pre-Olympic racing, the LMP 900s.
I very much started watching endurance racing in the LMP1 glory days.
Yeah, I think the LMP 900s were cars that were from the the legendary Audi R8, not the GT3, the R8 prototype that we've seen drive at Le Mans, at the American Le Mans, also in the Le Mans series as well, where you could see lots of brands. We saw BMW, V12 LMR, we saw Chrysler LMP as well, which was designed by Lara, but you could see lots of cars up in there. You had options ready to go about that. Nowadays, you do have that kind of selection. I just don't like how GT3 is laid out, just because you have, I think the current ruling is, for hypercars, you have to feel both. You have to feel at least 2 cars, and then you are eligible to have a GT3 out. But then at the same time, it's odd because Iron Lynx ran 2 Mercedes.
Yeah. They do seem to make exceptions sometimes for no real reason.
And now for 2026, I think Iron Lynx, I don't know if they're still running the Mercedes, because I know Iron Lynx was still very busy with their money problems, because they were in fact in a very sticky situation financially speaking, and there were rumors that probably they could go back to Porsche. But then again, the Iron Danes team said they would not go back to Porsche, as people would have expected it to be, and they kind of make a very cryptic announcement. Oh, wait until we see the entry list being announced to see which car we're. are as modern and as technological as you can, as close as you can get towards the GTE homologation, I think you increase the cost of maintenance and the cost of building them quite a lot, but you still retain them as, you know, okay for the average customer. So this is why we still have a lot of customer racing for GT3 cars nowadays.
Yeah, I think that probably is true, that this have gone up in the GT3, but I still think that, especially if they're getting close to GTE cars, well, I don't think they are, but if that is the case, in my opinion, even more reason to let it how it is, but it's too late now. The GT3 ball has started to roll, and yeah, it's probably my least favourite rule about doing C racing, to us, that you can field, or you have to field two at once. I mean, this was never a thing in the past in the thriving Group C era, and if they're not careful, it's not going to be the thriving golden era that they could have if they're not careful with this rule. By the way,
yeah,
we're just about seeing some light in the sky for the first time at 10+6.
Yeah, and we're talking about that, and we have to remind ourselves, surely they're not going to get it within the same levels of, I think the biggest difference between GT3 and GTE is the mechanical grip and the aerodynamics, right? Because in terms of engine, they're very similar, right? They kind of generate similar top speeds. For example, if you grab 24 Hours of Daytona, there were instances the GT3 cars were actually, or the GTDs, were as fast as the GTE cars. The thing is, their high performance brakes, the dynamic and the mechanical grip made them much faster to go around corners than the GT3 cars, right? Back at IMSA days, the 2010 IMSA days. And I was actually grabbing the lap record right here. During GT Pro, the LMN GT Pro, Richie Stanaway has a 351.038 record set in 2017. A race record, I think, is done by a practice record set by Jose Maria Lopez, was set to a 355. So they're still slower than GTEs, right? I think that level of, times is never going to happen, but you can see there is a natural performance upgrade to these GT3 cars that I think it's due with the times that we live on nowadays.
Yeah, and don't forget, in Italy they don't have the GTEs as sort of a barrier to, as if to say, you can't actually get up to this speed. It should be a little bit slower, because those two classes used to run side by side in that series. I felt like that almost acted as a barrier to make sure GT3 wouldn't be as fast as GTE, but now there is going in I suppose. I think they're going to continue to get faster and faster and faster, with ABS or whatever. That's going to remain to be the case. But we're on board at the moment with the race leader of Ethan Critchley. Christian Zaruto's just coming into the pit lane at the moment. We'll continue our discussions and whatever about anything at this stage in the race, not least the race itself.
If Chad has ideas for a topic that we can try to get on, we can try to get on. We're interactive. We don't mind.
Suggestions are welcome.
Ooh, that was close to comfort. Yeah. I know. Of course, the only, like I picked on you before, for the only thing I think we should discuss is why Sebring should be revamped or repaved. Not revamped. He said repaved.
Well, I argue this as well, because my point of view comes from if it was repaved, it would have nothing going on. So, there's my. It's not a particularly controversial thing as far as I'm concerned. I know it is for most people. So we'll get into that sort of thing and all of that kind of things in a moment. But with just over 6 hours to go, we're going to ride on board with Ethan Critchley for just a moment. He's about a quarter of the way through his stint. He's got 22 seconds over Leo Brown at the front of this race in the 2025 Cosworth Britcar eSports 24 Hours of Silverstone. The final quarter of the race is coming up soon. This, though, is Racepot TV Fan Immersion. Ethan Critchley at the front of the field, and 5 hours 56 to go. Another crucial moment in this race. Leo Brown in second with a huge black flag penalty that will surely give the WSR eSports car an even bigger lead at the front of this race. As we take in some aerial shots, we can finally see down below us the sun is starting to come up. Well, maybe not sun yet, but we can see some light in the sky. And approaching 6:30 in the morning in Sim. It's myself, Ian O'Leary, and Lorenzo Bonda taking you through the next hour of this race before we're taken over and overrun in the commentary box. At least I will be. Jake Sperry will take over from me.
I'll still be here.
Yeah, you used to be here for another hour here, but this is always an exciting point in the race, I feel, but not a good moment for car 48. A drive-through penalty only, which is not as bad as the 30-second stop and go right still for 1, 2, 3, but that has created a big gap now at the front of the field, increased it by more than 50%. It's now 3/4 of a minute for the race-leading car.
Yeah, I think that was due to incident points. They got their, if they haven't blown out their 120 points, they definitely blown out their 25 additional points first, regardless if it's the first, second, third, fourth. Well, I've heard like teams having more than 300 incident points. That would make Max Verstappen and Lando Norris very envious for their performance in 2017 at 24 hours of Spa. Was it 2017 or 2018? Anyway, it's been Jurassic ages ago. Anyway, but yeah, it made the Team Bennett sim racing job much harder. And all I'm saying is let the sunshine, let the sunshine, let the sunshine.
It always just fills everybody with a little bit of optimism that they are getting towards the end of this race and they are on their way. But you won't be filling car 48 and their teammates with optimism at the moment. Good morning to everyone waking up, by the way, and joining us this morning. It's just past 6 AM in the UK as well. It's past 7 in Europe. And a good evening to any of those in the Americas staying up late into the night here to continue to watch this race. I haven't done a run through in a while, so I will just do the top 10 while we've got the field roughly in a pit stop cycle, but there aren't really pit stop cycles anymore, as you well know, at this stage in an endurance race. WSR eSports Britcar 24 leading in the way by 45 seconds about now. Leo Brown, Team Benning Sim Racing in second. There's Project 91 Racing Team, who round off the podium. 2 laps back is Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing. Sort of best of the rest really. 10 seconds in front of Simcast Racing Team UK. Adam Watson, who's back in the car again. He was begging to go to bed earlier. Adam Watson still going, still driving. He's going to end up having driven nearly half of this race in the not too distant future. A minute and a half back then to Team Moose Spurwing, Sean Langton. DWR Simcoach setup, so then 7th with a lap back to Next Gen Motorsports. They're only 5.5 seconds in front of Thomas Senger Sim Racing. Fry Guys Motorsport rounding out the top 10. And in GT4, we've got the race leader in the pit lane, Ashley Finch, going to go back out in the 223. He's currently receiving a driver change, 4 tyres and a whole load more fuel. Our eSports are still in second. They're now 2 laps in front of Satellite Racing, who are on completely their own lap. Scorpio eSports a lap behind them. Daniel Perry, 15 seconds drift from 4th place for Fury Simsport. Line GP Esports Academy up to 6th now, ahead of the No Limits Sim Racing Academy. When I started this sim about 4 hours ago, 3 hours ago, they were nose to tail. Now that gap is a minute and a half. So that shows you what's changed there. Thomas Senger Sim Racing and then in 8th place at the United Sim Team, who are just following here because that gap's only 1.3 seconds. And then you've got Sim Dynamics with Sunoco Race Fuels, who are rounding out the top 10. So again, a battle about a second apart here, this time in GT4, as has been the case constantly really throughout this race.
It's interesting that despite some of the large gaps that we're seeing around the racetrack, there's still racing to be done. There's still a potential openness, in fact, to this race. As I think Leo, is going to do his pit stop. He's overdue to do his pit stop and all. So But regardless, it's still good to say that we see some like close-esque gaps. For example, this one we're just seeing this staying about a second or so. So we're still seeing battles, even though they might sound sparse and everything between teams. I think Sophie just made a small mistake around Village, around the loop actually, and managed to increase the gap to about 1.3, 1.2 seconds in between Thomas, the 340 car and the 714.
Traffic again really taking away from the United Sim team on this occasion. Towards Brooklands, thankfully they all kept out of contact, which could have been so easy to make even on the Ector field there. Thomas Enger Sim Racing team who had the during this time to get crashed into, thankfully they avoided it. Look at the sky, by the way. This is September. You can tell the race is not happening in December.
If it was in December, this would have been much different.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, we've got 12 hours of darkness now anyway. I think that's quite enough.
Yeah. The race is in September, so wake me up when September ends.
Very good.
I had to say.
Yeah.
I'm feeling inspired.
Can I be honest? It's one of the most overrated songs I think I've ever heard.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
I don't like dreary rock songs. So that, you know, that sets me up for failure then, isn't it really? But, yeah.
All right. Okay, Ewan. I was... You did for sure, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Spiller. Give me your top 5.
My top 5 artists.
Yeah.
Not sure I'm willing to release that onto the internet, to be honest. I'm going to get judged for my taste.
I shared that the Sims album was on my top 5. Can you get lower than that? Yes, you heard that right.
No, I didn't hear it properly. What did you say?
On my top 5 albums on my rank, number 5 is The Sims.
So we were going to give this to our son this year for Christmas as a stocking stuffer, but honestly, we're probably going to keep it to ourselves because this is way too cool.
It's only 6 inches, but watch what it can do. These fly ropes act as boomerangs and hover back to your hand every single time they're thrown. These things have a super long battery life as well, and they're super fun to play with. And if you're seeing this right now, they're going for less than a slice of pizza, so definitely check them out in the drop below.
Throw it as hard as you want. Go on. Watching it zip away feels like it might just keep going, right? Nope, here it comes. This thing's a total game changer. Throw it across the park, over the driveway, always comes back. Hover in your hand like it's floating, glows like a little star. And yeah, my kids haven't stopped begging to play with it. No fancy setup, no frustration, just pure fun. Oh, and check the orange link below. Huge discount right now. Grab it before it's gone.
In the tracks or whatever? I forgot. But
Continuation of the tracks like the beast.
Just through what I said back at me in a different order. Yeah, there's something like that anyway. But no, I've never done that. Never appreciated it too much. It's not.
All right, maybe not top 5, but give me a top artist.
I'll give my top genre, which was...
okay, fair.
I need to check the exact wording actually, before I get it wrong. There are genres in this list that I received that I've never seen before. So...
oh,
here we go. Oh, dance pop is my top genre.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Dance pop, I believe it can go more like on... about over here, dance pop. Who can I think about? Kind of like Dua Lipa of sorts. Dua Lipa, maybe some.
Yeah, it's nice.
Sabrina Carpenter, kind of like songs, or even going next to
Oh no, no, I can't do songs in. Well, I suppose they're not in the language K-pop, but still, I can't really. That's a little bit too cheery for me, you know. I don't like dreary songs, but a little bit too positive. You know, I am still English at the end. Of
You're on the upbeat side, basically.
Yeah.
Fair.
That's
Fair.
So, circling back to the beginning of this conversation, that's why I don't like when September ends. There you go.
Okay, fair. I know. It's kind of like I'm not gonna pick on the fact that you might call it a ribbon, because I think when September ends,
It's a sad song.
It's a sad song. It's about war, right? It's basically a very, very intricate song about, you know, it wasn't meant about the Hurricane Katrina, but if I remember correctly, it's a it was inspired by the song when Billy Joe Armstrong's dad actually passed away, so it's a little bit of an homage song or something like that. But the release of it was just as Katrina passed by, and it became highly associated, but it wasn't even promoted by the band. It was done by someone else, and actually got associated with that. So it just shows. You can argue, I think, we often talk about viral, right, nowadays, right, even. I think one of the most, I'm probably going to say overused words in this new generation, this digital Gen Z-esque generation is viral, right? It's going to be viral. I think this probably was one of the first viral.
Maybe. It's quite early in that sort of social media. I mean, social media didn't quite exist, but it was quite early in that sort of.
You say that Facebook actually existed.
It did exist. Wow.
Yeah, I have Facebook since 2006, if I remember correctly, man.
You were an early uptake.
Yeah, believe it or not, I think I became a Facebook user before it properly blew up.
Before it was cool.
Yeah, before it was pop. Jesus, I say it before it was pop. I'm actually feeling like a 60-year-old single. I truly am showing my age.
You're talking about like Spotify earlier. I feel like everyone's been feeling like they're very old. As a result of that, by the way. I got called 30. Despite my music taste, I've been called 39 this week. It's a good decade and a half older than I actually am.
You fist bump me, man, because I've been given 39 as well, bro.
We're the same age, music-wise.
We're the same
But that's further away from me than it is from you.
Yeah, it's insane. By the way, back to the racing, we got it back to the right view. There's a racing going on, and well brought by Hugo. Ben Langford has a black flag.
Yeah, Ben Langford second in the GT4 class for Wright eSports. They've been chasing WSR eSports all day, and they have already they're sort of exactly offset with strategy. So if it flops around this way around, they would have been only about half a minute back. But this is going to the other way around. Obviously, they're nearly a lap back, but this is going to set both of those ways round a little bit further back. In the background, by the Sophie Aaron also coming in. We were following on board with Aaron Wynn for a while there, chasing down the Thomas Enger Sim Racing 340. But that battle will be no longer. It's the United Sim team coming into the pit lane. We'll have to wait another 10 laps for Thomas Enger Sim Racing to do the same. So these are the big moments. I'm pretty sure not a single car in this race that hasn't had a black flag or some sort of incident at some point in this race. But it's just, nearly a minute now. Even at best case scenario for Wright eSports, they're nearly a minute behind WSR eSports with less than 6 hours to go, and that's not particularly appetizing.
No, the mission is just getting more complicated. If it wasn't hard already, it got nearly on the borderline of being impossible. But just getting back to the Spotify talk. believe my wife, Spotify actually got the age of my wife nearly correct. My wife is 35. They said she was 34 years old by the listening age. But I actually picked on her because she listens to gospel music. I call her old. I call her on the 40s. When she bullies me about the Sims, she also bullies me with the fact that I told her about she's 40, but Spotify actually on her age right? And she's on the listening age. Yeah, I know, man.
I'm not believing this thing. I think it's over. Because the reason it gave me, by the way, was because I listened to a lot of early 2000s. I'll be getting into sort of 2000s music again this year, which is where all this has come from. It's not my usual taste, and that's why it's given me. But you know, someone 39 would have had to have been born in what, 86.
Yeah, pretty much.
So that's like 2000s is not going to be. Your 90s would be your thing if you were born in 86.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. You would be 36. You're going to be 36. My wife's going to be 36 next year, and she's born in 1990. I'm born in 1991. So
and
it's kind of.
Is it 90s for you or 2000s?
Say it again.
Is 90s music more to your taste, or is 2000s more?
2000s actually. So here's the thing. I've listened to a lot of 2000s, but I'm very inclined. So the funny side for me is I listen to a lot of 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s because I think I've grown up more with that kind of music in my household than nowadays. And I listen, for example, I listened to more Linkin Park back in the 2000, Blink 182, and all these kind of songs and stuff like that than else. Well, we can talk about that as we can get back to racing. I think Simcast is going to make the move on the inside and stick for fourth place.
Well, Adam Watson has been messaging in the YouTube chat when he's not been driving very regularly to tell us how tired he is, but he's not showing that when he's on the racetrack.
Yeah.
Up to fourth position now with a move down the inside in towards Stowe Corner. That was excellently done on Nick Stubb, the Booking Fastness by Glasstec Racing team. So that had changed, I think, because of a black flag. These two are pretty much exactly on the same strategy now. But this is what endurance racing is all about, isn't it? Adam has been up for the whole race so far, by the way, and intends to be up to the end. He's going to finish this race, so surely he's going to get out the car at this point, and then maybe have a few hours off before that finish coming up shortly. But this is what it's all about, isn't it? Pushing through the tiredness, pushing into the daylight now, and starting to see that optimism. You know that you're nearly there. Maybe have that last energy drink now and push yourself on towards the finish.
Yeah, if you gotta find something to keep you driving. I know nowadays for me is sleep. Which is before. Man, I'm showing 100% energy. But then again, I have to read what Hugo said and talk about music. He said that one of his favorite bands is Kraftwerk from the 70s.
It's going to put him...
That's true on power. And he's younger than me, so...
Is he?
Yeah. Hugo is 31, I think. And I'm 34. I know you're the youngest over here, but yeah, I'm on the older spot nowadays. Not the oldest. I think the oldest might be Paul.
He'll appreciate that extra added comment you just inserted there. That's good. By a long shot. Oh goodness.
Oh boy, what have I got myself into?
Hopefully he's not awake yet. It's only 6:30 here in the UK. Of course,
if he's not awake, he's probably watching trains. Which let me be honest. I've seen people watch airplanes. It's a cool thing. I wish I could do that someday. It's a cool thing to do.
Be interesting to sit there and do it.
Yeah, it's a cool hobby. Don't get me wrong.
I can't get quite in there as well, I must admit. I've had I do sit in front of long sports events though, like this one. So yeah, maybe that's the same sort of energy, isn't it? Just for a different different hobby.
Yeah, I know. But it's kind of like I've been to Daytona and Le Mans, right? I've been to, I would say, from the Triple Crown and 24-hour events, I've been to 2 of them. I still have yet to be at the Nürburgring. Of course, you just go over there car watching, but if you have a camera, if you have a good RAS camera, you know, a high quality camera, and you take those shots, you can actually get some really cool shots from, for example, from trains, from airplanes, because you do see different stuff, especially for airplanes with their different liveries and all. For the air company, because they also might have some marketing stuff going all around and want to showcase like a very unique edition. For example, a tan Daffy Duck edition. Just throwing it out there, random stuff.
I can't understand the hobby, unfortunately. It's just not one of those things I was born with.
Yeah, the same, but I understand. It's for me, I would have no problem having a camera and watch and basically take photos from the race cars around the racetrack. Yeah, like that would be basically the same thing.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. We're sort of, you know, similar people in that sense. Wired similarly, but just for different types of event, as it were. Yeah. Unfortunately, I've still never been to a 24-hour race. I've covered so many of them in sim racing now. So, well, I suppose I've been to car racing, not karting. But, something that definitely has to be done for every motorsport fan, especially if you're a sports car fan. You've got to go to a 24-hour race at some point. But, it's still yet to be ticked off by me, unfortunately.
Believe it or not, I actually made my wife a fan of racing events. Well, my first ever event I actually took her was the 24-hour. I took her to Le Mans last year. I thought it would be very bad because, all right, I gave her an excuse to come to Paris with me. We went around Paris, and I was like, she's not gonna like Le Mans. Quite the contrary, she wants to go again. She wants me to actually get a motorhome and go actually camp at Le Mans potentially next year. I didn't get the tickets for this year because you got to renew her residency next year in 2026. But whenever she renews, it's kind of like it's game. She will make me try to actually have the money to rent an RV and go to Le Mans next year. 2027.
Sounds like a lot of, yeah, I was going to say, 2026 technically is next year, but I get what you mean.
Yeah,
I guess it's all sold out for next year already. It's 26.
I think there is a few tickets, but I think general admission already ran out tickets. It's insane. Yeah, I remember when we were talking about the GTPs and ACO getting it right and everything. I think with this interaction between IMSA and stuff, the past 2 years of Le Mans, it's sold out within 24 hours of general admission tickets. Like, I remember when in 2022, I think it was the first year we had this proper interaction, or 2023, correction. When it opened the tickets, it ran out in 22 hours. I think it lasted a day, the general admission tickets were gone. For 2024, it was about a day or so that it actually ran out of general admission tickets for the whole weekend. There was a huge line you had to wait on and actually grab a proper ticket. This year it was basically the same. And the rumors next year in 2027 are about to be even faster than that because we got new GTPs, we got the Ford coming in 2027. The Genesis is coming next year with the LMVH program. Toyota is coming with the GT3 next year as well. So, you know, there is a very growing interest, attraction to try to get into Le Mans more and more, because then the prices are also very affordable. Imagine you pay about 120 euros per person for a full weekend of racing.
You do well more than that for a Sunday at an F1 race.
Yeah. If I remember the price of admission for the 24 hours of Daytona last year, and this year was about $130 for the whole weekend. You can actually go in the backstretch, like in the paddock, but you can go around the garages or something like that, or nearly to the paddock area, but stay where the trucks are also located and everything, but also transit yourself to the grandstands, similar to what I've done in 2019, and it's super affordable.
It's one of the great things about sports car racing, that's for sure, and when it's becoming more popular, tickets becoming a little bit more scarce, that's for sure, but you can absolutely see why, because of the era that we live in at the moment, which is absolutely fantastic, to be watching in front of our eyes in these special years. But in this race, just a comment on what we've seen the Lyric, Ricky Renner, been riding on board with for the last few moments, trying to get past position here. Dvorak is about 9 laps away from a pit stop, and it just seemed to me that Renner's been trying quite hard to get past for quite a while now, and has been unable to so far. There's a perennial problem really with the Porsche on occasion. Just struggled to get through on a straight line speed basis. Needs a bit of traffic, needs to get through throughout the corners. He had a chance through earlier this lap, but still stood behind. That frustrating. Ricky Renner a little bit, even while Dvorak takes some unusual line.
Yeah. He kind of butchered the transition to Vale, from Vale to Club. But because of how well balanced the Aston Martin really is, he actually gained a little bit of an upside to try to remain in front of the Porsche. I think if you are in a Porsche, you kind of have to find the right setup, because it's, I think, it lacks the speed in comparison to the Aston Martin and the Ford, and also the Corvette. Believe it or not, the Corvette is a viable option. I'm very surprised that I haven't seen any Corvettes in this field. It's a very good car. It has some snap oversteering in some corners, but it's a viable option nowadays. If you go to IMSA Racing, maybe not Spa. This week was Spa, and you can see the majority of the car were Aston Martins and Fords, and with a few maybe Lamborghinis and also Ferraris on top. You had the right setup, but the Corvette in this build is a proper option for some racetracks. Even though the most balanced ones are going to be, like I said before, the Aston Martins and Fords.
Close to the satellite racing BMW. 2 laps behind the team in front there. The satellite looking to survive at this stage and hoping for trouble, perhaps from those up in front of them. Very nearly created trouble of their own there as Ricky Renner tried to put his nose down the inside there, but couldn't quite do it. Still chasing his battle for a position. Just in front of them, by the way, Thomas Engelsimiro's got a minute 20 to catch up to DWR Simcoe setups. And they've only got 25 seconds behind them. And Philip Staples, who's on a similar strategy to them, but he's losing time to these two. Maybe not on this lap, that was 2:01s because of the traffic, but another lap complete. Another lap for Renner, spent behind that Aston Martin. Continuing to be frustrated by him, I'd imagine.
Yeah, the struggles of the Porsche are real, and now he gets spun around by the GT4. this bush, just trying to see which GT4 spun around the loop.
Continue to follow these two, but Ricky Renner's got a black flag anyway, and so has Matthew Cheverton. The Aztec Racing 390, so 2 more penalties to come. And we've also got off the line GP eSports Academy as well, and Stone Handgraf. He's just early on into a new stint there for him. But, I mean, we've seen it, another drinking game that could have got out of hand earlier on, because I would have thought the 120 incident limit would have been not too constraining. Of course, not all of them are hitting the incident limit at this stage. In fact, some of them will be giving stewards penalties, 5 stewards in this race, and they've been diligent throughout the night, giving out penalties for those who deserve it. But the amount of which we've seen here consistently throughout the night has surprised me, I must admit.
By the way, massive shout out to still be awake, regardless if it is whoever's doing the current roll right now, because if it is hard already, or for example, we talking about, you know, drivers being with 3 driver lineup, 8 hours already is very difficult. Oh, thank you. I've been commentating this for the past.
The Fortnite Battle Bus drops here. Only at Smith's Toys Superstores. Jump in. Squad up. And jam. Launch into epic battles. And heroic moves. Drop into the island with the Fortnite Battle Bus.
Free delivery on orders over £20.
Your workshop time is money. Don't waste it searching for data. No more endless searches, just tap and fix. Find the information easily no matter the brand. With over 46,800 models covering 98% of cars on the road. Try Auto Data today.
Tip, Lorenzo's tips right here. I think nowadays, if you believe it or not, I think if you're safe about surroundings and stuff like that, pace I think naturally comes from practice, right? But at the same time, I think if you are focused and calm during your race time, and especially with these more sprint-esque races where it usually can get very chaotic, you can get up to 2K, I think, without too much of a trouble. And getting into 3K, I think, gets more natural because the level of aggressiveness, I think, increases quite a lot from the 1Ks to, I think, from the 1K to 2Ks and eventually 2K to 3K. From 3K and above, you can actually reach a level where you can see a little bit more aggression and does cause a lot of more issues in the officials, especially in a more busy time slot, because some people go with the mentality you have to win the first lap, or you have to be well positioned in the first lap for you to progress in the race, so it opens up the door for more incidents. So if you're just mindful about your surroundings, you can get up to 3K without too much of a trouble, and the pace will come naturally with the practice that you're doing and trying to understanding what the car is actually doing.
I suppose that is true. I'm not sure I'm patient enough to get through, sadly. I did when I was getting safety rating to get up into the higher classes, but after that it's all been out the window a little bit. Those are the 2 race leaders, class leaders, by the way, passing one another there. WSR eSports, and on the bottom right hand side of the screen you can see the live data from Ashley Finch, who've been commenting on it throughout the night. The extensive data that we get is, of course, this race being the 2025 Cosworth Britcar eSports 24 Hours of Silverstone this year. Cosworth are now providing Sim Racing's first ever live remote telemetry feature in iRacing. We can see some of drivers streaming their data to us throughout this broadcast. You may have seen it throughout the night. And they are helping us, of course, with prizes for this race as well. Courtesy of Cosworth, first place in both classes, GT3 and GT4, will get free subscription to PI Toolbox Plus for 12 months for each team member. The second place, that's 6 months for each member, and third place, 3 months for each member. And there's a raffle prize for selecting a random team from all of those who complete the race, a 2-month subscription to Plus for every team member in one car class. And so a big thanks to Cosworth for getting on board this season and showing us data. Look at the amount of things you can have a look at, by the way, the bottom right hand side of the screen. More data than you can know what to do with in real time. It's streamed live from iRacing. This is on board with Ashley Finch, the current leader of the GT4 class. It's mind-boggling the amount of data you can get from that car live coming out of iRacing.
It's crazy. I think the one line I'm probably making up is the green line, which is a throttle zone. I'm trying to read also a little bit of the braking.
Not car number 39, Miss Daisy.
From what I've been reading from braking, like especially when it comes into corners like cops or these special braking ones, it just peaks the brake. And this is something that's often talked about from. I've had this with coaches. I was a student for a few sim racing coaches and even real life coaches about not going. Your peak brake has to be basically reach peak and then gradually decrease, because then the car actually naturally rotates and you're still accelerating the car and you still maintaining speed. I think this is the hardest thing to do, because some people, I think especially on lower end wheels and pedals, because it is not 16-bit, you do peak, but you maintain that peak throughout the consistency of the corner and you lose quality. And this is something that is amazing for me. I'm not much of a telemetry guy. I never read proper telemetry, so some of these things that I'm seeing right here, I cannot properly make it up. There you go. But you can see the peak done by Ashley and gradually decreases to what, 50% braking, and slowly does that down. And also the same stuff goes for the acceleration. You know, gradually you re-accelerate the car. Just try to maintain as straight line as possible, and you feel the position of the car. Just go naturally for that. And also, I think I see something like steering inputs and things like that. So you can naturally feel what the car is doing and everything. It's amazing, man. It makes me want. I've never been much of a mechanical engineering guy, but this is something that if I do a course or something, I really would like to get on and understand it more properly, so I can actually not just do that for myself, but do it for my team as well. Understand what they're doing wrong and everybody can.
Yes, it's just remarkable. You could watch that all day, just looking at the data. And as a driver as well, I certainly would be looking at that all day, trying to get as smooth as possible. You mentioned the throttle inputs and the braking inputs that you can see there most obviously, the green and red lines there. Spend all day making that as smooth as you possibly can out of the corners and on the way in, and yeah, all of that to make you a better driver, and you know exactly what's going on under the in the sim with the Cosworth data. Again, a big thanks to them for supporting the 24 Hours of Silverstone this year. We've been running in a GT3, GT4 format for now its 3rd year in a row, and since adding that format, we have had more numbers each time, pretty much, although so we're getting towards the maximum. We started today's race, for example, with 52, now down to 42, but nevertheless that's good numbers to retain throughout the day. 707 laps, the best we've ever achieved in terms of the distance record since that was the format. WSR eSports setting that record. and 7:09 the record overall. Back in the year we had TCRs and Mazda MX-5s as the slower fast cars, but the GT3s were generally a bit faster. I think the conditions were a bit better and a bit more stable back then. Of course, we have the threat of rain these days, which we're still not sure is going to clear us, Lorenzo. If it's going to come, it will be in 3 hours' time or so, or later. That will be a very exciting end to the race. Just what these tired drivers need after 22 hours is a bit more rain.
Imagine if you haven't driven any single lap here, and they do go by the fair share, and you have to do your fair share within the 2 final hours, and eventually starts downpouring on the track, and you haven't done a single lap of practice for rain. What do you do?
I mean, surely you don't back yourself into a corner like that with the drive time, surely.
100%, but I'm throwing you extremes.
Yeah, of course.
People sometimes like to do that. I still have the wet dream of, doing one of these special events, because we can put 16 drivers in the car, right? iRacing allows us to do that. I still have the pipe dream of, going to a special event and have 16 drivers total in a race car.
It would be, I mean, we know of people to get that going, surely. 16 drivers, it would be hilarious. I mean, maximum, a few people would have to do 2 hours, but, everybody does a stint, and, a few people do a couple more, and, good to go. I wonder if anybody's done that before. I have seen upwards of 10 or so before, a lot of top speed, down the splits back in the 24-hour races, but I wonder if anybody's gone the whole 16. There must be somebody who knows.
There must have been. I just have this dream because it's like, who in God goodness gracious of this world would pair up with 1,500 people to do, let's just say, 1 hour stints on a car on a G. For example, we're grabbing GT3. Sometimes GT3s go over an hour, and you do that many stints. Jake, I know Jake is about to come in soon, and he said Jimmy Broadbent did it 1 year. I know there are people who've done that kind of crazy stuff. It's not many people who do that. I know people that do it solo, but doing the maximum amount of drivers, I think in these past, I would say, 8, I've been here for nearly 7 years now, going to my 8th year at race spot. Insane. I've been here since 2018. I've never seen somebody do it, especially at the top level. Top level, that is never going to happen. If somebody actually does that, I really would like to personally give a handshake to the drivers that does that.
I feel like only sort of a grid and go style team would like, because if they only entered one car and they had all their drivers, because they do generally get enough into top split to, field like 6 cars sometimes for some of these events. So they're probably the only team who could do it. They never would, I suspect. Putting only one bullet in the gun in that sense is not very sensible. But no, I get it. It is a bit of a laugh. It doesn't require very much driving, therefore, either for any of the drivers, which is good news if you don't want to do too much. It's a bit more of a casual 24-hour race, but there you go. Biggest, I'm not sure what the biggest team is here, actually. I've seen a lot of 5-driver teams, sorry. TSLC eSports, a 6-driver team. I think a few teams here taking a little bit more casually, not maybe trying to win this race, but trying to survive. And if you are aiming for that, then 6-driver teams are more than reasonable, because it's 4 hours each, which is still plenty of driving.
Yeah, it is a big job. I know some teams, I'll say it in my case, right? Whenever we are in a special event or a 24-hour event, we usually max out at 5, because sometimes we might have drivers that are not wholly available, but the perfect number for us is going to be 4. At least 4 drivers, because of course we're not a team that has young drivers. I think like we have For example, I think WSR and the Red are the perfect example out of the bunch. They have a lot of young drivers. They have the time and stuff like that, and the availability to do so, to do treat drivers because they might have the time. But like I say, for my team, we have drivers in the 30s and 40s. You know, they might be 6, 7K or something like that. They have family, they have wife and kids and stuff like that, so making time is much more difficult, right? So this is why you try to stretch it out as much as you can, or have more availability or flexibility towards other drivers, you know.
Yeah, I've just looked through the whole list, by the way. No 2 driver teams. That'd be a bit nuts, really. This race, but plenty of 6 driver teams, and especially GT3 actually, where there are more drivers taking place per car as an average, which is a little bit surprising. So I was expected to be the other way around, but the GT3 drivers are doing less of the work each compared to some of the GT4 top teams. They are generally down at the 3 and 4 drivers per car. Number 91 is only 3 drivers in there. Charles Rainford back at the wheel now of number 91. Had a brake pedal snap earlier, so he's using the clutch pedal to brake, and therefore using a pedal he's not quite used to. Is a little bit down on normal speed, but still plenty fast enough to be a podium running car at the moment, which is impressive in one of these races for sure. Following one of the closer battles on the circuit, not the closest, but Sitov trying to catch up to the Tom Sager sim racing car for 10th. Fight that's going to persist for a long stint now. They're pretty much on the same strategy, but even closer is the Fry Guys Motorsport and Next Gen Motorsports battle. As Ricky Renner has made a pit stop. Philip Staples, made a drive-through penalty, I should say, served a drive-through penalty. Now trying to retake positions on Philip Staples. These two on the same strategy. Now battle for 8th position. So again, plenty going on up and down the field, as has been the case for the 19 hours we've had so far. Still 5 to go. And, starting to see WSR eSports just take advantage of the field at the moment and take a stranglehold over this race. But we've seen them already get a black flag in the last few hours, and so who's to say something else might not go wrong for them in the next few moments. And in GT3 or GT4, this could get a whole lot closer before the end.
Yeah, but it's good to see that that's still going on. They're still gonna have a shot. They're gonna just go some penalty, but still gonna have an opportunity to get into top 10. That's good to see in this race. I was looking at the chat and talking about, you know, the people wanting to have the chance of rain, so they have a chance to try to catch WSR. I'll tell you, if we have rain in the final 2 hours, that is actually good enough to wet this track and basically throw a wrench in the mix for at the end of this race, I'm all for it. I'm all for the chaos there.
Yeah, I'm not against it. What about the chaos that somebody's suggesting of a 24 hours of knock-hill Britcar 24?
I fully endorse that, and we need Peter Mackay on comms.
Yeah.
That's it. I would only agree with the 24 hours of knock-hill if we have Peter Mackay on comms. And more importantly,
quite spectacle.
Yeah, when Advanced UK is gonna give out the proper Bricar eSports Championship, because we have the tracks. We have all tracks now. Oh, Jake just suggested a very interesting idea. 23 hours of knock-hill tri-oval. Whenever he comes in, he's gonna have to go more in depth about that. Peter Mackay comes. I'm all for it. I'm all for the content, man.
No, I'm not against it either.
like stainless, lasts like cast iron, and doesn't use toxic coatings, but it's real. The non-stick is constructed, not coated. It's actually part of the pan. That means it'll never wear off or lose your. Even Michelin star chefs have called it a game changer.
This is the coolest innovation of our lifetime.
We pushed titanium to the limit. We heated it to 1,000 degrees, scratched it, hammered it, and with a lifetime warranty, you'll never need to replace it. That's why we created our Titanium Pro cookware. It's pro-level, toxin-free cooking that you can rely on for every meal, for the rest of your life.
When life changes, so does your car. Does the new place have a parking space, 3 doors for you to 2 for, or maybe you're just ready? It's right, Sam's Car Change. Compare prices on your next car at carwow.com.
Especially if you drive a 24-hour race, by the way, at this time of year in December, we really are starved of 24-hour racing this time of year, in my opinion. I'm not a fan of having all the endurance races in June. I know we don't in iRacing, but just really condense the season into 1 month, which means that you go a long time without 24-hour racing. And I think this is the first 24-hour race I've done since the summer. So obviously we know that you're the same in the sense of really love the long distance endurance race, especially the 24-hour race. As much as it's very tiring and everything. A lot of effort goes into it for the drivers, and it is some effort for us as well. Less effort for us to just it's a brilliant event every December, and it's been running for a few years now, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it another year. I've still got 5 hours to go here, but great to have a reliable and long-running now 24-hour race in December here at Silverstone with the Britcar event, Motorsport UK eSport. So big shout out to Paul and everyone behind the scenes for making these events work year after year after year now.
Yeah, I agree. I think, of course, I'm not the biggest fan of, I think I wish we could have more 24-hour events, right? Unfortunately, I think the biggest one, we only have in the special event calendar, we only have 3, right? We have the 24 hours in Daytona, the 24 hours in Nürburgring, and 24 hours in Spa, right? I think these are the trifecta of events. I wish whenever they give us the biolodrome, they still have the luxury of the biolodrome. Hey, iRacing is giving us Bahrain, okay? It's coming first in the iRacing arcade, okay? I accept that. It's coming to the iRacing arcade. Cool. No problem with that. Give us Bahrain also on the iRacing service eventually. I know it's coming. But you gotta give us the biolodrome, and whenever that happens, 24-hour series, or Gravitic has to give us, or iRacing, don't care. Give us a 24-hour racing event at Dubai. Please, thank you.
It's one of my favourite events actually in the calendar year, 24 hours to Dubai. But even if it's, I think, lost a little bit in the last 5 years.
And it's in January.
Yeah, it's all good fun. So I'm well up for that as well, like you. But we are just over 5 hours away from the end of this 24-hour race. We'll get on with this one, shall we, before we start on the others. Final thoughts, Lorenzo? I'm about to leave the commentary booth, but just give us your thoughts on the last couple of hours. WSR eSports is simply extending their advantage at the front of the field with 5 hours to go. But do we know anything can happen?
Yeah, anything can happen. This race can turn it upside down, but so far it's been straightforward domination. We're looking for a back-to-back victory for the 1-2-3, right? And then a maiden win for WSR eSports and the GT4s after 7-10 racing won last year.
And they'd very much like to take that back again. But overall, as you say, WSR eSports have been very, very successful in this race down the years for the last 2 years in 23 and 24. 23, they won by 2 laps. 24, they won by 1 lap. So the gap has been decreasing each time. We'll see whether it is not going to be their year, or whether it will be 3 in a row for them in just over 5 hours' time. As I mentioned before, plenty of battles going on up and down the circuit. There have been for the entire race, pretty much. Benjamin Massey and Matthew Cheverton only 2.5 seconds apart, for example, in the GT3 class. Also got the one we've been following on the screen here between Ashley Toth catching Matej Prochaska in the Thomas Langer Sim Racing car. But also for 8th place in GT4 after 2 drive-through penalties, all sorts of drive-through penalties actually going on down here. Patrick Den is now just behind Simon Mason. So the United Sim team trying to get past and into 8th position at the moment in GT4. So all sorts going on here. Lots of been happening in the last few moments as well. But that's just about it for my commentary stint here. I'll be back again for the final couple of hours of the race. Time for maybe a bit of sleep before we get to that point, but with just about 5 hours to go, I will step aside for the next few hours and hand you over to Jake Sperry, who will take you through this sunrise period of the 24 Hours of Silverstone.
Good morning to all of those who are just waking up, tuning in for the Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone, seeing over the horizon the sun just lazily rising here at this circuit in Towson, Northamptonshire, and seeing that WSR eSports are leading in both categories, and thinking all is right with the world in terms of 24-hour Silverstone racing here with Cosworth and Bricar for the last 3 years. So a tale that we have seen time and time again, but by no means is it a written story at the moment. 50 seconds between them and Team Bennett says all that is needed. It's a little bit more cut and dry with Ariti over in the GT4 category out there, but still a smorgasbord of battles to be uncaught as they go. Aztec Racing is one of these in the 390 right now with Matthew Cheverton, because Benjamin Massey now has been caught and passed in the purple sector racing team out there. So it looks like, at least for Porsche and for Mercedes, in terms of those cars battling out there, you really do see the difference makers as they figure out at 10 laps off the lead here. They are hoping that they can get a good solid finish in this race, and so a nice pass just ticks over the board as they work themselves through Club and now on to the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight here, Lorenzo, to say, okay, pass made, but by no means are we done, because it's going to be defensive into Abbey.
Yeah, and Aztec actually managed to survive the passing of the Abbey in a very tricky spot, even though they're not side by side.
Either side having no luck there with Caleb Koski, then of the No Limit Sim Racing Academy, and there's the check-up for Benjamin Massey to just see that gap now skyrocket in terms of placement there. He's got a couple of cars diving down in pit lane for the Staples, then in the number 7 Fry Guys Motorsports car down in the lane, and also the 25 of Luna Road Sim Racing powered by Algar Racing have just hit the lane. Those runners out there in the GT3 category down in there and making their progress, but they are going to have to be a little bit cautious about the way that they go about things and they're going through. There is a protest system out there here in this 24-hour race, so if you do feel a little bit wrong, you do have the ability to go and gather back what is necessary, but the issue that you have, you're only allowed 5 of them here, Lorenzo.
I wonder how many teams have already burned their 5. I even forgot. Well brought up, Jake. I forgot how many teams I think have used this already used all the protests, because if there's one thing we know for maybe in competitions is like there are some teams who are not shy of filing protests like left and right and up and down, right? They even if it is just stir up some drama, and I think it's keeping it fair to not only everybody in the teams, you know, and also to the stewards. Also, you know, you got to remind this is fun yet serious event that they are driving. Of course, there are rides that are being given out, but most importantly, you're driving this because you want to have some fun as well.
You absolutely do. We're focusing here with the car in second position overall. It's the 48 of Team Benning Sim Racing. Leo Brown currently behind the wheel. They have had, over the course of this event, 146 laps now for Leo Brown. Remy Gilbert has had 240 laps in the car, 179 for Kieran Harding, who's gone and got some rest out there at this moment. But Bennick starting to wake up and say, look, this is what we're capable of doing. Got a karting background in terms of where all these drivers come from. They've jumped into sim racing and said, look, here's what we can do. There's a team, they've just made their first, I would say, real big championship out there with the work that Henry Moore did yesterday evening in the FIA F1 eSports Global Championship. For those who haven't seen, a title in his back pocket after claiming the British eSports Championship earlier on this year.
Yeah, so that's cool, you know, seeing more teams, you know, giving opportunities to young guys. We often see maybe some of these young kids, you know, who are using not only sim racing as a platform for you to practice on, right? For these entry tiers, the entry mid tiers, like the F4s, the GT4s. We don't have Genetas over here. Eventually, we might get in the future. But seeing these kind of, you know, not only as an alternate for you to develop your skills with top level drivers worldwide, but also get used with cars that eventually you can drive up in the future if you are already, you know, going to the karting ranks as a youngster. So that's cool to do. And teams giving the opportunity for you to maybe be in not only in the spotlight, but also give you maybe a drive in the real world as well.
Yeah, we're seeing that more and more, that drivers are starting to get that transition and legitimise through the work of Max Verstappen and bringing Chris Lullen to that level and saying, look, these are what the sim racers can do. They are some of the very best drivers in the world. You just got to give them a chance and they'll go out there and they'll be better than 90% of what is already out there and is forming. Charlie Devlin in the pits then with Simcast Racing Team UK. They're making their pit stop known right now with 4:53 remaining on the clock, but they are looking at this saying it's a good run forward. We're seeing that. Also in is the 10 down pit lane. Lyndon Oval driving Miss Daisy out there as they go. Now that's a little slow there from the Porsche, just working its way in through Stowe, so back up to pace without too much of a panic out there, as that looks like to be next gen Ricky Renner still trying to hunt down the Fry Guys Motorsport team. 1.5 seconds is the margin between 7 and the 4.69, so it's a case of where we're going to go and gain that ability to pass next. And I would look around at the Fry Guys Motorsports team in the middle of a pit cycle at this moment and say, you know what, I can make a good run. That's not going to be helpful for the Fry Guys team, having Scorpio eSports then just diving out of the pit right in front of them.
Yeah, but I think that got to work with Fry Guys team, so you can see a little bit of a skid coming from Scorpio. I think that lost about a tenth of a second, but still the gap's going to be retained about 0.8 of a second. The problem is, I think this, from the looks of it, I could be very wrong. It looks like this Porsche is running nearly max downforce to keep the, you know, I know, like if you use setup charts, Apex, FRS and some others, they tend to use max downforce of the car for you to have, you know, maximum ability and everything. But sometimes you kind of have to compromise something if you want to have the speed and you want to go down on the wings. You kind of have to find the right balance. So I think right now, just even though if both cars are on max downforce, the Mercedes is going to retain a little bit of a performance upbeat on the Porsche, just because he has a better straight line speed than the Porsche does.
I think that certainly will give you a bit of an understanding that Mercedes is very good in the higher gears and the higher cadences, so I wouldn't argue at all with the way that it's going right now in defence for the Fry Guys Motorsports team and Philip Staples, who is behind the wheel. Ricky Renner, I think, is going to have a little bit more of a difficult job, but Porsche is naturally a cornering demon out there in terms of where you can pick it up, but this is a circuit that is a little bit more expansive. You don't get sections of corner to corner to corner to corner outside of this opening sector, really. It's pretty much a case of here and the Magnus Beckett chicane where Porsche will gather its time up, but anywhere else I think it will be a little bit more difficult. Into the village at turn number 3. Now sets up your run for turn 4, the outer loop. You can see they're not using all of the road there, going from 3 into 4. They take the middle of the road and try and go through. Would that be because the downforce levels, Lorenzo, are so good they don't have to scrub the speed by going out wide to make that move? They can just sit down and say, look, we can take the middle of the road, take the same speed, and it'll save ourselves about a half a second. We're not angling out so far wide.
Yeah, you don't have to compromise as much, right, Jake? And you're still going to maintain good maneuverability and also get some good speed. It's kind of interesting. I talk about maybe pushing the best speed in comparison to the Mercedes. I think it's due to the natural fall off the tires. I know, talking to drivers, the Porsche, it's a very fast car, but it has a certain threshold of laps. I think from what I've listened to, it gives you about 10 really good laps, and after that it does have a very big fall off in terms of tire time. It still gives you laps, so in comparison to the other cars it does fall a little bit more than usual. But in Daytona, for example, it was the pick car of the week for IMSA drivers, for the IMSA official racing, because there is minimal minimal tire wear in Daytona, and it's a high-speed track, so it maintains the natural rotation of the boxer engine that you have within the Porsche. So this is why it was also interesting for people to watch. Whenever you have minimal wear, it's naturally high speed, and the Porsche has worse re-acceleration than the Mercedes has.
As we get these side by side almost, I've seen DCW Racing Blue, the 20 run off the road at Brooklands Corner. The GT4 there, Porsche Clubman, is not going to be making it easy for Next Gen to glide this past, but there has been an off out there, and it would have been a little bit sketchy going through. It's not a massive off then for Matty Wilde, but it would have been enough just to give them a little bit of a scare as to where they all find themselves out there. There is also a penalty in for the Armed Forces Sim Racing GT team out there. Now, there's two ways you can get penalties here. You can get penalised by the stewards, or you can hit instant limit, and it is a little harsh, the limit that you got. So it's 120 instant points for the entire race before a drive-through penalty. Okay, that's fine, but then it's every 25 after that. So if you get one, chances are you're getting two, you're getting three.
Or even more than that. Imagine having 316 incident points.
Yikes.
Yeah, there are teams already way past that.
That's a lot, and you don't want to be getting into that sort of game where you're just having to take a trundle down, basically saying extra stop every lap. That really puts you out of the realms of contending possibility. Just enough coverage then as Ricky Renner again. Oh, leaders, penalty. That's going to hurt. Kamil Grabowski then has just tipped it over, and he's now going to have to come down lane. And the 1, 2, 3 team now are going to be right back on level pegging with Team Bennick.
I do think this will be a drive-through though, because apparently there hasn't been anything specifically from race control, unless I am very wrong. I'm just trying to take a quick look over here if there was any outcome from drive. Oh, okay. Oh, but that was like 3 hours ago. Never mind. It was just a normal drive-through for the 123. So that will be a 20-second-ish time loss for WSR eSports. Team Benjy might actually have a lifeline in this race. I don't know how big the gap is going to be whenever this is all said and done and WSR actually pits properly.
Well, it's currently a minute 49 we've got on our timing over the line. It's a minute 53 for Remy Gilbert to go and try and chase down, or Remy Gilbert at this stage. So I would look around at saying that Kamil Grabowski, almost a lap clear at the moment, is due a pit stop already and now has a drive-through as well. That will take it down from what was about 40-45 seconds to probably about 20 seconds out there, because it's an early commitment cone to try and get yourself slowed down in the lane. And Kamil Grabowski, who was up in the pro ranks back in the day about 7-8 years ago, as someone who probably would have said could go out there, could make challenges and could make life very difficult for a lot of the very best sim racers out there. Part of the Williams Academy at various times, now joining WSR eSports, so has certainly been in and around the scene and showcasing there's a lot. Just the drive-through taken and a 30-second lane transit time for getting back out and going again through a section that normally takes about 8 seconds.
Yeah, we might have a race in our hands. I'm just taking a quick look over here on Camille's laps. I think when he came in, it was about 20-something laps, 21, maybe 20, up to 26 laps, maybe. So he's due to come into pit stop in a short bit, and there's a massive delta in terms of laps between Remy Gilbert and Kamil Grabowski. So this gap could be as low as maybe less than 10 seconds.
It could. It will all depend on the pit stop cycle and how that goes. Again, no chance to move down into Brooklands as they now try and work past Patrick Den of the United Sim team, and now the big wide karting lines taken here. The wet line sometimes is known with minimal elevation change. The biggest one is down the Hangar Straight and Stowe. That's probably the biggest amount of change that you'll see, but here comes a little vane to the inside at Cops Corner. Ricky Renner gets stuck a little bit through the mid part then, and that will allow that gap to again come out to about a car length and a half, 2 car lengths for Philip Staples. Covers off any hopes then of a pass being done through this section of Maggots and Beckett and heading over towards Chapel Corner. But I would be looking now at these drivers thinking about how to make this move. Yes, there are less cars than what we started, down to 42 rather than 52 we had. But there are still a lot of cars out there that can afford the pick to go and make these passes. And I think sometimes you have to be a little bit creative in these hours of the races, because you've just gone through the night shift. Now you're assessing yourself and going, okay, what do I need to get home in what position?
Yeah, absolutely. Just taking a quick look over here between Ricky and Staples. I see. One of the reasons I don't think also maybe Ricky is being overly aggressive as well, Jake, could be the fuel delta. It is a 3-lap delta that Next Gen has of disadvantage to Fry guys, so I think they could be trying to, save some fuel, or trying to find, if not, trying to find the right opening, because you don't see them looking for dives or anything like that, or applying super pressure, unless the
It was this irrefutable evidence coupled with sleek design that led thousands of dentists to recommend the dental pod to their patients. And after garnering countless testimonials and reviews, the dental pod was voted the must-have product of the year by dentists, sparking a retainer cleaning revolution. Our mission is taking over, giving everyone access to the best professional-grade dental technology in their own home, and helping dentists worldwide reverse the retainer tooth decay crisis by enabling a safe oral appliance journey for all. Click this exclusive link for access to their biggest Black Friday sale, limited quantity available.
Last minute doesn't have to mean they're special. Just check out Etsy's top 100 gifts, curated by Etsy experts.
Find the most unique gifts for her, personalised gifts for him, handmade gifts for kids, and even the perfect gifts for pets. Really up against the clock? You can't go wrong with an Etsy gift card. Isn't it nice when the holiday shopping is done for you? Shop holiday gifts on Etsy and your procrastination can be our little secret. Shop Etsy.
To get back up onto the power and to walk into their 564th lap of the race. Frustrating here for the Porsche trying to get through, but ultimately you make your bed, you lie in it, and again, just finding that it's a car with pretty much everywhere. The more wing you're putting on the back of these GT3 cars, you are going to get a tiny bit of weight through some of these corners, and again, just shallow and covered off a little bit there, going into the outer loop.
Yeah, absolutely. My point of view, I think next gen is just being very conservative, you know, not trying to risk anything at all. Put themselves in a very dangerous spot. You can make a judge, oh, they're applying a little bit of pressure. They're looking towards more on the inside of the entry Brooklands, but I think Brooklands is one of those corners you kind of like dive down on the inside a little more because the curbing on the inside allows you to kind of grab yourself and then stay in there without getting an off track. But from the looks of it, just I think Ricky Renner is just playing conservatively, just waiting for a proper opening to open up and try maybe put the car on the inside or outside. But other than that, I think it's just saving fuel for the current moment.
Yeah, I think it's a very good strategy out there. It's what we call boring on, where I'm just going to sit behind the wait and then we're going to do a big up pit stop and make a very safe and easy pass to go through. But it is the one where you sit down and go, how are you going to construct the race? How are you going to get this all together and sorted? I would, if I was out there as a team manager, I would out there if I was a race engineer, I'd say, look, what are we racing for? Thomas Enger Sim Racing are down the road by a fair margin. If we don't think we can catch them right now, we may as well see you'll get an extra lap, and then you've got that lap in the back pocket to go and burn it later on in the race. So I do like the call at the moment from what they're doing. I think it does set them up quite nicely in terms of this next phase of the race, but they are now just trying to sit back and basically just give themselves anything and everything that puts them in the place to go get that 9th position. You don't see too much of an issue with that right now, and they can definitely profiteer if something happens to some of the cars in front.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just taking a quick look over here as well. You were talking about the Thomas Enger car not only maybe getting a lap, but at the same time, okay, I think this might be the first time that he looks on the inside, but he's not going to go for the move. But I think they're working in tandem very well. A 2-minute .250 for Fry Guys, and Next Gen did a 2-minute .261. Basically, nearly a full second faster than what David Schilling did on not Schilling, Kevin Miller did on the Thomas Enger car. So if they work together, they could actually cut down the 20-second difference they have.
They could, but you see the different lines are starting to form as Stein Handcraft is into the pits for Lion GP eSports Academy, stays in the car, and again, definitely getting the signs out there that Next Gen have base and they want to use it, they want to burn it, and they want to go through, but they don't have the tools available to get through the locked door in front of them of Fry Guys Motorsport. Mark Gladwell, who's just come out of the pitch for Armed Forces Sim Racing GT4, is there at the moment, as we've also got Dale Williams in the 422 Glass Tech Racing team car, which was at one point leading in the opening couple of hours of the race, but the ultimate pace hasn't been able to be kept up from what was the very, very beginning of the stint. And I would look around and say, well, it was great work from Andrew Dawson to get them up in the level that they are at this moment in time, as the work comes down in and you see the likes of Fry Guys and Next Gen just trying to focus forward. They again getting the clearance needed in the traffic there. The GT4 Mercedes then, or Patrick then, moves out of the way, falling back on the straight. But this is where you start finding, I think it's these sorts of events that if sim racing teams were being proper about it, you'd find a few uncut gems in races like these, because these are the sort of races where you find drivers who come out of the woodwork. You're not going to see in GT spec style racing drivers sit down and say, oh yeah, I'm going to scout the 3K, or I'm going to scout the 4K. It doesn't work like that. You just find a driver from time to time, and it's these sorts of events that pop up and go, oh, here's this style of driver, and oh, he's actually really quick. He's held pace in the opening stint with Matt Caruana, and he's held the pace with the likes of Kamil Grabowski, and you go, wait, what? Those are like some of the best sim racers in the world right now.
Yeah, I think it's a good topic. You know, it's kind of like a scouting event of sorts. If you are especially driving against these guys and you're holding your ground, of course, it might not be as fast as they are, and you might be, you know, I've seen instances of like 3-4K, just grab you on the extreme, because you mentioned 3K, 4Ks. I've seen the extreme, right, on the 3K, 4Ks that are growing in iRating, and they are keeping in pace with these guys, right? Of course, maybe need an extra guidance or something like that to get to that top level. I think that's where the teams could be looking at, okay, look at this kid right now, and look at his iRating progress and everything. This could be a kid that we could be watching in the future and maybe say, oh, he might be a future pick for us. But it does open that door for us to properly look and analyze drivers who could truly make an impact. Maybe, no, I'm not gonna say maybe from top teams like the Red Lights and stuff like that. I think that the range for you to get into those seas is much higher. I think you need a specific set of skills, not like some type of skills, but
skills that make them a monster for sim racers like everyone else.
Yeah, precisely. but you do get the idea of, you know, maybe getting to. I'm going to give you a perfect example. Project 91, right? The Project 91 racing team. I think that what they have right now in their hands with Tsuruta, Karana, and other drivers that have, you know, that potential ability to break into the top tier ceiling. It's really cool, and it seemed that I would say 1 year, 2 years ago, you wouldn't be thinking about that. I think right now they're finding the infrastructure to have that kind of stuff. They might have that, and their work is finally paying off, and it could be a breeding ground for those guys. Another example, Aiden Young, he's driving on the WSR eSports GT4. Drove about that a few hours ago. Thinking about that, he wasn't fiercely forward about 2-3 years back, right? So could be, you know, is that an environment of, you know, I think if you are in the top tier, you can get it easier from those top teams, and they're gonna evaluate maybe you more in depth. Maybe some other guys would, like you were saying before, on the lower tier range pools of the 4 or 5, from the 3 to the 6Ks.
Oh, this might be the moment, because that was clever, using the Lamborghini and Project 91 side by side, and they're now going to have to scrap out of Wellington here. Ricky Renner was waiting for something to just uncork the position he's in, and still can't get much. We'll have a little tow from the Lamborghini out there in front, but heading into Brooklands, it's corner covered off once again then by the Fry guys, who hold themselves well. So that was a great opportunity, but it was just that, an opportunity, couldn't quite capitalise. Leaders have come into the pits and left the gap now 26.5 seconds between Kamil Grabowski and Remy Gilbert out there at the front between the 123 and the 48. Now having to navigate by one of the Porsche clubmans there of Ariti, there Luke Kramka, then who is behind the wheel of that at this stage. So got the clearance there, and this is the worst place to catch traffic here, going through Maggots into Beckett's. Aggressive line taking down the inside of UE Motorsports and William Kurtler there. So really having to work to try and hold on to the rear, and it manages itself with Ricky Renner, but again, needing a good hanger straight to stay with Philip Staples and with Charles Rankford. We've also got Ian Chambers in. Now that is a 30-second stop and hold for Quatermass.
Let me see if there is anything specific regarding them that could be like that from what I've been seeing over here. Penalty for the number 37.
Oh, bye-bye. There we go. Round they go. And so the opportunity was there. A missed braking zone that came in from Philip Staples. But Ricky Renner saw it, almost copied it, and the back stepped around.
Unfortunate, but is that thing. You put yourself at risk, things like that can happen. There's nothing much you can do about it, right, Jake?
No, and you have to be very switched on. It's almost the worst time to have a mistake, because the car in front of you's had a mistake, and now suddenly you're sitting down and saying, yeah, that one is not going to be great for me, as now again I'm going to go through RET and also going to have to go through UE Motorsports once again to see that progress. Luca Gramka now 1 minute and 6 off the pace being set by Eric Grove. Grove on that last lap at 2:12 flat, and 2:11.8 actually for Luca Gramka on that last lap. So they was really tenths of a second in, but it's got to be consistent.
Yeah, but it's still very hard. I think cutting a 1 minute deficit in 4 hours is doable. Don't get me wrong, right, Jake? But I think for this top tier level where the pace is very similar, right? I think they drive in such a similar pace that, let's just say you have 2/10 of a second gains every lap. You're not gonna get it will be very difficult for you to cut down a 1 minute deficit in 4 hours. Had you had more time, maybe.
Yeah, but you're asking to cut 15 seconds an hour. Which isn't impossible. We saw it earlier on in your opening few hours that a couple of teams could do it. For example, Adam Watson cut 15 seconds in an hour against Charles Rainford, for example. It was possible, it did happen out there, but you are asking here with 33-ish laps to a stint. You're basically saying, can I be half a second a lap quicker for 4.5 hours?
It's impossible. It's very, I'm not gonna say impossible. I think impossible is a very strong word, and you might agree with me. I think it's a high task. It's a high asking task. I think it's extremely difficult. Go ahead.
I'd say here, Lorenzo, it might need quote unquote a bit of help.
Like rain?
Rain. One of the ways that it helps.
Yeah, but it's gonna come down to maybe an external factor to help out on that. I think the biggest equalizer in racing, sim racing, even it would be rain, right? Oh, there's smoke. If I see there's smoke, there's fire. And usually there's this car. It could be a car around Brooklands. Another one to the tally, but yeah, as we're gonna look, I think that's 150 Motorsport. Yeah, just as I predicted. Another one.
It happens because it's the corner where you do have to carry that speed. It's a heavy braking zone, and actually it's quite a late apex at Brooklands. I mean, you can just carry the curb and the car washes out naturally, but if you are trying to dance on the limit, that Ferrari is often one that is slung into the higher speed corners and one that has a lot of love. But around here, where it is very flat and you've not really got much to help you out there in terms of the corner and the... Yeah, no, it just says all you need.
No, not only that, just taking a quick look on Remy Gilbert's last lap. Of course, like I said before, there is a massive delta, a 9-lap delta between Grabowski and Remy right now, right? But last lap, about 1.5 seconds faster.
I'm just going to have a look at that last lap then by Kamil Grabowski, see if there was anything that sort of stood out, and nothing really comes to mind, except there is a bit of traffic for your leader that he's just navigated through. Daniel Perry over at Fury Simsport Green. They're still eyeing up a top 5 at the moment. They're 4 laps clear of Lion GP Sports Academy, so they'll be pleased with that. They've also got Nathan Anstis on the back of them, who is currently, compared to them, about 6 laps down. So UK Sim Racing sitting there and working well too. Brad Smith and Matej Prajachka are down on lane at the moment, but that time for WSR eSports a bit better, a 1:59.2, and Remy Gilbert is now making that progress through towards the final section, and we'll see how this is going to go over the line, and it will be a 58.3 by comparison. Another 9/10 of a second locked off the chocking block. It's now down to 24 seconds when they cross the line, so I think Team Bennett are on a push mode at the moment. They sense that WSR eSports might be a bit vulnerable, and overall is going to have itself a scrap in the final stages of this Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone.
Yeah, it's interesting as Remy just nearly matched the fastest lap of their team. And I dare say I think it's the fastest lap of the race. They have the fastest lap of the race by only 1900ths of a second on WSR eSports. No, actually the fastest one is Project 91 with a 1:58.122. They have the second fastest lap with a 58.207. Still, it's very fast.
Well, Remy did set that fastest lap, so they've got their quick driver in and really trying to hunt down anything and everything possible at this stage. More traffic then for WSR. That is Luca Gramka that is worked by, and the Aston Martin then proving to be...
Mustang is just really cool to watch, right? And it's a very nimble car nowadays with the Coyote 5.4-liter engine they have going on right now. Last lap, a 0.2 of a second gap in the advantage of Team Bennett Sim Racing for now.
So might be a bit of slow progress. It might be a slow burner, but there is the chances to chase. And also you have to remember as well, if they change out of Charles Rainford in the 91 Project 91 racing team, they are very much still in the picture. If they get Matt Caruana in there, I often call him MC because he's the main character any race he seems to enter. Matt Caruana could be a driver that brings them at least close, if they get to side by side with the top two, that they have a chance of making something happen to jump up the steps of the GT3.
Yeah, I think they're gonna leave Matt Caruana maybe for the final 2 hours, because I think that's where you need to push the car a little bit more, and you are in more adverse conditions, especially with a car that, let's just say, Jake, if the weather picks up more heat and we get into the maybe 25 degrees Celsius on track range, that's where it starts to get dangerous for the Lamborghini, because I think anything hotter than that, naturally the Ford and the Mustang are gonna have an upper edge. At the very first laps of the stint though, the Lamborghini will have to retain that edge because it just has good natural grip out of the car, but after that it just dips. So I think that's where I think they need Matt Caruana to, push the car and close it out strong. But I still think it's a high task for them to cut down a 30-second gap right now to Team Bennett. and a 51-second WSR, and be within this fight for the lead, and be basically nearly 13 laps down on WSR in terms of fuel, and 4 laps on Team Benjy in terms of fuel.
Well, give some credit over to Charles Rainford. Drives around, of course, in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Has had himself a number of very good results. He had a 4th at Brands Hatch at the final round of the championship in race 1 of 3. So definitely has pace out there to go and prove that, yeah, look, we can go out there, we can race, and we've definitely got skills to go and work with. When you put yourself in a sim environment, obviously you can go out there and be a very quick driver in the real world. But the issue that you stay into as a real-world driver who jumps into eSport style racing, as we watched as Thomas Enger Sim Racing GT back in the Sim Team for the top 10 honours in GT4. The issue that you tend to find is being in Sim, having all the hours logged, the time that's there, you actually get more preparation, more time. You can hit the marks a lot better than being out there and having that jump as a real-world driver and go, oh yeah, just because I'm a real-world driver, I can absolutely jump in. You have the natural skills to go out there to be at that level, but it's the fine-tune, it's that extra 5% of, well, hard work and dedication in the sim is going to get you the time and pace over the line, and that's why the sim races are so lightning fast.
Yeah, what is that word? Practice makes it perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's that thing. If you have time to commit and do that kind of stuff, it's natural. The consistent pace is gonna come, right? I've been talking about that to you, and I think the hardest thing is, I think because nowadays you have what's the average age for sim racing teams, at least top tier sim racing teams, right? About 20 years old, 21. You're still young, you have time, you're able to make that time. And we know we have more nowadays, younger sim racers coming in nowadays, right? As
Woo! Good move there, Mate Brajachka.
Clean. And also I think there was a spin around there or something like that. I saw a puff of smoke. But coming back, I think you have these sim racing teams that are young. Oh, there is a missing grill.
That is going to need a little bit of uncorking here, because that grill looks like it has been through the ringer on this main run through, and it looked like it had already been gone long before the next group had gone by. So I'm trying to work out where that's been found. I think it might be the Nathan Anstis group where it has turned up, so to speak. So in through the opening section, and I think it's just popped off actually of the car as it went through. I don't think there was any contact for Team Lucek Spurwing, who had been out there with their clip on. They've just discarded that McLaren front clip.
I didn't know there was detachable from the front end technology. You could detach the front end.
It's a stinger. You get the old police stingers that you throw it out and put spikes on it to pop the tyres. It's very much that. You just got to spike the inside of it.
But do they have the technology, kind of like James Bond at Tomorrow Never Dies? If he loses the tire, he has the technology to pump the air and inflate the tires back up again.
What do you get for Matthew, Matt?
Back into the racetrack.
I would put it to you like this here, Lorenzo. If you can think it, it is possible.
Fair, very fair.
In comes Team Lucek Spurwing, then after discarding their front, so they'll be down in. They were running 6th and with very heavy damage on the front of their car, so I am a little concerned as to where they've picked up that damage to have such a massive hit that has gone through. In fact, that was the car that spun at the Vale, sorry. So 6th overall, you were right to see the smoke there, Lorenzo. They got tagged around with the UE Motorsports number 3 out there of William Kurtler, and that's what's caused the drama.
We've can get a replay off that eventually if Google bring us up that. I think this is it.
Oh, so the car's already off the road, trying to recover back onto circuit, and then bang, there's the turnaround. Is there going to be a hit on the rejoin? Oh yeah, there is going to be a hit on the rejoin, and that's what happens to the front.
Apologies to the McLaren, but yeah, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to wait.
The whole point, you get involved in an incident, if there's a car that needs to go by, you have to rejoin safely, and I would call that, by the textbook definition, an unsafe rejoin back onto circuit. It might not have affected that BMW GT4 too much of UK sim racing in Nathan Ansell, but I would be on the blower and using one of my 5 if something like that happened to me.
Yeah, for sure. That would be a blatant penalty for unsafe rejoin. Just taking a quick look over here, Team Heap Together has a black flag drive-through for causing a collision with the number 37. So that's the Quartermass Motorsport they made contact with.
Yeah, so it's nice to see that English and South African relations are going nice and smoothly at the moment. A drive-through penalty goes in for Team Heaped Together. Armed Forces Sim Racing GT then still holding well. BMW versus BMW out there in towards Stowe Corner here in GT4. Mark Blackwell watching about behind Nathan Anstis and saying, look, this is where we're sitting down, this is where we've got to be on for this scrap. But what is it about this BMW GT4 bot that is making drivers go and select it?
It is, I think, because the turbo engine is a very fast car, right? Especially when you might have racetracks that demand reacceleration and grunt, and it's kind of like a well-balanced car of sorts. But in tracks that you might need maybe a more nimble car or something like that, and maybe more braking or a stable car than anything else. I would say maybe, and just maybe, the McLarens have 570S might be the better choice. But the BMW, I think the biggest quip I have with the BMW M4 in this current iteration is it's a fast car, but you've got to find the right setup because it is very loose in my point of view, especially when you're going around corners. It does feel the car, it can lose or snap at any time. So if you don't have the right balance for this car, you're gonna suffer quite a lot, especially during your second half of the stint, where you might need to conserve the tire life a little bit more than usual.
So there will be concerns in that regard, with the traffic giving a 1.6 second advantage, which Nathan Anstis is struggling to reel back in here. It's getting a bit busy right now. The morning commute has started for many. Oh, out there, a little snap on the Project 91, the racing team Bricar and Khalid Ramadan there trying to work through Chapel. Easily done. Think you've got the clearance, and then suddenly the car just has a little twitch and goes, yeah, but are you comfortable through the corner? Easily happens.
Yeah. Just because you're basically shifting the car away left and right, up and down, not doing a cha-cha slide, but it's enough for you to nearly do a proper cha-cha slide around Chapel, for example. But can't manage to keep it on the track.
Yeah, penalties just come in third in class in GT4. This will just be a drive-through for incidents for Ben Idris Abdullahi and Satellite Racing GT4. They always have a way of contending, and Simcast Racing Team UK are going to be under real threat now. Also picked one up. So Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing, Joe Glass is going to have a really good chance of catching up with that happening.
And look at that traffic, man. This is literally insane as Thomas Enge is going to go down on the inside.
Yeah, so this is a 3-car scrap right now. Thomas Enge in 9th, with Matej Pajachka through on Samuel Hughes and Iron Apex eSports and Mark Maid. Well, you also got to look around United Sim Team, they're in the mix too. So they are going to start sitting down and saying, right, we want in on this as well. Remember, top 10 honours in GT4. You say you're top 10 in a field like this is big, but Cops Corner, not a place where you want to be scrapping. Ryan Turner just saying, no, my corner, you move out the way. Matthew Hunter watching on as well with the penalty. Will also be thinking, please don't let me get caught up in all of this.
Yeah, and now United is properly in the fight after this crazy passing of the GT3 cars around Cops and now the entry of Maggots. You see, there's still 2 more GT3 cars that could be a factor coming into Stowe. A dive down, that's actually the leader who's actually doing the diving on the entry of Stowe. So maybe losing some time. And look at the gap right there, talking about the leader, right, Jake? 18 seconds separate the leader to Remy Gilbert at the current moment, and Remy is still faster and not having lots of traffic to deal with.
Well, for now, it will get worse the longer that this stint goes on, and so Remy Gilbert is in a very, very commanding position for Team Benning to try and hunt this gap down. It's going to be progress needed. It's slow progress, but it's one that's going to tick over as a slow burn in the late stages of this event. Just looking at the lap times then that were done for this WSR eSports Britcar team. Fastest lap will be a good find. Alexander Davidson with that fastest lap. No surprises there. A 1:58.2 is the fastest lap out there. Grabowski in. I think Ross McFarlane is going to be jumping in for the next stint. He's definitely no slouch for anyone who's watched World Sim Racing on a Monday night. So I think that this team has a chance, but Benning proving what they've got. Battles up and down at this moment as we focus on your leader on the bottom of your screen, up on the top of your screen, just working through Luffield and Woodcote. Now is what is going on in GT4 between Thomas Enge Sim Racing and Iron Apex.
Yeah, as a good battle between the guys right there. As oh my god, this is the worst case scenario for the leader, isn't it? You have a slower car in front of you and there's nothing you can do about it. As
oh, this is going to be tight. 3 wide then as they head to Chapel. Iron Apex leave the room for Team Heat together. And critically, Armed Forces Sim Racing GT3 to jump through the middle of all of that. And lights flashing up plenty going through. And I think Samuel Hughes right to get on the line saying, look, that was scary. I don't want risk in my race.
Yeah, that Mustang from P21, I think that's Quartermass that'll give it a little bit of a nudge on the door of Iron Apex, and they were appreciative of that. But as a counterpoint, they're going to gain some time with Quartermass diving down on the inside of Thomas Enge, actually on the outside of Thomas Enge, and make him lose time in the process. So the battle is revived for a little bit as now you can see Team Benning is going to overlap the United Sim Racing team first, and now he has to contend with both cars in front.
Yeah, but here's the difference. Instead of having 5 in a gaggle, which costs you time, it's just a case of cut and paste to work through. That's the pick needed almost on the inside for Hughes to get back at Prochazka for that pass, but Mate holds himself steady. But this is what Benning is doing. They are, as a team, finding the traffic better, passing it better, clearing it better, and attacking natural lap pace faster. Very tough to overhaul for your leading WSR eSports team right now. We're looking for their 3rd straight Cosworth Britcar 24-hour crown.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing a really good job so far, cutting through traffic. I think only in this lap you might have a few struggles here and there, catching these GT4s and going around them, but gap is stable around 18 seconds in between Camille and Remy. I just have to check how many laps is Remy right now. 22 laps, so he has about 7 or 8 laps to go before he does his pit stops. I think it's 7 laps, so he's due to come into pit stop in a short bit. So you gotta make.
Here's 5 reasons why you need this smart wallet. Reason 1, you'll never lose your wallet again thanks to our tracker. 2, save up to 47% off during our Black Friday sale. 3, your wallet stays slim and the tracker card fits into every Ridge wallet. Reason 4, backed by a 99-day risk-free trial and over 100,000 5-star reviews. 5, the wallet is durable, built with high-quality materials, and comes with a lifetime warranty. Find yours at ridge.com.
Last minute doesn't have to mean less special. Just shop Etsy's top 100 gifts for unique gifts for her, him, kids, and even pets. Really up against the clock? You can't go wrong with an Etsy gift card. Your procrastination can be our little secret. Shop Etsy.
See, he was very aggressive on Iron Apex to the point there was actually car contact from Iron Apex on Vulcan just because of the aggressiveness of the dive, you know. But other than that, managed to keep both cars cleanly. I think avoided the 4X that could have been detrimental maybe for Iron Apex depending on the number of incident points they have, and still keep the battle alive. And United, same team right behind, doesn't seem to have the pace to match these 2 guys in front of them.
No, so United Sim team starting to drop a little bit further back, but we got some brilliant scraps going on in GT3 and in GT4, be a little bit further away or otherwise. The one point I'd like to make as well on that race lead battle that we got going on, it's not just the case here that, you know, they've got to just catch and pass and it's all said and done at the end of the day. You've got to remember that final pit stop's coming in through as Ricky Renner is through on Philip Staples. We saw the spin about half an hour ago trying to get back on the rear. They have caught and now passed, so they are up to 8th place with that change, and that will give them a huge amount of help. But the issue is Bennett having to catch, pass, and then build enough of a gap for that final pit stop. It is not cut and dry for them.
No, it's gonna prove difficult. And the question is, do you really think, for example, let's just say Camille's gonna give out the car to Ross McFarlane? Do you really think Remy can put this blistering pace for more 4 hours? I don't think he has. So eventually he's gonna hand out to someone else. And the question is that other driver have enough to, you know, get closer to WSR and maybe put up a fight at the end of the day? That's the topic I think we should go on after this is all said and done, maybe in the next hour or so.
Well, if it's Kieran Harding, he's in the 59s. It's 58s for Remy Gilbert. Sorry. The only one I think who can get remotely close with is Leo Brown, and he's already jumped out the car.
Yeah. So this will be tricky. You know, and this is the point of, you were talking about maybe having fast drivers and stuff, right? Where you could have those scouting grounds, breeding grounds. Let's just say Remy after this could be, you know, looked by a few teams and say, oh, this guy could be someone we could look at maybe down the line, you know, could have the ability. He's keeping up with us. He's even putting laps around us. We'll see how this will go for Remy Gilbert, but other than that, Bennett doing a really good job keeping that WSR 1-2-3 car very honest in their true pace of the race.
Yeah, now just moving through on the Scorpio GT4 there, the AMG Mercedes. They are in the number 38 car, doing a great job at the moment. I want to go up to 4th and 5th in GT3. as we're about a couple of minutes away from saying goodbye to you in terms of this race, Lorenzo. You've been wonderful over the night since seeing some of this amazing racing, but look at the pace that Vulcan Fasteners have. It's the sister car out there to the Glass Tech team, and they are looking at this going, look, pace is great, and we have reeled in Simcast with that penalty. They were over half a minute back, and now they're right on top of them.
Yeah, they are like tooth glued on their back end, and eventually it's a matter of where and when they're going to do that overtake. I think Adam is putting a really good lap, but also he's been quite a long time in this race, so that tiredness effect has probably kicked in, and easy overtake, I think, for Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech on Adam Watson. You can even see, I think Adam just overcommitted towards Brooklands, and now it's all a matter of Vulcan breaking away. Joe Glass is going to eventually break away from Adam, and they safely retain that first position.
Well, he would break away from Adam Watson if he wasn't in the car. Matthew Hunter is at the moment, so Matthew Hunter finding out that he is not Hunter, he is hunted at this point in time, as in comes Ricky Renner and Charles Rainford then to make their stop. So Project 91 down in, making the stop and looking at their next phase of development. A number of key battles then looking to sort themselves out. 4 hours to go here in this race. Stepping out the box as Team Lucek Spurwing have been given a 30-second stop-go penalty for causing a collision with an unsafe rejoin. Then with the UK Sim Racing GT4, that we expected to be a slam dunk. Joining us now, taking over from Lorenzo Bonda, it is the pride of Birmingham himself, Nathan Richards.
I mean, thanks for that introduction, Jake. I'll take the pride of Birmingham. There's not much pride to take, but I'll take it. Good morning. Good morning, Jake. Good morning, everybody else. Great to be back here on the broadcast. Of course, I was here around 5 hours ago during that night stint, and then we get going once again. 4 hours to go. And it's a bit of a crunch time now for some of our teams, especially Team Benwick Sim Racing, who are starting to make that possibility of a win really possible.
Oh, absolutely. They've pulled that gap. They've had a bit of help from a penalty for a drive-through on incident. So they've got that gap down to under 17 seconds on our clocks at the moment. So they're doing a great job. We're staying with the battle here in GT4. Right now, it's Porsche versus Mercedes in a battle of German manufacturers. I think you can say that about most cars out there as a battle of German manufacturers. They're so good at making GT3 and GT4 cars out there. But Mate Prajachka for Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Samuel Hughes at Iron Apex eSport. Oh, huge defence into the corner there, going in through Village. It brings Hughes the inside and no drive. That's the sort of defending you would expect out of a car with about 4 minutes to go, not 3 hours 58.
Yeah, that is I think quite desperate there from the Thomas Enger Sim Racing car, but of course they ran into issues earlier on in the race during that night stint. Of course, they had Louis Johnson in the car, whose wheel is still broken. He can't figure out how to fix it. The wheel turned off, he shot into a barrier, and the wheel still has issues. And of course, that cost them time, position, and also incident points. I think they got quite a few incident points from that as well. So they're kind of trying to hold on to what they can. Currently ninth, certainly under pressure from the INX eSports team in 10th in car 22 as they make their way through towards Cox Corner. And now, because of that sharp defence there from Mate, do you think possibly that the Iron Apex eSports car might think, right, we're going to wait until there's a clear opportunity, because we don't want to end our race here with 4 hours to go?
No, absolutely. They've got 4 fast repairs available, but they might have burned through them over the course of this race. So however many they have left, you could have accidentally forgotten to check the box that says no fast repair, please, and that put you in a little bit of a sticky situation. I will, though, counteract the
well
sense
played,
that
Linda.
my wheel's still broken, I don't know how to fix it. The way that I would respond to that is, do you have any formal way of making internet online transactions to go get a second steering wheel just for scenarios like this?
I mean, I did say on the broadcast last time, I mean, Paul Louis got to go to his mum and dad. Can I please have a brand new £600 wheel, pretty please? I bet he's hoping it's a yes. I'm sure there won't be, but it's a bit of a second like that. So Christmas
Best
time
I
is
can do
coming.
is a G27.
Well, I mean, at least it's something, I suppose.
Yeah, other steering wheels are available, but at least out there, it's a case of saying, look, there's only so much you can do out there to make things work, and sometimes that is the nature of the race. And again, to try and pick the pocket, almost pushing through the corner here, I think you'd have every right in that 22 to be a little bit upset, because they know that it's only 6. Look, lights flashing now, thinking, look, what are you doing? Why are you defending this hard? You are this close to the number 13 Sim Dynamics Sunoco Race Fuels car of Paul Allen in front. You know, this is not just a battle for our position, it's one for the next one as well.
Certainly, and last lap around they lost a few tenths actually on Paul Allen in car number 13, so it's not ideal for these two. If they want to push forward, they can't spend all day attacking and defending for each other. I think the pace differentiation isn't that high here, so realistically, if car 22 pulls alongside, it would make sense for 340 to part ways and then just follow the 22 as they try and catch up to the Sim Dynamics car. So it's yes, a bit desperate here from the Tomašin Sim Racing team indeed, as we have a couple of GT3s making their way through a Porsche and a Mercedes. And I hate it when they go for moves there, because every time it just looks like somebody's going to go flying off the circuit. It's such a difficult corner to make a move, especially when you've got GT3s and GT4s.
No, it's a battle for position that's gone through. That's why they've gone through with such high speed, as DWRX Sims Coach setups now pick a penalty up for instant point limit. So that is Matthias Paintinger against Matthew Cheverton, Aztec Racing versus Purple Sector Racing. And the work that you see out there from the likes of Purple Sector Racing is so wonderful, with all of that is done compared to the likes of what has been set up through the likes of Chris McCarthy and so it's always wonderful to see those who are setting purple sectors and making that big push for those who are dealing with issues out there, especially around epilepsy.
Oh yeah, certainly, and of course I had that event a few weeks ago, and it seemed like a brilliant event. I did have a look at the live stream, and it just seems like such perfect event for a perfect cause. So it's great to see them all here, or at least a selection of those that took part here on track at the moment, sitting for the Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. Of course, they might not be sitting in P16 block, they could be 15, so they can make the move ahead of the Aztec Racing car 390. Of course, that gap at the moment just sitting at around 8 tenths between those. We look here, of course, at the Aztec car 390, the beautiful Porsche with the red, black and white. I've got to say, it's a bit of a basic livery, but it's one of my favourites. I don't know why. All the colours there seem to click instantly. Brilliant livery.
Well, as we all know from the world of Warhammer, and I know this is going to pop the likes of Chaz Dracon, for example, red things go fast. If you paint something red, it statistically goes faster than other units. So that's why red cars go fast. That's why Ferraris are red.
What goes slower then? What colour's slow? What's the curse?
What's the curse? I think everything then, by comparison, because I don't think they do debuff on speed. I think they only do buff.
So is that the excuse for Ferrari being red then? I mean, I don't know Warhammer, so I suppose that's a perfect analogy, isn't it? To why Ferrari are fast and why Ferrari are red. But of course we do have that car 80, the DWR Simcoe setups car, just heading into the pits for their drive-through penalty that they got recently. They'll drop into 7th, and of course that is not what they want, because they've now got to bring an 8-second gap down to the Team Lusec Spurwing car of Edward Hope.
Yeah, so they've got a lot of work to do to make that happen. I can actually confirm I know the reason why Ferraris are red, and it comes down to racing nationality, because when back in the day you were starting out building cars and making cars, where the manufacturer was, each country had a representative colour that would allow you to race. So for example, we call colours like British Racing green important because that was the national colour of Great Britain, was that colour of green. So you had the ability to go through and say, look, you're racing in that green, it shows that you're a British manufacturer with a British coloured car. That's why Lotus was in it, that's why Vanwall had that colour, and that's why British Racing Green is currently run on the Aston Martins out there at the moment. You look around at Ferraris, Ferraris are red because the national colour of Italy was red. So basically all the Maseratis were red, the Alfa Romeos, the likes then of the colour of Ferrari and Spy Matras were blue because the colour of France was blue. So Ligiers were blue, Prosts were blue. Out there, I think some Talbots in the early era were blue as well. And by the way, Egyptian is pink.
Pink?
Yes.
Wow. What's that in aid of? Mix of red and white? I don't know. Why?
Why not? No one's taken the colour pink. We'll have pink.
I suppose it's valid. I've not seen anyone choose the colour brown yet.
Well, I will try and pull up over this next half an hour because I think you've just given me the challenge of the racing colours, see who's got what colour out there. Bennett in on the lane. Remy Gilbert then is still in the car, and it's a full stop of service, so they'll have about 20 minutes worth of fuel to try and chase and hunt down. And looking at where they are in this, they need a little bit to go through, and they've just exited pits in that Mustang with a little bit of traffic in front of them. As we keep the focus on the top of your screen on the map between Purple Sector Racing and Aztec Racing.
Indeed, as they head their way back in towards Aberdeen Farm Curve, here's Matthias Paintinger. Car number 43 is the Purple Sector Racing team. The current battle is 390. The Aztec Racing team, as they head down towards Village and then through towards the loop and entry. You can see here now every lap Matthias getting ever closer and closer. And of course, the one thing that could potentially help these two here is cars that had that laps in the GT3 class or even some GT4 slightly getting in the way. As you do see as well, our leader of the GT4 class, Eric Grove, in the WSR eSports car, they also headed into the pit lane, making their next pit stop in this race. But no matter how long their pit stop takes, pretty much, they're still going to come out and lead and probably still have nearly over a lap over the Arati eSports Britcar 24-hour car. So, once again, as I said when I was here a few hours ago, WSR eSports, especially that GT4 car, is absolutely dominant at the moment.
Hate to burst your bubble, but someone's taken Brown, Nathan.
Who's that?
Jordan.
Oh! Yeah, that one either.
No, so these are the colours that are adopted. Oh, hello. That's going to be aggressive, and that is the pass done in through Maggots and Beckett's. Matthias Paintinger. There was contact there, a block then. From the 150 of 150 Motorsport, the 11. There, Ryan Turner just found himself in no man's land, and the pass gets made. He flashes on the lights to say, "Look, sorry." And also in is now your GT4 leader at WSR eSports Britcar, and that is enough to give Ryan Turner the penalty for instant points.
Yes, that is not good at all for Ryan Turner. As we do see here, car 43 heading to the pit lane. So after all of that battling, Matthias Paintinger is in anyway, and will be now making their next pit stop in this race. We've got Dexterous Motorsports in, of course Ryan Turner from the 150 Motorsports in. Then we also have Chris Liddell driving Mastasi as well. So a lot of drivers now just pulling in for their next pit stop in this race, as we have 3 hours and 48 minutes to go. But still, it's WSR eSports that lead by over a minute and 17 seconds, but of course.
Professional WordPress hosting, built to scale, with no limits, slowdowns, or surprise fees, all for just $25 a month. Run any plugin or theme and take full developer control with built-in SSH, WP CLI, GitHub, staging sites, and local development. No server setup required. Always fast and secure with a global CDN and real-time backups. Professional hosting, as reliable as you are. WordPress.com.
disconnection. They had to get that Caruana back in. They lost time. So, yes, disconnections and issues certainly do not help you in this race.
No, we saw it as well with DWR in the opening 4 hours. They got pulled back to pits with a connection flag to say, look, go back out there and you will have to do what you need to out there in this race to rectify your problem and to go out and continue. 3 hours, 46 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in your Cosworth Britcar. 24 hours of Silverstone. The progress being made absolutely fantastically. And Cosworth jumping in as title sponsor as part of the Cosworth PI system, which is available to all sim racers out there on the iRacing platform. And from what we've seen over the night and in towards the day and what has been done with these drivers, I think absolute game changer for sim racing.
Oh yeah, definitely. And like I said earlier with Renzo, having that system, which I know because I'm not clever enough to, it gives you so many tools and the resources that you wouldn't have otherwise to kind of power your team and, you know, maybe just power yourself and take the driving to the next level. And having a system like this would be perfect when it comes into these 24-hour races, because you might not always be battling on track to position, but you've got to look at a strategy, you've got to be looking at what other cars are doing around you, and then also you've got to think about your fuel and tyres. Having systems like that can help you so much. But also when you look at the telemetry software and how you drive the car, you can also figure out we're braking too early here, we're braking too late, comparing to others. That's another key factor. There's so many advantages and benefits from having this system. But of course, you've got to know how to use it, so it takes a lot of learning, but if you're up for it, you'll learn it in no time.
Yeah, it is going to be a very beautiful race for those who understand it, who can utilise it and can go to the next level. I mean, I remember a time where I had a couple of friends of mine that I was trying to get quicker out there. Of course, we had no tools back in the day, and so what you'd say is, look, you can try and, you know, take this corner a little wider, or you can go maybe 2Ks quicker through the corner. Well, what does that mean? Well, I don't know, just go faster. You know, you don't get that much. It's a case of now you get everything. You can say, right, you're quicker because of this, and they're doing this with the setup because it's a little bit better, and so now you can do this with the setup, which can get more roll or pitch through the corner and gives you everything that's needed. So you've got a lot of different understandings out there with the tool that can go, right, I am now a quicker driver because of all of the effort I'm putting in for it. But you're now looking at these drivers thinking, well, it's all right having, you know, these tools that make you go quicker. I just wish that I had them out there to go and make it all the way to the end. And you've got to remember in 24-hour races, Nathan, that, okay, gaps of a lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, they're huge. But when you break it down to what it means per lap, a 1 lap difference at this stage of the race is probably the difference of being about half a tenth of a second slower every single lap.
Yeah, the gap might look big, but when you think of how many laps they've completed, I mean, 599 laps have completed. That's a long time to lose a tenth of a second a lap, and it's just about teams that are consistent will stay up there. You don't always have to have that raw pace, but if you're consistently quick, you're easily going to see yourself into a decent position in this race. So it's all about consistency and just, I think also having good team confidence as well. You want to be able to push on in a race like this, and when you've got to overtake lapped cars, whether that's GT4s in the slower category, or if you've got to get past some of those in your own category, you've got to make sure that you've got the confidence to pass them, because you can gain so much time by judging where and where not to overtake your lapped cars in your other classes. I mean, we've seen it in the past. It can gain some drivers maybe 10, 20 seconds, even an hour in some occasions, because others don't have the confidence to go through and, you know, make that easy move.
Aston on Aston, Cameron Borowski finding it a little tough to get past Jakob Robler from Team Heat Together, part of a group of 4 South Africans, one of whom a commentator that I've spent a little bit of time with, Stephen Koenig, who is there on the team and trying to help get this one all over to the line at the end of the day. Very tough actually to race from South Africa and get a good 24-hour effort going, because they only get 8 hours of electricity per day, which means they have to rely on electric generators to make sure they've got the internet available to go out there and race the entire 24 hours.
Well, that's another piece of information I never knew. You know, that is, I suppose not electric generators to power your internet. I suppose we just have the bigger version of those in Eco, don't we? That just power everything and we don't have to worry. No, I don't know what I'd do if I only had 8 hours of electricity a day. I don't think I'd survive very well in that.
I think you'd sleep for 16 hours, Nathan.
Yeah, probably. I think that's a valid conclusion of that. 16 hours of sleep and 8 hours of gaming. What can go wrong there?
No, I'm pretty sure that in both of our scenarios we'd be very happy with 16 hours of gaming and 8 hours of sleep.
Yeah, switch it around and I'm fine then.
Yeah, you're absolutely sold and sorted. WSR eSports, minute 18 to the good, but they are due their pit stop, and this is what we're talking about, the deficit that Benjy are going to have to try and claw back. It's not just the minute 18, it's going to be around about that pit stop time, so it'll come out, it'll be about 15 seconds. It will be the time that it's going to take them to then go over the top, and their final pit stop will be longer than them. And unfortunately, the most expensive team out there on the grid, who are in the number 52 car at the moment, Student Loan Racing, well, they're going to have to pay a little bit more of it because they've got a penalty to come down the lane for incidents.
Yes, indeed. I was speaking to one of their drivers earlier, actually, Tom Roberts. I don't know if you've seen him over on the F1 side, himself and Michel Mari. They've been doing a very good job. Until I heard that they had 316 incident points at about 2 AM this morning. We're 6 hours on. So I'm quite worried to know what that number is now. Imagine we're at least 400s.
Many. Anything above 4, many.
So no, but I think that's one thing about this race, isn't it, as well, with the way this track is and how easy it is to run off the road and go wide and make contact. Incident points, you've got to be very, very careful where you do and where you do not take risk. Where in some tracks it's not too bad, but here, a lot of running wide, a lot of spin and a lot of contact. And that really does add up, especially over 1 hour, never mind over 24.
And you have to remember as well that the track limits here aren't, I would say, massively undefined. The limit is if you go too far over, it's a half a car over the black and white curbing, that's where you pick it up. And drivers know that they want to extend, and often when you're looking around and you're seeing all these successful drivers going out there and racing, as we've got takers in the pits, William Kurtler down in there with Ned Wharton, then for the Pineapple Racing Club right now, just going through UE Motorsport, have also picked up a penalty for incident. Most people see the track limits and go, oh, but the curb's just an extension of the track limits. No, the white line is the track limit, the curb is there to protect the track.
Okay, more about the track than they do anything else, so they'll protect that first. And I think another thing as well about this circuit is there's lots of grass and gravel. So first of all, if you do go off, you do tend to save the car a lot more than if it was just concrete or asphalt. But second of all, you get all that grass and gravel on your tyres. When you rejoin, you've got to do a lot of work of getting those tyres clean again, ready to continue on at full pace. We've seen at least 3 or 4 times already, cars go off, they get gravel on the tyres or grass, and then they spin as soon as they come back on because the tyres aren't ready to go full push again.
No, absolutely, and so having that ability to be unable to push straight away, that is what we have seen, and that's actually part of iRacing's system that they brought in with the new dynamics. You can drag grass and gravel back onto the circuit. It takes a few laps to clear, but you see it even there on the exit of Cops Corner there, that there's gravel in the runoff zone. You drag that back on and it makes it slipperier for every other driver. I think this is now one of the best sims out there in the world, because you truly do get the sense in racing now with this that no 2 laps can ever be exactly identical anymore.
No, you do get that mix of condition, don't you, of how the track evolves over a stint, of course. I think one of the best things that iRacing do is how they manage, the track temperature. I mean, you can see such a big difference in your driving when the track is hot / cold, where in other things you don't feel that much of a difference. So it's brilliant to see that. And then, of course, one of the biggest additions is the rain. And I mean, I still don't touch the rain because I can't drive in it. Last time I drove in the rain, I did a qualifying session, and I got black flag after black flag because I was, as the race control person said, too slow. So
I don't think it should be black flag. I think you have to show the white flag for you because the car is going unnecessarily slow out. I think that's more of an insult than being a black flag for being too slow. It should be shown, look, everyone else just be careful around this driver rather than, no, we're going to take you out of it.
So yeah, so I've never completed a qualifying session in iRacing in the wet yet. I'll see if that ever happens. But I'd rather save the 1.7 KR racing I have and not bother doing that, so I'll just stick to dry racing, and it normally goes quite well, as we do have quite a few cars here heading down towards Abbey and Farm. So nice little gaggle, and of course all the GT3s that are together now with the GT4s will not together. By the time we get halfway through that, they'll fly through on the GT4s and continue on with their race. And of course, looking in that GT4 category as well, that gap has shot down even more there between WSR and Car 180. I'm not sure what's happened there, but it was, after they came out of the pits, it was around 1 minute and 40, it's now 1 minute and 15.
Yeah, so I'm just looking through Eric Grove's last few laps here, see if there's anything that sticks out like a sore thumb, and the only thing I can think that sticks out is a pit stop.
So I think I'm too early pit stop potentially here, because I remember they were before they were last time. So quick concession of pit stops, maybe to try and just sort out their strategy for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, they can put themselves on sequence. That is a way they can do. Michael Teichmann then is down into the pits at number 35. As, there is the clearance needed as the Sim Dynamics with Sunoco Race Fuels car, 8th place, number 13 machine, doing a very nice job of things at the moment. Iron Apex then trying to hunt down Paul Allen as it stands, who's taken over the car from Simon Mason. Brian Saunders has been there. Joe Harrison was their quickest driver. They've got David Hornsey, who makes 5 drivers in this team. Maximum here in this one of 6. We see that some events get 60. Oh, Iron Apex has just been dinged with the track limits penalty, so all that work's going to go.
What a shame there for Car 22 and for Iron Apex eSports. So off to the pits soon goes Samuel Hughes, and of course they did such a great job of battling for that 9th place earlier on ahead of Finley Jones, who's there now in the Tomasching Sim Racing car. And then of course they were also battling with Sim Dynamics with Sunoco Race Fuels. That gap just over a second. It will go a lot higher than that. It'll, I think, lose about 20 seconds once Car 22 go into the pits, so it's not enough for those guys at all. But of course, with another 3.5 hours to go, there's no reason why they can't bring that gap down once again, so we'll have to see what they can do once they head into the pits for their penalty.
Yeah, so they've got a lot that they've got to try and uncork at this stage now to get themselves through. Oh, they're not going to have much help there going through at that section. That's Tom Algar, last running car in category, then in the Luna Rose Sim Racing powered by Algar Racing team, and they are down 44 laps on the leaders, so they've obviously had some issues. They've repaired the car, they've got back out there, and it's one of those things, even if you're 44 laps down, the mark of finishing a race like this is more important sometimes than the end result.
Oh yeah, certainly. So we'll just have to see what they can do, and hopefully once they go in, they can set and think, right, you know, we've got 30 odd seconds down, let's go for it. With 3.5 hours to go, it's certainly more than possible. As here we see a couple of cars making their way back down towards Cops Corner, one of them being the 390 there, just going through GT3 cars, and then in the background I believe that's a Mercedes as well. So we do see car 421 into the pit lane. That's Joe Glass for the Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing team. And I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say no. Is there any sort of correlation between Glass Tech and Joe Glass, or is it just the irony of the name?
I would love to say I know that answer. I would assume that Joe Glass runs the Glass Tech team. That's how I'd assume it goes. So as far as they've been dealing with it, I actually think they've done a pretty good job in their cars. The 421, which is actually the first one, Vulcan Fasteners, got Matt Hoyland in behind the wheel. And then the actual Glass Tech second team car qualified better than the first team car. So Dawson, Andrew Dawson, who was lightning fast in that and was able to get the 422 right up the order then in their qualifying effort. It's just that everyone else hasn't been able to go through. In comes your race leader, so now let's see what the work Team Bennett have been doing on the side has done to bring that gap down. If it's anything under 15 seconds, we're in with a race.
Certainly, so we'll have to see what it is here for Kamil Grabowski, of course. say. Go in, see what comes down to.
Ross McFarlane will jump in behind the wheel, and there out to the pits goes Iron Apex, but Ross McFarlane at the best of times is lightning fast. We have seen quite a lot with WSR eSports. He was the honourable deputy to Alexander Davidson, who has been in this car, so now it's a case of what level can he jump up to battle with Remy Gilbert out there in the final 3.5 hours worth of racing, and he will wait for his strategy to then fall into line. Remy, by comparison, is working his way through Stowe Corner, and so now Ross McFarlane will get back up to pace, 42.2 seconds then on the stop, back out and going again. So that gap, I wouldn't say is as large as what it was. So I am thinking that Team Bennick have a really good opportunity here of hunting down in these final stages of this race.
Certainly the gap now, 15.9 seconds between WSR and Team Bennick, so it's certainly now an opportunity for Bennick and Remy Gilbert to close in and potentially fight for the lead. That's dangerous, and that was lucky there for Ross McFarlane. That could have ended badly.
That is the Fry Guys team there that is deciding, I am faster than you, you are on cold tyres, I want to get by. It's Aidan Carter, who would have been pro-am in the WSR eSports series out there, or the World GT Championship, sorry. So for Ross McFarlane, that
same time, they've kind of got to get a move on if they want to try and fight for the top 8 themselves. So we'll see how this plays out. And of course, once we get all the tyres up to temperature for Ross McFarlane, I'm sure he'll be looking to get that move back ahead of the Fry Guys Motorsports car, as we do see cars racing into the pit lane. That's Aztec Racing, so they'll drop down below. Aztec Racing, who've just received a black flag, so they're going to have to serve their drive-through penalty.
They certainly are. That is the 390. They've got Gabriel Papakonstantinou in behind the wheel now, and 43.7 seconds the stop. And there is Owen Seward with the penalty then next to the names. And 422 will, of course, have to dive in. Gap 13.5 seconds. I said anything under 15, we got a race. Remy Gilbert is putting on a race here. Bennick are looking at WSR eSports, and this is a Team Bennick that have already had success, Nathan, over the course of this weekend, because Henry Moore at the team picked up the FIA F4 eSports crown yesterday.
Yeah, certainly. I think Team Bennick have kind of risen from being pretty much nowhere a year ago, a year or two ago, and they're now one of the top teams in sim racing, whether it's in GT cars, whether it's in the Formula cars. They are a very, very experienced roster, and at the moment they're looking to try and close down and potentially go for that win here this afternoon, I suppose, once we start ticking over. And of course, that gap was 17 seconds once Team Bennick, once WSR exited the pits. It's now down to 12.7. That gap is flying down, and now it's a big opportunity for Remy Gilbert to close in and look to make a move. And I think the question is here, with the sort of gaps we have at the moment, and with how long we've got left in the race, if this gap closed up and Team Bennick had a chance, would WSR hold them up that much, or would they just let them through and try and fight back themselves?
Well, they've got a much bigger advantage than people realise that they have, in the fact that they've got 20 minutes in terms of their pit strategy. So that's 20 minutes less fuel they've got to put in the car at the end of this stint. I think Remy's going to have to burn the midnight oil at this stage of the race, because they've got to A, get ahead first and foremost, and B, build the time up in order to go and let themselves get through. At 12 seconds, the margin here as they pivot through at the Vale and now into Club Corner. I would say this is Bennick's race to win, rather than it is WSR eSports' race to lose.
Yeah, Certainly, as you can see that gap already down to 11.9 here as Gilbert heads in towards Abbey and Farm Curve down to Village. And it's come down by another half a second, 11.5, 11.2. Surely the WSR car's being held in traffic because this gap is absolutely flying down at the moment as Gilbert then is trying to get past. Ooh, that was close. Looking to get past car 43 as they head through the loop and entry. They do so, and then it's back down towards Brooklands again. But this is certainly a tense moment for both teams.
Yeah, we're in partly cloudy conditions at the moment. Looks like no signs of changing that at this stage. There is a threat of rain potentially for the final 2 hours of the race, but we haven't seen anything from the westerly wind that has been coming in at 22 kilometers an hour. So it looks okay for the moment on staying dry between now and the end of this race. No real threat has shown up, at least for the next 90 minutes worth of racing action, but all of that could change inside the final two as Miles Tarrant jumps in the number 19 out there down pit lane. So that is Project Not Lost, and give Project Not Lost some credit here right now here, Nathan. They are not lost.
Yeah, they're about 6 positions up from last, so they're doing a great job at the moment in that car number 19. That sits in 19th place, but all of that work and that little bit of a controversial move for Frygo's Motorsport, they've got a black flag, so they've done all that and they still have to go back into the pits and serve their drive-through. It's about, what, 20 seconds normally for a drive-through. They're only 13 seconds ahead of car 469 of next-gen Motorsports, so that gap and battle there can be very close between Aidan Carter and Nathan Nickerson.
It can, so as Aidan Carter will have to jump in and make that start. Next Gen will have a chance of trying to chase them back again, try and get that move again. Remy, we've been focusing on for the last couple of laps, the gap down now to 11.3, a 58.7 compared to a 59.6 of Ross McFarlane. We know that the quick driver in at WSR is Alexander Davidson, but this is just a case of can you get what is needed. Stuck then is Remy behind Nathan Nickerson and needs to make this pass along the Wellington Straight underneath the bridge to the circuit. Paddocks out there variably around this track, but there goes Remy Gilbert straight down the inside, and the gap now ticks under 10 seconds out there. Ross McFarlane has had to get through about 6 bits of car traffic to try and work a way by over the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, this traffic is not helping McFarlane at all. It's constantly flirting between 9 and 10 seconds here as we see Remy Gilbert head through Cops Corner and back down towards Maggots and Beckett. And of course, if these guys start to battle furiously and they still get caught up in trouble, there's always that potentiality that car 91 with Charles Rainford could potentially gain back in and have a fight for P2 themselves. We'll have to see how that one goes over the next couple of hours. As here for Remy Gilbert, there's a lot of traffic ahead. And I presume this is where Ross McFarlane lost that good couple of seconds on the last lap. It's not ideal at all here for Remy Gilbert. There's 4 cars. One of them has a lot of damage on the front end there as they make their way through stuff.
Yeah, and you can definitely see that does not look healthy or happy or anything of the above. That is the Armed Forces Sim Racing GT3 car that is missing the front clip, and that has gone into the barriers, the Ferrari, around with Ariti eSports, who are second in GT4, and that was through Beckett's.
Well, not saying that I'm surprised. It's all D-Mate, someone's gone straight on. Down at Abbey, somebody's gone completely straight on.
That's Ariti again.
So they got damage potentially on that car.
Well, Luca Gramka won't be best pleased at this moment if the car doesn't have anything. He tried to turn in, and Remy Gilbert was there from Benning, so basically got a second hit. They've now gone over incident threshold, so they now have to come in for a drive-through, and then if they've got any damage, they're going to be in trouble. So this is looking more and more like it is set up in GT4 for a WSR victory.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier on, maybe there's a chance that Luca Gramka and the Ariti eSports team could fight back. I really don't think there's any opportunity now if they got to pit for that black flag and lose even more time. They'll be back up to over 2 minutes to Eric Grove shortly, and that was not something they'll be too happy with, as we do have a couple of pit stops Of course, we had the Armed Forces sim racing car in for damage, and then also we had Adam Watson in from the Simcast Racing Team UK, car 131. Currently sits P5, they should comfortably stay ahead of car 32 of Team Lewis X Spurwing. We'll have to see what happens with that. And I've got to say, Simcast Racing Team are doing a very quiet job. They've not been overly, they've not been, or they're just consistently up in that top 5. And probably there for the taking, just in case a big incident happens ahead.
Yeah, you've only got to roll with the punches out there, and it is one of the tough scenarios out there if you get involved. And remember, there are protests available, and they'll look. So this is the first one, bang, into the side. They both go careening on into the barriers, and that's where the clip goes. Oh, that's a shuddering stop there to go through for the Ferrari there of the Armed Forces there. That's a case of an emergency landing. So as we can see going through, oh, there was another one turned across the nose there. Oh my word. So we didn't even catch that with the Aston Martin.
No, and that was car 10, I believe that said on there. So not ideal for those guys whatsoever. But of course, Bankton Beckett, it's been a horror so far through there, especially when you've got GT3s and GT4s trying to overtake each other. Doesn't always work out at all, as we of course do see car 180 heading into the pit lane. I don't think they'll be serving their drive-through, they're making their pit stop.
Yeah, so they're going to be down in getting service required before getting back out there and going again. I would look around and say that they might be looking around at, is there maybe an option of using one of those protests that they've got. I'm looking around and seeing that the 180 car as well did have itself a little bit of a question with the Sim Dynamics Sunoco Fuels car about 20 minutes ago. Got ruled no further action out there for what happened with them, so we'll see how it goes with it, but this is going to be a long stop, and if they're not careful here, because that big long stop that they've had, they've still got the penalty in. They've just changed the car over to Ben Langford. They also have to come in and serve their penalty. I know it's a lap for Satellite Racing to chase down. I don't think they can do it naturally, but if they're going to continue in this vein here, Ariti, they might see second place go, as the lead gap now as across the line has officially ticked itself under 10 seconds. So Remy Gilbert now is on an absolute charge, and we've got it on the timing tower at under 8.
Certainly, and I'm sure that gap, the steam timer here, it's 15 laps at the moment, so give it 10 more laps, and Remy Gilbert probably will be in the pit lane, so you've got 10 laps here just to try and bring that gap down as much as you possibly can, and then of course it's another probably 20 laps before Ross McFarlane and WSR will come in, so big opportunity here for Team Bennett to try something different on strategy compared to that car 1-2-3. We make our way through and towards the first set to the opening few corners, and yet again some traffic there in the way, so car just having to avoid as they make their way through there. And of course, look at that gap with the Wright eSports car. They're a lap behind. They've got a lap to Satellite Racing, but of course they've still got to serve that drive-through penalty, and I think that drive-through penalty could potentially drop them below that one-lap gap to Satellite Racing.
And that's psychological more than anything else. When you have a big margin and you see that the margin has gone, it does one of two things to a driver here, Nathan. I wonder how it feels for you in the amount of sim racing you've watched. You see a big gap start to grow, either concentrates the driver up, or they just crumble into, watching like a raccoon try and, wash a bit of cotton candy, for example, trying to eat it. It could dissipate just like that.
I mean, when I do my little bits of racing every now and then, as soon as somebody starts closing in, I can't control the car. I'm like, oh no, they're closing in, so I push the car, and that's when I get into incidents, or I might get the incident points, and yeah, I really hate it when a car's closing in. Just like what we've seen here with Fry Guys Motorsport closing in on Next Gen Motorsports.
Now we've seen it one way in this battle, where it was Fry Guys being chased down by Next Gen. Now we'll see it the other way, where it is going to be Next Gen being chased down by Fry Guys. Out there, they're called Fry Guys because they race on a Friday as streamers out there, and Aidan Carter to the inside. This is where Nathan Nickerson needs to be careful. Round the outside of Club Corner, you You're going to still have to go around the outside of turn 1. The drive is there, though, for turn 1 at Abbey. Thank you very much. Aidan Carter back into that 9th position with that pass, and will be looking to try and just hunt in the next stages of this race.
That is a move and a half there for Aidan Carter. Brilliant move, as we do see a battle there in a position change for 32 and 131. That being, at the moment, Matt Hoyland and, sorry, no, it's going to be P5 and P6, so it'll be Edward Hope and Adam Watson, 32 and 131, yes, as they make their way down towards Brooklands Corner. A key position change and another position made for car 32. And then, of course, looking at the lead, the gap now down to 6.5 seconds.
I have it down at the moment as Matthew Hunter in the car, so it might be Adam Watson who is out there and doing all of the driving and the change. So at least for the time being here, they are in a little bit of a battleground, but they are losing that ground now. 2:03 on their last lap compared to the 2 minutes of Edward Hope, so they are pretty much struggling now, our Simcast here, to keep the pace up as in comes to number 64 from third position in GT4, Ben Idris Abdullahi, then pitting for Satellite Racing, who always have a habit of finding a good result in these styles of racing. They live and breathe this stuff.
Yeah, certainly, like we say there, they've been so consistent all race long, so I've got no worries at all that they'll still finish in the top 3 and that they'll keep that 1 lap gap ahead of Scorpio eSports, who currently sit P4 with Ryan Stringer. I'm sure Satellite Racing GT4 are easily going to claim a P3 here in this race. As we watch the battle at the front again, and that gap's now down to 5.4 seconds. And I think the traffic here is really starting to hurt Ross McFarlane. And I think give it maybe another couple of seconds if we get that gap down to 3 seconds.
Oh, it's going to get busy. It's going to get busy for Remy Gilbert there. Mitchell Marie, the Student Loan Racing, that had to hit the brakes, and there was a check-up from Ned Wharton as well at the Pineapple Racing Club. So it is getting very, very chipper at this moment, and I would say you are looking at every single car, and when you're on a charge and suddenly that charge breaks a little bit because you have to, you're now starting to think, okay, what can I do? The Pineapple Club car, then give me a little bit of a helpful push through to say, yeah, I get it, you lost time because of me, I'll give you a little bit on the straight. Yeah, you've got to really avoid the pitfalls, especially at this time, because this is what we call the dopey hour for many who go out there and race. This is where you make mistakes where you wouldn't often make them.
Certainly, and I mean that gap is fluctuating so much. It went up to 5, it went down to 4.9, it went back up to 5.7, it's gone back down to 4.7. And of course, look at these about 7 cars within a couple of seconds of each other. That Remy Gilbert has to make its way through, and of course, those would be the cars that we would have saw Ross McFarlane head through on a moment ago. And up the inside there for Remy Gilbert does dispatch 2 of them, 2 BMWs he gets past, and then still got another 4 to pass here as they head their way down towards Stowe Corner. You're trying to pick out who's who. There's cars absolutely everywhere.
So, UK Sim Racing and Armed Forces battling there at the back of the group. Team Lucing Spurwing trying to jump through the Pineapple Racing Club. Satellite GT4 mixed up in the middle of this, and now Fury Sim Sport Green, Phoenix Sim Racing and DCW Racing Blue then all together trying to give themselves the room out there at the moment. It is a masterclass of siphoning your way through traffic that we're seeing from Team Benning. It is all that they have been doing lap after lap after lap with Remy Gilbert, and even with all of that, only lost 1/10 of a second on that last lap to Ross McFarlane, which says to me Ross has a car that does not have confidence underneath. I think Ross drives very well in a Mustang. I don't think he drives an Aston Martin as well.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I mean, Ross McFarlane looks like a completely different driver when we see him over at the World GT Championship, where he's absolutely flying in his car. Here, it doesn't seem to be so at all, as we have had a couple of pit-stops. Oh, dear me, what's happened there? That's at the exit of Luffield, I think, isn't it?
Yes, UE. So in through Luffield, they've just had a loop all on their own. Ryan York there proving that's a very tough intern there to have the car just snapping around, and they actually went a fairly long way there, Nathan, for a solo car incident.
Yeah, certainly. We've seen at that corner before.
gonna get this. Sometimes you'll be on the right side of it, sometimes you'll be on the wrong side of the traffic. But remember, there is still a long way to go. It's 3 hours and 11 minutes, and you are just trying to give yourself every single platform to go and get this race in your back pocket. So there is still a lot to be uncorked in this race still. We'll have a lovely chance to talk with some fantastic people a little bit later on here in this, including the likes then of Tom from Cosworth, Tom Brown. So that will be a fantastic run to go on through. So that to keep in mind as they set themselves up. But we are sat with a race that is turning into a real grandstand finish in Silverstone, the great British circuit, so to be said, of this place. It is one of the truly iconic circuits, Nathan, to go out to, be at, to see racing. And I think it's one of the main hubs of racing, and I don't think people appreciate just how important this circuit is until you've gone and been there and realised just how diverse and how much amazing racing hits this section of road.
Certainly. I mean, this track, funnily enough, I went to Silverstone before I even watched F1, and I started watching F1 I think it was the end of 2019 initially, just before Lewis Hamilton won his championship. And 3 years before that, I went to Silverstone for some. They had Renault Clios, they had the BMW M3s, they had I think it was British F4 then as well. And that was just when I was a car nerd as a young lad, and my uncle took me there and thought, you know what, let's take it to some racing. Never thought 3 years later I'd be commentating over the track here, and that I would be obsessed with every racetrack in the world. No, it's a brilliant track, and I went there for the LMS 4 Hours of Silverstone earlier this year, I think it was in October, and the racing is just brilliant. But I think the one thing I love about this circuit, and I presume all circuits are the same, is everybody's there for the same reason to love racing. So everybody's happy to have a chat with you, and you end up speaking to some people, you find out some amazing stories and realise how small the racing world actually is.
It really is. It's one of the smallest places in the world to go out there and race. Silverstone is a wonderful circuit. So let me ask you then, what is your favourite track?
I mean, I think I'm only going to say this just because I've been there. Or if we're going off tracks I've been, Zolder, love the track. Everywhere you go, there's a brilliant spectacle. There's a brilliant view. The sound from the cars there as well. The echo is brilliant. Love the circuit. And then a track I haven't been to, Imola. I don't know what it is. It's the first time I ever saw it, it just stood out to me. Love the circuit. So for me, it's got to be Zolder and Imola, but Zolder just because I've actually been there.
Well, I would say Imola is my favourite circuit as well. I think it's possibly the greatest one lap you possibly have. It's got one of the most dynamic flows out there of a hot lap. If you'd ever get a hot lap, I think this could be the greatest place to hot lap out there. But for one that don't know, I think one of the greatest underrated track out there is El Zonda, which is out there in Argentina. It is set into the side of a mountain and is absolutely beautiful. It's a figure 8 circuit as well. It's raced in the TC2000 series, and it is just beautiful as a track, and one which I do sincerely hope one day I'll get to see out there and race, because it is brilliant. But we've seen different battles out there. There's the Fury SimSport green car, and they are about 1:44 behind Scorpio, and they are with Matthias Temmer at this moment, a couple laps behind Satellite Racing GT, who are directly in front of them.
Yes, this will be a key moves here, and you can see the 312 will be looking just to get past some of these cars, continue pushing forward. Of course, earlier on they were battling with the Tomashing Sim Racing team for 5th place, and we saw the move happen live around about 6 hours ago now. And then of course after that, the 340 of Tomashing Sim Racing's team, it all fell apart. So that battle that went from P5 and P6 fell from Fury's SimSport now being in P5 and the Tomashing Sim Racing car being down in 9th. Not a good day for car 340. Say Finley Jones at the wheel currently, as we still follow through the Fury SimSport green car of Matthias Temmer. So they head through the first opening couple of corners down towards Village, and of course they've got a few GT3s ahead which are dear me, and that is not ideal. We're taking it as well. I think, what's that, a BMW there?
It would be one that has a very, very scary moment going through, and we talk about this being a section of the road where in that level. I think it's Ryan York there who ended up getting caught up with it. United Sim Team car, I think, just had pivoted away around. So we'll take a little look here. This is coming in through. So there's Satellite, and there is the UE car of York. There's the lunge down the inside, and yeah, they've been just going around and around and around pretty much the entire time. Really tough day at the office then for the UE team. And oh dear, UK Sim Racing lighting it up on pit exit, and instead of trying to Austin Powers it out, that's a bit novel. Reverse it out of pits. I'm sure you'll get dinged for that.
That's clever, I suppose. They're just looking, there was nobody there with them trying to exit, otherwise that could have been a little bit of a sticky situation. But no, they do continue on. I'm sure there'll be a word, or at least some trouble for them there, as that's not normally the way you should exit the pit lane at all. And I was going to mention something about the battle up front, is that Ross McFarlane is now quicker on track than Remy Gilbert. Last lap 58.5 for McFarlane, and then for Remy Gilbert it was 58.7. So the traffic was also said in the chat there by MS UK, saying that it is, something to do with the traffic, because Ross McFarlane seems to be a lot more comfortable in that Aston Martin up front.
I don't think it's just that. I think it's the fact that the tyres now are in an operating window for Ross McFarlane. It's taken maybe about half a stint to get used to what the car is, because there's a difference between jumping into a car that you've run for, an hour or brand new, compared to jumping into a car that you've run for 20 hours out there, nearly 21 hours. The car will feel different. You listen to it a little bit differently. You think, oh, it doesn't sound as healthy. I don't remember that rattle as I've gone through. I don't remember the cars locking up. I don't remember the brakes being not as responsive as they used to be. There's a lot that goes into making races like this so difficult, and there's a reason why everyone thinks that 24-hour racing now is a sprint. Still got that worry of reliability.
Certainly, as we now nearly approach that 3-hour mark remaining in this race. It's been a very good race, 21 hours in, 3 to go, and that battle for the lead still rages on. I think it could be taken for either WSR or Team Bennett here, which I think around 6 hours ago nobody would have imagined, just because of that lead that WSR had over everybody else. I think P3's, I think P2's confirmed for both teams, so I can't see them both now making mistakes to bring Project Martin back into it. They're a minute and a half back, so realistically the top two is probably going to be those two, but in which order we do not know.
Yeah, it's going to be a case of who can get themselves up to speed, who can find themselves with what's needed. It is a hive of activity into Maggots and Beckett as we watch Fury and Satellite working their way through. Project Not Last is not last, and they work themselves through with Sean McCardle out there, split strap running through as well. There's Matt Hoyland right now who's got up to him, and you can see the differences out there. GT4 I think has been a very interesting category to keep in mind with the balances out there. You've had the likes of the Vantages, you've got the likes of the Porsches, the Mercedes and the BMWs all there, but obviously this is more of a sports style running, and actually I want to give a little bit of credit there to the car running through. That BMW is a little bit slow on the outside of split strat eSport there. They've got the white and the yellow and the black X on the back. That's normally your indicator of rookie.
That means that I'm going to say they're doing a brilliant job. I mean, if I was not be wanting to enter myself into this race, that is safe to say. So, yes, they're doing a great job out there on track at the moment, as we still follow here with the 312 of Fury Sim Sport, as they are still 5th in class, and they've now got a 2-lap gap back to Line GP Esports Academy. So, I think for those guys, as long as there's no mistakes made, a top five should be more than secured. Depending on what happens ahead, there's always that potentiality that they could move ahead and try and have a battle with Scorpio Esports.
They could. Scorpio, though, have been very good on fuel numbers all day long. I think they've been the longest to get themselves on fuel time and time again. Nearing the end of my stint out there, but Nathan, as we are about a minute and a half away, 3 hours to go, and what is effectively end game in the Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. What's your biggest takeaway from the racing that we have seen this year on the battling over the course of our coverage here with RaceSport TV?
I mean, the battle here between 1, 2, 3, 48 has been brilliant, hasn't it? Of course, these two chopping and changing. With the fact that WSR had such a lead early on, it's shot down by over a minute and a half and just 6 seconds. That's been a brilliant battle here, and that's going to continue on for the next 3 hours. It's not going to just end this battle all the way to the end between WSR and Team Bennett. And I suppose, Jake, I'll ask the same question to you.
I think this race stands on a knife edge at the front, and we always love it in endurance when we get a real close battle like the one that we've got going on right now. But I also think it's about every story that we have seen out here from all the drivers that have been pushing through to get these finishes, from those who are currently on the lead lap or those who go all the way back as far as 108 laps down being run right now, like Pineapple Racing Club GT4R. There have been amazing stories to have at Silverstone, but whose name gets put up in lights as a team by the end of this race? GT Strategy is starting to get itself formed. I'm going to step away for the rest of this one. Shifting into my seat, jumping in, Mr. Narataka.
Thank you, Jake. Good morning, everybody. The screen, 3 hours to go then in this 24-hour Cosworth Britcar 24-hour of Silverstone, and it is coming down to a fine point, isn't it? The 1, 2, 3, the 48, 2 cars that have been there or thereabouts all race long. They're going to be fighting right at the front as we enter our final few stints. What has been an enthralling race around this classic British circuit. Morning, Nathan. Great to be with you for the next hour. This has been a really interesting night period. It has gapped out in parts, but to go out and come back again in the GT3 is really exciting to see.
Yeah, certainly. That gap really throwing down, and I'm sure over the next 3 hours we're going to see that gap come down to maybe 2 or 3 seconds. I hope anyway. I hope that can come down and we can have a right battle for position, and of course strategy is going to be a key one there, because both of them are a little bit out of sync. There's about 10 to 12 laps difference in their strategies, and of course that can certainly make a big difference in this race. We do have a battle for ninth in the GT4s, but of course we do have Mr. Tom Brown from Cosworth waiting to jump in for an interview.
We do indeed. Looking forward to a big day. Tom had a couple of Paul, and where Tom was there, but Tom Brown does join us now, of course, working for Cosworth. It's great to have you, Tom, once again on the broadcast, and I hope you slept well overnight. It's been a great race so far, and we've been able to see some of the data from the new engine that's been loaded in thanks to Cosworth. For those people that have just joined in to the stream yesterday, talk us a little bit about what we're looking at in terms of the data that we get.
Yeah, so what we've done with iRacing is we've worked with them to bring basically our real-world motorsport data analysis tool available for iRacing. So you can start with a free version, which we call Light, and then you can work up to a Plus, Pro and Ultra. I think Plus was probably going to be most sufficient for sim racing. But what we can do now is actually hook the real-time data and stream it straight into our analysis tool, and then from there, sort of the world is your oyster with what you do with that. So you can get everything from a lot of driver input information, but also a lot of vehicle information at the same time, as well as fuel and pit stop strategy. And you can stream several people into one, what we call a workbook. So you can sit there as an engineer or as a team member and actually have all of your team's data streaming at once.
Such a cool development. It's absolutely fantastic. There's so many numbers that you can go through, and it's really quite exciting to see that this is being brought in from the real world to the sim racing world, because am I right in saying this is the kind of data that you can get from real life racing series?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we loaded iRacing data into it because we're natively loading the data as well, so we're not converting it, which is the key point as well. And we loaded it in and showed some engineers in the office, some software and some applications engineers, and they were shocked that it was iRacing data, because it just looks like real-world data. There's obviously a few less channels because you're not worried about necessarily the health of the vehicle in some instances, but in terms of the data you're looking at, arguably it's cleaner and better than what you'd get in real world.
Yeah, which is incredible, really, and accessible from all over the world, right? You know, you can be racing in the UK, you could be having an engineer over in Australia. That really helps out the driver and an engineer partnership, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And we're actually, I can't say too much in a minute, but we're looking to actually introduce more into it, specifically around sims. So it will help a lot more with strategy. So trying to understand what is the optimum fuel save, what is the optimum time to pit. We're hopefully going to be building that directly into Toolbox. So You know, I know a lot of people try and run a spreadsheet and get quite complex quite quickly, but if we can put it in and automate it directly alongside your data, it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, to think that there's more developments coming as well is really wonderful thing. Of course, we are going to data set at the bottom right of the screen. Thank you to Hugo for throwing that up. This is showing what it's like, what kind of data you can get out of this program, and there's so much going on. Is there any little bits you can talk us through there?
Yeah, sure. So we stripped this one down just to try and give you a quick glimpse. So if you look at the bars on the sort of middle left, you've got a green bar, a purple bar, and a red bar. Green bar is showing throttle, and then you've got brake and coast in the middle. So you're measuring actually how long you're off the pedal, which could be quite interesting if you're looking at tyre temperatures or fuel saving. The bottom left, you've got some channels that are just being streamed in live, so you can pause that chart at any time and scroll back. So if someone reported something, we're just showing the steering, throttle, brake, gear, Excel long, Excel lap. You can throw a whole host of things on there. We can even draw the damp histograms live. So yeah, it's just a small insight into what we've got. I guess the other really cool thing, I won't go into a bit of detail, but in the middle right bar, you can see it flashing. It says asphalt one or paint one, rumble. This is information that iRacing actually gives us. We've exposed that here, so you can actually see if you're running on a different type of tarmac as you go around the track, as it changes, or a different paint or a rumble, and they have that set. So obviously rubber builds up differently on different types of asphalt, or it's slippy or it's wet. So now we can expose a whole host of different information that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nerd's dream, isn't it, really, looking at all of this data, and it's really exciting to see.
Last minute doesn't have to mean less special. Just check out Etsy's top 100 gifts, curated by Etsy experts. Find the most unique gifts for her, personalized gifts for him, handmade gifts for kids, and even the perfect gifts for pets. Really up against the clock? You can't go wrong with an Etsy gift card. Isn't it nice when the holiday shopping is done for you? Shop holiday gifts on Etsy, and your procrastination can be our little secret. Shop Etsy.
Key thing for us is making it accessible, so having a free version and having a template just means that if you're met with the software for the first time, you don't need to be a data expert to try and start using it.
Yeah, and that's so critical, because I'm looking at that thinking, goodness, what's going on there? But the way you've explained it as well has really helped out, and yeah, very great ways to help understand and process that data. Tom, thank you so much for your time. Before we let you go though, we've got 3 hours to go just about in this race. The battlefield in the GT3 is coming right down to the wire. I know that yesterday we spoke to you and it was a really tight race in the front of the field. How close do you think it's going to get at the end of this race?
Yeah, I logged on sort of 2 hours ago and saw the gap was a minute and a half for GT3, and now it's 6 seconds. So yeah, it's turned around a lot very quickly in 6 seconds after 21 hours of racing. That's a close margin, and obviously that's kind of staying the same throughout. So I think GT3's tight. Obviously GT4, WSR needs to have a big error now to mess up the win there. They just need to keep going around, but GT3's getting tight.
Really is, and WSR leading both. We'll see if they can hold on. Thank you though, Tom, we really appreciate your time. Tom Brown, head of the motorsport programs at Cosworth. Thank you and good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
It's always great to get an insight, isn't it, Nathan, into some of that data, because I mean, even I'm looking at that thinking, and I love a spreadsheet and I love a set of data, but I'm looking at that thinking, what on earth is going on?
Oh, don't worry, Darren, I know you've got a spreadsheet. I've seen some ones you've had in the past, and I mean, I can't get my head around those. That data sheet, it's the first time I've seen it actually today, and it's interesting, but I'll need a few hours to get my head around it before I can even start looking into the data properly. But I think, as I was saying with Jake earlier on, for teams, having a software where you've got pretty much every bit of data you need available is perfect, and those teams that are a little bit down the pecking order, those that haven't got the money and the resources to push forward, having a data set like that in their hands can really help a team and can really help specific drivers as well, especially when it comes to coaching a driver, increase in their pace. I think compared to other sim racing games with iRacing, there's always such a big disparity between pace, and you can always gain so much time by changing a little tiny thing, and having that data there allows you to see that in real time, whereas before you've got to kind of guess and say, well, actually you've just got to go 2 tenths faster in turn 1, a tenth quicker in turn 5. Realistically, that gives you no sort of data at all, does it? When you just say, oh, be quicker.
Yeah, if someone's telling you to be quicker, you get some data sets to back it up, it helps that little bit more, right? And yeah, it's great that we have this. It's just tyres. And of course, a new build coming to iRacing as well in the next week or so. So yeah, exciting times looking forward. Remy Gilbert, because now he's coming to the pit lane from P2. Of course, that Team Benjy sim racing car has been slightly off strategy with the WSR car all race long, really ever since the opening hour when WSR had to come in A to fix some damage and B to serve a stop and hold penalty. But Ross McFarlane, who was the driver that picked up that penalty, now leaves the race, and that gap is going out to a minute or so, but we know that's going to come down. McFarlane comes into the pit lane. Just a case of when that last pit stop takes place, Nathan, what the gap is going to end up being, because theoretically Ross McFarlane will have that, or 1, 2, 3 I should say, will have the shorter pit stop. But can Remy Gilbert do any work to try and pull that in the meantime?
It's going to be very close, and I think because of the situation we're going to be in at the end, Remy Gilbert knows he's got to do his work now and bring that gap down to as low as he can. I mean, considering it was over 1.5 minutes and it's now down to, well, it'll be around 5 or 6 seconds once McFarlane comes in, potentially. That enough for me shows they've done the work, and they don't really need to prove it and go for the win. They'd love to, but they've proven enough by bringing that gap down by such a margin, considering how dominant that WSR have been over the past, I'd say, at least 18 hours in this race. At the starts and then the last couple of hours, they've fell that gap down. But in the mid-months of that race, at the start of the night stint, they were absolutely flying. So I think, yeah, it is a very big shame for WSR to have to now try and hold on to the lead as much as they need to, but also it's a big opportunity for Remy Gilbert and the Team Benjy sim racing team to try and push forward and go for that win themselves. And then you also look at it of the side of how much of a shame it is for Project 91, because they were running second, they probably would be in the lead now because they had such a, I think about 50 seconds they were back to WSR, and then of course they ran into issues with one of their drivers, I believe, having a disconnection, so they had to then do an extra pit stop, get Matt Caruana back in the car, and of course that cost them a lot of time. So we could have potentially had a 3-way battle for the lead if this things stayed the same.
Yeah, and last night when I jumped off the broadcast, I know that was some time ago now, it was 13 hours or so, but we had 4 cars about 20 seconds between them from the GT3 class. Has of course gapped out since then, but we are still seeing some similar names at the top. That 123 is leading, the 48 has led, as has the 91, as has the 131. All of those cars inside the top 5. The 421 Vulcan fastest by Glass Deck car is just going to be there or thereabouts, because they're a long way off that top 3. Would require something quite big to happen to one of the drivers to get onto the podium. But it has been a really good race with a lot of cars getting themselves into the front. It's kind of what you want to see. It's never fun seeing a race with one car dominating the whole time. Even if you just get a little bit of variation in the first third, first half of the race, it means that there's drivers in there that have the feeling that they could be at the front of the field come the end of it, and that keeps it interesting, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, certainly. And I think one thing we've seen over this race, and it's something we often do see in these long endurance races, is some of the positions that these teams have made. I mean, Team Benjy have made 6, 4 have been made for WSR, but then the one that stands out to me is the sim racing car, who've made up 17 spots from where they started. To me, that is a superb recovery of now being comfortably into the top 9. We're only actually 6 tenths away from going into 7th, and they're fighting there with Fry Guys Motorsport. So when you see a team that makes so many positions up, you start to think, what could they have done if they qualified that high in qualifying? Because they've obviously got that top level place there. I mean, Thomas Sim Racing on the low 59s, they've been in the high 58s as well. That on many occasions is leading pace.
It is, and it goes to show that when you have difficulties in an endurance race, you could be a long way back and feel like you're losing time to the leaders, and yet you could be 4 laps down and actually gaining on the leaders, but you're not going to be able to feel it in that way because of what's happened to you earlier on in the race. And it's just kind of the game, isn't it, really? Positioning yourself early on and being able to put yourself into a good window to operate in is absolutely key. I mean, talking about Thomas Sim Racing, They are only about a second behind Frigo's motorsport car for P8 and P9. Of course, there's an overlap gap then up to the DWR Simco setups car. But that is something that we will have to keep a little bit of an eye on in the next few minutes. There's also a battle between Lask Racing and the Aztec Racing car for P14 and 15. Incredible, really, when you've got the car in front of that about 2-3 minutes ahead and the car behind 2 minutes behind, and yet they're only about 2/10 apart. It's incredible. This late in an endurance race, we'll see if Owen Sewell and Glastek can get through on Gabriel Constantine. And that is, of course, the P14. Gaps have always been a bit wider in the GT4s, haven't they? And we're seeing that at the front of the field, and it's almost a case of trying to get some of those cars home.
Yeah, certainly. I think for WSR, of course, they're just in the pit lane now from the lead of the race. They just kind of want to drive to the end. They've been consistent, they've got some brilliant pace, they've been very intelligent when letting GT3 through when overtaking their other GT4. So they're not really worried, I think, here of losing the lead at any point. They're happy where they are, they just want to cross the line in 2 hours and 45 minutes and plan to win. Same can go for R8 eSports Britcar and then also for Satellite Race. And those three teams have been superb up at the front of the field in the GT4 category. We've also had a driver change as well for that leading team. It's named Ashley Finch jumping into the car for 223. So of course it's nice to have a driver change there. It's a fresh face, of course. Ashley probably has had a few hours of sleep, woken up, and now he's ready to go again within a couple of hours, because we do tend to see at this time a lot of driver change. Of course, we've got drivers that go to the pits after doing that long night stint, they get some rest, and the others who have also had their sleep can wake up and go again for the end of the race.
They certainly can, side by side here, down in towards turn 3. That's the 390 Aztec car defending from Glastek, who we were just mentioning a moment ago. And yeah, you often get drivers jumping in at this stage, don't they, to run to the end of the race. 2 hours, 2.5 hours really. When you're looking at the next pit stop window for a lot of these cars, it's a good time to jump into the car if you want into the end of the race. You can get your eye in and then have a nice hour or so of good running right to the end, and when you want to have the optimal pace in a race such as this. Stewart not able to get through just yet. Why from Aztec Racing? Great to get an on-track battle this late on, and even if the P14, this race has become so prestigious, Nathan, over the last 4 years. This is of course the 4th edition, that every position is going to feel important.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters where you are in the field. If you're having a battle for position, we want to see it, of course, as we head into Cops Corner. A great defence there to the inside of the Aztec team, and then, of course, you can see coming back at them once again as they head down towards Baggett and Beckett. It's going to be close here. There's Glastek look to go through, but they can't quite find the move. They're still stuck behind as they make their way through this part of the track. But, of course, through here, Baggett and Beckett, it's more important to get a good exit out of Chapel and head down towards Stoke Corner to give yourself an opportunity. Normally a corner you don't often see overtaking, but in this race you've seen a lot of cars catch up here with that slipstream heading into this braking zone, and they dart to the inside, and on occasion it works.
But not this time, and I'll have to sit behind and wait and see how much longer it will take Owen Sewell to maybe throw a shape for a move outside the line into the Vale chicane. We've seen this work, and we've seen it go very badly over the course of the opening 21 hours of this race. And in the end, nothing really happened. So, not good, not the bad, just the mare really for Owen Sewell as he runs through the final corner at Club, negotiate your way through on that Satellite Racing GT4, and he may be able to have a go into the heavy braking zone down at Village. Difficult line to go through there though, tight to the inside, don't want to go too far wide. We've seen many teams pick up lots of incident points early on in this race, and of course through the night, but now he's going to have the overlap. He's going to have the outside line, but not enough confidence on the brakes. And that Aztec car defending really well at the moment and putting itself in all the right places on the circuit.
Yeah, certainly, and I think with the GT3s as well, as long as you've got that inside line in most corners, it's very easy to defend. You've got to sometimes sacrifice the mid-corner and sometimes go deep or brake a little bit too late, but, you know, as long as you keep yourself clean, you can easily recoup that on the exit as we head in towards Brookings again, and great job so far by the Aztec team of Gabriel to keep Owen Sewell behind, and I'm sure these two were having a battle a few hours ago as well, so they've just managed to fall back together once again here in this race as we have a car there popping away and popping back on screen. And if that also happened there for Owen Sewell, that would probably be quite a scary moment for a split second.
You know, you're going to have last night GT4, you just don't know where it's going to be on the circuit. A wide though in the end from Papa Constantinou coming through Cobb's corner. Is he going to open the door in towards Marcus Beckers? You have to be very, very brave to go down the inside there. But there was the overlap. I thought he'd let out the position. There is contact in the end. Seward and Papa Constantinou have had contact. And the Aztec racing car is around, has to find another little bit of track to rejoin. Careful of the cars coming through. There's a clean space now. Once more, but I really thought that was given up in the end by Owen Seward, but clearly not. The Aztec racing car tapped around. That's what the stewards say about that one. Matt's in on board as well.
Yeah, I thought that Owen Seward would have backed out then, because he was nowhere near alongside at all, so it must have been a misjudgment potentially. Here's a replay on our screens. It's a close one, because as much as Owen Seward kept it side by side, he also didn't have the most room through the corner. If you see here, it also seems like the Aztec car didn't really give him much room to do anything apart from sit on that curb or go into the grass. So it's an interesting one, but that's why we're not stewards here, Dara. We let the stewards do the work, and we'll wait for the potential penalties to come through. But that is not ideal at all for Aztec Racing, who were having such a great battle. And it also means that's one less battle that we're going to have on our screens. And I think at the moment, it's the only one. The only other close gap we have is down in the GT4 class, and it's the battle for P8 and 9 between Sim Dynamics and Tomashing Sim Racing.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Sim Racing still trying to push at the moment. I mean, you say you're not as good, but you're not as good for this race, Nathan. You're partial to every now and again.
I mean, it's enjoyable. It's just you tend to get in quite a lot of heated debates with other stewards. That's one thing I've learned, because nobody can ever agree on an incident. You know, no matter what, you've all got a different opinion of something. Some say one penalty, others say no penalty, then you have disqualifications or whatever. You can never really come to an agreement. So the stewards, I've noticed as well, have done a lot of work. They've been there. I think the same guys have been there pretty much all night. I know Steve Burns was there till about 3 AM. He was there all day. He's back again at 9. And Ben Mills as well, who I worked with in Stewardship in the past, has also been there all day. So a great job from those two, and also the other stewards who take part as well. They do a brilliant job in making sure that those who commit naughty acts get a penalty. Otherwise, all hell would break loose, I fear, on this track.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people that have actually, you know, behind the scenes gone into work on this race, on this broadcast as well, of course, as there always is. Administrators, stewards, race directors, you know, admins, particularly for the race as well. And of course, we have our partners. We've got our wonderful broadcasters that are behind the scenes on this Racing TV broadcast. We've got Hugo Ruiz behind the cameras now. We had Ramiro Agustin Cisneros in the middle of the night. They don't really get a say on the broadcast, but they always put in so much work, and often more hours than us sitting here having a lovely time talking about the race as well. So we give them credit for all the wonderful work that they do. Little update in the race. There was a black flag for Phoenix Sim Racing, the number 2 car P13, so they had to come in and serve that penalty. Glasstech with Owen Seward now find themselves down pit lane as well, and they will come out, I think, almost certainly just in front of that purple sector racing car for P15 and P16. But the closest battle on track is the one that you're looking at on your screens right now, between the 13 and the 340 in the GT4 class. Sim Racing car in GT4 a second back, the car in GT3 for that team about 4.5 seconds back from the car in front. So they're involved in some of the closest battles on the circuit at the moment. And P8, good position to try and gain past. The difficulty is, if anything goes wrong here, you've got the Iron Apex eSports car 18 seconds back, and that's going to feel a lot closer than it is if you make a mistake.
Yeah, certainly. I think being a second back as well after such a long race is also quite something insane to say, considering how much time you can gain and lose over a lap. We have had some information from Project 91 regarding their 91 car in third in Matt Caruana, and it is a little bit like the current team at Arsenal, very injured, because Christian had a disconnect and Charles's brake snapped. I mean, that is not ideal. So I don't know if they've got a 4th or 5th driver, but if they haven't, poor Matt Caruana, he spent a lot of time in that car, probably time that he would have spent normally asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly so. And yeah, it's been a kind of calamitous comedy of errors for them in the last few hours, and there's nothing that they can really do about it. This connection, that's an internet issue, brake pedal snapped. Well, I mean, what can you do? It's so difficult to have to mitigate some of those circumstances. over the course of a race, particularly in the middle of the night as well. Horrible, horrible feeling. Yes, I was just looking in the chat. There's a little bit of confusion there. This isn't the leaders battling through. This is the number 13, just in front of the 340, and they're right close together now as well. That gap coming down all the time. Last lap, the 340, just that little bit faster, just gaining in 8/10 that time by. We're now down to just about half a second. GT3 getting firmly sucked through Max and Beckett, but we've seen the GT3s almost happy to work with the GT4s through this part of the circuit. They are quicker, they know that they're quicker, but it's so risky to go for a move through there, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly. Some of them are quite fine with it. They'll actually sit behind the GT4s and go through on the exit, but those that are a little bit more risky, for some reason go for a move there. I mean, I never would. I'd sit back and wait till the exit and then put my foot down, not through the corner, because it wouldn't always end too well. And this battle's still closing in here between the two GT4s. It's in Dynamics versus Thomas Schink's Sim Race, and that gap now just below 2/10. I think they're going to go harsh on the brakes as the Ferraris making their way through. We know the car 340 at the inside, potentially going to make the move up through the club corner. What a move there from Thomas Schink's Sim Racing car 340. They get that move done, and because of a GT3 slightly being in the way.
Yep, and it's never fun when the GT3, well, somehow you wouldn't necessarily think the GT3s get in the way if you're a GT4, but yet they sometimes do, and in the end it's going to prevent the time, or give us a bit longer to wait for this potential re-overtake. Of course, it's not good for the number 13 to get caught up in that and then lose the position through it, but it can be effective. And the Thomas Schink's Sim Racing car, really quite smart there to place the car in the right spot and kind of avoid 13 getting caught up with the GT3. But that is now Finley Jones through on Paul Allen. But if Finley Jones wants to get another position, you're looking at another 2, maybe 3 minutes of time gain that he's going to have to do. And after about 2 hours, when you've got 22 hours left, that's a little bit easier to think about than when there's just 2.5, right?
Yes, I suppose so. I think the drivers are just hoping the race ends as quickly as possible, especially those that are up at the front of the field, because no matter how much of an advantage you've got, you always get scared and you always worried of what could happen in your race. And I suppose that'll be going to the heads of both of the WSR cars, of course. Car 123 in the lead of the GT3 class, and then car 223 in the lead of the GT4 class. As we are on board here with Paul Allen for the Sim Dynamics with Sunoco Race Fuels team, of course. We saw those guys earlier on make that move ahead of Thomas Schink's Sim Racing, but Thomas Schink's Sim Racing got it back.
Yes, they have. Up to BA, just in front. Just you can see that GT3 just about to overtake. There is the car running down into Stoke corner. So yeah, they're going to have to try and come back for that position, aren't they? In just a moment's time. Just look at the timing page. There's been a black flag for the DXT car, number 39. In GT3, they're coming down pit lane. But also, we've been seeing lap by lap, Team Benjy is starting to gain on that WSR car at the front of the field. That gap is about 1 minute 13, bubbling around that point at the moment, maybe 1 minute 12. WSR is going to come into the pit lane in about 2 to 3 laps. What's the gap going to be here? Because we've seen that pit stop lose you around a minute, maybe just a tiny bit more. Team Benjy are going to be on a slightly lighter car, and we've seen that the tyres don't wear too much in the first part of the stint. That gap could come right down by the time that we see WSR make their stop in this race.
Yeah, this could come down to maybe 4-5 seconds, maybe even less than that potentially, because Team Benjy with Remy Gilbert there had a brilliant opening few laps on their stint. So this is crucial for WSR and for Ross McFarlane to get this pit stop to work perfectly. Of course, on those opening couple of laps, get the tyres warmed up as soon as possible and not lose time. I think when we saw WSR play last time with Ross McFarlane, Ross lost like 6 seconds in the first few laps, and of course that is not what he wants to be able to do this time, because 6 seconds now I think would definitely be the difference between first and second, rather than what it was before when it was 12 seconds initially. So 48, we're in a very good position here to potentially take the lead maybe in the next half an hour to an hour, and of course they've got 2.5 hours to go. In some sense that's a long time, but if you're trying to chase down a car over an endurance race, 2.5 hours does not feel like anything at all. So yeah, it's crucial now that Remy Gilbert and 48 get their foot down now and just try and bring that deficit down to 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it, that gap being 1 minute 13. Momentarily there, 1 minute 12.2, but it's consistently coming down for Remy Gilbert towards Ross McFarlane. Matt Caruana as well, very fast driver. He's just almost unfortunately sitting about 90 seconds back from what is the race leading battle at the moment, or what will be the race leading battle when Ross McFarlane comes in to stop. A battle for P15 racing on again with the same two Glastech, or actually no, not the same two, Glastech and Purple sectors, because Aztec Racing are waiting for a pit stop. Careful of the 13 GT4 on either side of it, and they will just about keep it safe. That was a heart-in-mouth moment, particularly for Paul Allen in that Sim Dynamics car. Seeing cars either side, horrible to try and place your car when there's others around you, just trying to fight over a tarmac with each other. But Purple sectors car right on the rear of Glastech. This could be a big move coming in a couple of corners even.
Yeah, it could be, because you can see here the run that Purple Sector Racing have down towards Village Corner. They've got the inside line. I think it looks for a moment they might have made a little bit of contact, and through goes Purple Sector Racing. A brilliant move for car 43. It seems Glastech now are starting to lose a little bit of pace. They've lost a couple of positions over the past couple of laps, and now they've dropped into 16. Purple Sector make another place here in this race. As looking at some of the cars going into the pit lane, Matt Hyland currently sitting P4 in the Vulcan Fasteners car. They have headed into the pit lane, and they'll be making their next stop. With the gap they've got to Simcast Racing Team, they should come out in P4 either way.
Yep, and Simcast drew a pistol for the next few laps anyway, so I think they'll be confident in making sure that they keep the position in for the rest of the race anyway. That is Adam Watson in the car. He was leading the race for a couple of hours towards the start. Did actually the first, I think, 5, maybe even 6 hours of the race on his own. And so he did a very good stint to give Simcast a really good basis to build off on, and they've kept themselves inside that top 5. WSR Esports also in the pit lane. That 1-2-3 race leading car is coming down to make it stop. The gap to Remy Gilbert was about 1 minute 11. What is it going to be on the exit? This is going to be really interesting to see. Ross McFarlane has still got another 40 seconds of pit lane time still to serve.
Indeed, and I think this is crucial to see how much fuel they put in the car. Are they going to go long and take that sacrifice, or do they go a little bit earlier and just try and keep ahead of Team Benjy? That is a question. It's 18, no, never mind, it's continuing on. They've changed the tyres, and now it will be down to fuel. This is going to be very close here. It's already at 55 seconds. This is going to be 5 seconds or minimum, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, let's see. The gap is, I mean, it comes out all the time on that timing tab. It's about 20 seconds now. We've still got a few seconds stopped, and then got to get out of the pit lane as well. This is going to be tight for the 48 car. 48, well, actually, it's just coming through the Vale chicane now. It's going to be a little bit larger than we maybe thought. And the 48's got a bit more work to do. The gap's going to be around, what, the 10-second mark by the time they come through turn number 1 in that number 48 entry. Where is Remy Gilbert on the circuit? Yeah, coming through just turn 1 and turn 2 right now. So about 10 seconds when all is said and done in one phase. WSR Esports, they've gained over the course of that 11-lap period between the pit stops, the 48 and the 1-2-3. But now, slightly lighter fuel for Team Benjy. Is that going to work to their advantage?
Well, it seems to have done last time, but then again, I think there were so many factors in why McFarlane couldn't really get the pace down. It was just, the gap was fine then. I think, of course, you had that lower fuel. I think sometimes the cars make a difference. You have as well the difference in traffic, because we do see a move there by the Armed Forces Sim Racing team. Car 21 going ahead of the Pineapple Racing Club. That was into Abbey. I think Pineapple Racing might try and fight back. They do go for a bit of a send, but there's nothing there that they can do unless they have to go for a bit of a switch back through the loop and entry. They take the inside, and this battle still rages on as they head down to Brooklyn's corner.
Here we go then, side by side, the Armed Forces Sim Racing with the Pineapple Racing Club car. Two names that you wouldn't necessarily put together side by side into Brooklands and Lovefield. It's the 21 on the outside, the 16 trying to make its way through on the inside. Good move in the end on the brakes from the number 16 car, just about getting it stopped and sliding in front of the 21, not allowing any kind of up and under, but there's a nice line being run as we work our way in towards Woodcote from this number 21, and Jack Goring looking for the line on Ned Walton, defending well. Towards Cops they go. Is there an inside line? You have to be very bold to make a move there. He thought about it for a moment. Jack Goring 6 behind for the time being.
Indeed, a great little battle there, and oh, that was a bit of a snap there for the Pineapple Racing Club, and that was a scary moment indeed for Ned Wharton as they make their way towards Maggots and Beckett's. And of course, if Jack Goring can keep a good line through here and get a good 2/10 gap back to car 16 here, heading out of Chapel. This could still be another opportunity for him to go back up and retake that 11th place that he had temporarily through Village and in towards the loop and entry. The gap's going to come down just to under a tenth here. Is it a sense of the inside? It isn't a Stone Corner. This is going to be close. They make their way through. Wide goes Ned Wharton, and this is a big opportunity as they head down to the Val Chicane.
And here we go, 21's in the inside, question mark, yes indeed, sending it late into the Val Chicane. 16's going to defend the outside line nicely. Bit of a wiggle through the middle of the corner for that Armed Forces Sim Racing car, and wasn't able to get a good run out of the Vale Chicane and through Club Corner. And may have to wait until Village to have another go at the position. Looks at it into his turn, and again the gap well under a tenth of a second. Basically the blink of an eye between these two at the moment. But is there an inside line here at Village? No. Oh yes, there is. Very, very late dive. I thought it was coming, then thought it wasn't in the end. Sending it up the inside, Ned Wharton saw it coming and has defended that one nicely. Now you've got one of the other GT3s mixing it in there, quite the number of that car, but it's just traffic that's just getting in the way of this battle. That is the 50. Thomas Henger's Sim Racing car, a few laps in front, in fact, how many laps in front? Just two laps in front, and actually the next car with the second next round.
Yeah, indeed. So this is crucial here. Of course, if that Aston Martin can move out the way quickly, then these two can continue battling for position. Of course, because of the traffic involved, that gap now has gone up to over 9/10 of a second. It will probably go over a second by the time we get down towards Cops Corner. So we do have a couple of GT3s as well in the mix here. To go to Cops, and you can see there the Armed Forces Sim Racing team looking to go ahead of that GT4 BMW does go ahead. That was a scary moment to get indeed, going side by side through in towards Cops as we see car number 19 in 19th head into the pit lane. That's Project Not Last, who aren't last. They're 7 positions away from last, so they're doing a great job so far in beating that objective, as it's again another GT4 being taken down, and that is by Pineapple Racing Club, who have done a brilliant job. Of course, they lost that position initially but got it back pretty much instantly. If you can do that all race long, it's going to be very difficult for anybody to make a move.
Number 3 wide in towards Doe, though, just about made it through. 2 GT3s and GT4 involved in that. They've just about managed to keep it through. The Armed Forces car comes into the pit lane then from P12. So we won't be seeing any more of that battle for the time being, at least. That's the end of their stint. We'll fuel the car up for another set of, give or take, 30 laps in this race. Black flag for the Aztec Racing car. Gabriel Constantino will get the right first time at some point, I promise. He will come into pit lane to serve that shortly. I mean, you'd think some of those incident points probably got picked up with the contact from Glasstech, right? So they won't be too happy about that. On that, though, and I'm glad that I've segued into this, the stewards did have a look at that and decided no further action for that incident. They said the Glasstech car had sufficient overlap right at the turn-in, as they talked about in the driving briefing, so there was no further action. And the Aztec car picked up the incident points. See their fellow consequences.
Yeah, definitely. It was almost a bit of a give and go move there, if it's going to work or not. And of course, you know, most of the time you go side by side into Magnussen Beckett, something bad is going to happen. And of course, that's a risk you take when looking to make moves in the race. As we do see car 390 of Gabriel Papaconstantinou head into the pit lane. And then up at the front, Ross McFarlane and Remy Gilbert. That gap now down to 8.6 seconds. So over the past 2 laps, it came down by around 3 seconds. So it seems that the 48, once again on that lower fuel, seems to be running a lot quicker. But what we saw last stint was about 20 laps into this stint for Remy Gilbert and Team Bennett. They do end up becoming a bit of a stalemate, and they end up matching pace. So you've got another 6 or 7 laps here for Remy Gilbert to bring the gap down, and then it's about keeping the gap at what it is until they go to the pit stop again.
Yep, and that's where we will keep an eye on the battle. Of course, he got down to about 5 seconds in it, 5 or 6 seconds by the time he came into the pit lane last time by. And it's already closing down to 8. So we've got another, like you say, longer period, 15 laps or so, before we should see the Team Bennett car into the pit. So this is going to be intriguing. As we watch that gap start to run down over the course of this race. The Quatermass car, a long way down, and that car going for the move. you could see, so it wasn't for overall position. However, we are then going to look at the race leaders. The WSR eSports car, they lead in GT3 and GT4. The reason to tell the full story, feels a lot safer in GT4 than it does GT3 for the time being. And I think that's hard to say, right?
No, I mean, the GT4, I think it'd be anything but an expectation out of win that they've got to us. Oh, into turn 1, dear me. Can't quite see what car that was, but I think that might have been the 180, which is second in the GT4 class. And it's a weird bit of contact, isn't it, there? It seems like the 180 just doesn't see that car there and just turns. I mean, surely you'd be wanting to lift off a little bit, and it was the 180, and that certainly could harm their chance of a P2 depending on the damage.
Yeah, certainly is. Let's see, 180 coming through turn 1. Difficult to see from that angle, of course, but that's a huge hit, and then into the wall. So this is going to be the angle. Let's see on the on-board. Where's the car? There it is. That's straight into the barrier. It seems like the 180 almost didn't expect the car to be there on turning, but it was more than alongside. But that is just going to damage their chances ever further, of course. And Langford in that car is not going to be a happy bunny, that is for sure. 2 hours 20 left to go in this race. And I do think that there's a lot to be said about the pit stop strategy in towards these last couple of hours, because you can segment, compartmentalise it that little bit more. It's all about running that full hour and seeing where you're at. We're at that point where you're seeing where you're at, right? Are you going to do a couple of hour-long stints and then shorten off the final one? Are you going to make that into, for example, 3 45-minute stints? You know, you can try and play around with that strategy just a little bit more. And for Team Bennett here, depending on how much they can play around earlier on towards the end of this race, do they look to try and shorten the stint now and gain track position on WSR eSports? Because you'd think that they might go longer on their next stint, or would they react? You know, it's the game that we're playing now. Particularly when you've got a battle this close. It's not really a battle on track, but it's close enough to feel like a strategy battle, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think that is the main battle here between these two. They're not going to be on track together for a long time. They might never see each other on track, but it's all about that strategy game. And there's a position where if you get that pit stop right, we might see them end up changing position without seeing each other on track. You know, it's all about getting that perfect strategy, pitting at the right time, taking your tyres and you fuel up the the specific and correct amount. And I mean, we've seen before, that's what can make and break a team, can't it? You know, if you've got a brilliant team with brilliant engineers, you've got all your software to have a look at your data, you can fly and nobody can fight with you in strategy all the way around. You're really struggling, you've just got to guess and hope you pick the right one. So it'll all be questions now down at WSR and down at Team Bennett, but I'm sure either way the best team will certainly win, and I think both of them here deserve to take that lead. It's been absolutely brilliant over the course of the past 22 hours in this race. As we also see, I don't know what's happened there, but the Armed Forces Sim Racing team, Meatball Flag, and they're in the pits and they've been in there for quite a long time, so I'm not sure what has happened to Car 21, but they're certainly not going to be too happy with that.
So now 3 minutes. This is a spin for the number 10 car, so not the Armed Forces car. This is the Driving Ms. Daisy car going around. They've been in the Wheels race long, 30 laps down on the race league. It's a momentary spin for them, but yes, Meatball Flag, they're still having to fix. Everyone started the race with full fast repairs, but very surprised they've got to go in the course of the opening 21 hours and 40 minutes of this race. Gap at the lead coming down sub 8 seconds now. You see them run through towards Stoke Corner. They're both really on the same straight at this point now, aren't they? Maybe just out of eye shot of each other, but they are very much closing up together. Battle brewing as well, maybe in the GT4s between P13 and 14, the UK sim racing car, and the split strap eSports car. About 3 seconds to split those. They are the two closest cars on the circuit at the moment. Outside of this theoretical battle for the lead, of course, in the GT3. Here they are then, down in towards turn number, what am I saying, turn number? And that is the 17th of Cy Anthony going around in that BMW, but being caught by Pepper was behind us. That's the split straight from start there, just about. You can see the yellow and black entry gaining onto the back of the 17.
Yeah, that gap's come down again by another second. It was about 4 seconds, 5 seconds a few laps ago. So it seems that UK sim racing is certainly coming under some pressure here Carter and Jordan Heppel in Split Straight eSports. They got involved in an incident earlier on. I can't remember for the life of me what it was, but I remember saying Jordan Heppel's name, and they was in an incident. So they haven't had the best race in terms of keeping it 100% clean and not being in the barriers. So of course it's all about recovery for those guys now. 14th at the moment in their class, so we're looking to go into 13th ahead of UK sim racing. And then battles further ahead, we've still got that gap there between Purple Sector Racing and Glaztech, because we have had a change in the 422. Then they got Jan Ostberg in the car, and then Purple Sector Racing still have Matthias Peitinga in number 43. As that gap was all what's happened there, it shot down, and actually Glaztech have got ahead of Purple Sector Racing. Dear me, I've cursed them. They've hit the barriers.
They have, on that 43, the front end of it at least is looking very much worse for wear. Matthias Peintinger has come into a little bit of contact somewhere, somehow. We're going to have to see that one again, but Glaztech are through. They've lost all that time in the opening sector. They were a ways ahead, so there was no contact with Glaztech. Oh, is that the Bennett car going wide? It is. There's the meatball flag for them. Oh, and a black flag as well. So Bennett have got to come in for repairs, and they've got to serve a drive-through penalty as well. There's, chaos for Remy Gilbert, and that's really going to widen the gap for Ross McFarlane. Here's the incident: the 43 going through. Oh no, reversing, just driving into them. I mean, it's Remy Gilbert just driving into the car stranded in the middle of the circuit. That is can you call it almost just a lapse of concentration for him? P2, maybe just trying to put off Ross McFarlane too hard. Black flag and meatball flag for them.
I mean, I'm only 1.7 KR racing, so I can't sit here and say that he did wrong. But I mean, surely he would have just tried to slow down. I mean, it looked like he put his foot down. It's all just tried to power through, and of course, that didn't quite go to plan. We're seeing on board here at Team Benny, because we head our way through towards Village, and then we have Adrian the loop. So the spin happens here. I mean, he was hesitant. I don't think he knew what to do. I think he was like, oh no, there's a car there ahead, what do I do? And unfortunately, he chose not to do anything and go straight into him, and that is a big shame for Team Bennett, because look at the gap they got now before they've even been into the pit lane. What happened there? They went onto the grass.
I think there was damage on the car. I think they were almost trying to crab into the pit lane, basically. They did lose some. Over the course of that lap, they were about 18 seconds slower than WSR, and of course this little incident didn't lose them too much. It was all the damage. I think here Gilbert thought that the car would reverse a bit more, because it did then stop, but either way he powered out of that very quickly indeed, and that could lose Team Bennett P2. Actually, it certainly will lose Team Bennett P2, because the repairs are not done immediately. It's going to be somewhat lengthy for them. That is a disaster for Remy Gilbert, and Gilbert's going to jump out of the car. Leo Brown will jump into that car, and one of the worst things here is I don't know if they can get home on 2 stints here. It's going to be very hard pressed to get them home on 2. Even if they come out in about 5 minutes time, 1 hour forward, right on the edge of what is possible with a full fuel tank. So this is a disaster for Team Bennett. But Project 91, with all the issues that they've had, Matt Caruana is going to be gifted P2.
Yeah, certainly. I think Matt Caruana's done a great job of just keeping there and just seeing what he could do. And I think with the black flag, the penalty they got to serve for the black flag, that's going to bring that gap down to around maybe 2 or 3 seconds. I think it's normally around 20 seconds. They'll have to do it from the pit lane. So this will be key now for Project 91 to get back into this race and go into initially that fight for P2, which we thought about half an hour ago was probably over, because we had over 2.5 hours to go, and they were 2 minutes behind the lead pretty much, and 1.5 minutes behind Team Bennick, and now it's a very real possibility that they could jump up into P2 and beat the runners up. And now there's got to be no excuse for WSR really running away with this, because they've been gifted such a lifeline in this race. Because at one point we're thinking, right, they've all got to work out strategy, because they're going to come out so close together. Now it's a minute in their advantage, being on, I think, probably the better strategy. So now it's all down on WSR just to get that car to the end. 2 hours of racing, well, 2 hours of driving. They haven't got to really race anybody. Get to the end and claim that victory. The same could go for the WSR car in PC4, because look now, the incident that 180 have has given them a 2-lap lead.
Yep, 2 laps of an advantage, and that's going to give them, 4, maybe even 5 minutes of race lead time at the moment. Here is Ross McFarlane. Leo Brown, 13 minutes, is out of the pit, but going very slowly indeed. that middle sector that is just set 10 seconds off the pace. And I'm wondering slightly if there is still damage on that car, to be completely honest with you. I don't know if we can have a look at it. Hugo, that number 48 Team Bennett car. But they have lost a heap of time in the middle sector. Maybe the traffic, but you don't lose 10 seconds on that. Yeah, I think this is for the black flag though. So they will lose the P2, but of course they have to people to fix the car, but that obviously can't count to the drive-through for the incident. This should be them going straight through the pit lane. Oh, no, this is where they lost the time. They spun again. Okay, so it's not any more damage on the car. It's just cold tyres and Leo Brown fresh into the car, maybe just trying to overdrive the car, knowing what's just happened, and making another mistake that will come out in P3 behind Matt Caruana. But that will be the battle now. P2 in GT3. It's going to be about the same gap as it was for P1.
Indeed, and poor Matt Caruana can't get a break in this race. He's now got to focus on keeping Leo Brown behind and keeping that 48 behind. So he's got a big opportunity now to claim P2 in this race, and hopefully Leo Brown can get settled in very quickly, because he of course had a bit of an issue on the initial start. As all what's happened there, Satellite Racing have jumped up to P2. They've taken that second place. What's happened to Array Esports, because they had still like a lap ahead of them. It's now a gap behind of 16 seconds, and they're in the pit lane. What has happened to Car 180, who was so comfortable? And like we said earlier, Darren, when you first came on about an hour ago, the GT4s are looking very comfortable out front.
Yeah, well, they've been in the pit lane some time. I think they saw repairing that damage from earlier on. Clearly don't have a fast repair left at their disposal. They've been in the pit lane now, stopped for over 4 minutes, and so they are shipping time away at the moment. Satellite Racing will get through. Scorpio Esports will be hoping that that car is stuck for slightly longer. And again, just like that 48 car that we're looking at now, they also have a black flag, so when they are able to come out of the pit lane. We don't yet know how long this damage repair is going to take. For example, Purple Sector have also been in for basically the exact same amount of time, 4 minutes 30 after the contact before. The Armed Forces Sim Racing car have been in for 11 minutes at the moment. So yeah, it's been a relatively long pit stop for them as they look to try and fix the car, but just don't know how long it'll take Array Esports to come out of the pit lane. That black flag has now been served. So it's come off the timing page. Maybe they will not have to serve that again. But either way, they are losing time. They have lost, as you said, P2, and they're only now about 100 seconds in front of P4 to possibly lose a podium for what was a long-time race leader.
Yeah, certainly. And I think Scorpio Esports as well with Ryan Stringer at the moment, they've had some brilliant pace so far in this race, and they've been very consistent. That is what could harm Aries Esports here potentially if that gap's come down below a minute, or if they have another incident again. This is a big opportunity for Scorpio to potentially take the podium here in this race after being a lap down in fourth. They never really thought it'd be much of a possibility at all. As we look up at the front though, of course that gap between P1 and P2 is 1 minute and 35 seconds. The gap down to P3, it's another 9 seconds back. So very big opportunity for both teams here. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, Matt Caruana has got this, because strategy-wise, he's definitely going to be in a bit of a sticky spot, given that he's already done 25 laps in this stint. Surely he's going to have to pit. I mean, he'll have to pit at least twice again, won't he?
Yes, he will, absolutely so. So, not going to be easy to get to the end on, well, it's going to be 2 stops. There's no point talking about maybe one stop. It's obviously going to be 2 stops for Caruana to get to the end of this race. It will almost certainly be 2 stops for Team Bennett as well, but it's going to be the splashiest of splashes and dashes at the end of the race if it is required. Caruana, he's going to have to take 2 full pit stops. So we're talking about that gap being about 1 second or 10 seconds per minute, but realistically, Team Bennett could probably shave about 30 seconds in their second pit stop compared to the 91 car. So at the moment, I think on strategy the 48 will be in front when all is said and done, but there's no guarantee. Wright Esports still in pit lane, have now lost P3, and they're only a minute away from losing P4 as well. This is just heartbreaking for them really to go so long in the top 2, to have it all seemingly come undone in the last few hours.
Indeed, and I've been told as well, I'm not sure if it's 100% true, but apparently 180 have pulled out and they're not going to continue because they're now to 4th and they're going to drop all the way down. So, what a shame. They've been here for, what, 22 hours nearly, and one mistake that they made of not seeing a GT3 has cost them now a podium and cost them the race completely.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, the irony is, it's still going to take over 10 minutes for them to lose, to drop out of the top 10. Such is the gap they built up over the start of the race. But yeah, if true, that is going to be frustrating for them. It is going to mean we're going to see the Lion eSports team, the Lion GP, say, move up to P5, 8 laps down. And they were one of those cars with 3 laps to the next car in front, was just hoping for something to happen in front of them to gain a position. And seemingly, that's exactly what's happened for them, and they're going to have a chance at moving up onto what is the constant timing tower there on the left-hand side, as we constantly show that top 5 in each class. A black flag for Thomas Enger Sim Racing GT4 car. Finley Jones is going to have to serve that in the 340 relatively soon. That will drop them basically next to the number 13 Sim Dynamics car with Paul Allen behind the wheel. So that's an interesting thing to keep an eye on. We could have an on-track battle for the P8 in just a minute's time.
Certainly, and of course these two, 3, 14, 13, have had a few battles in this race during the night since and also during the last couple of hours. So this will be interesting here to see what happens between Jones and Allen once they end up being fielded probably very close together. We did see, I think, car 52 in the pit lane. So they've made another pit stop here in this race and they've exited the pit lane. They're now 15th in class. They're a lap behind 14th, that being the UK Sim Racing team. As we also see a change in driver for the top 5. William Hope jumps into Team Lewis at Spurwing, so they've made a change of driver and of course made their initial pit stop, so they'll still keep that P5, but they are going to be very close with the Simcash Racing team here.
They certainly are. We're down towards the final few corners of the lap, heading in the box, pit stop time, or coming out of the pit actually, so I think we'll have enough of a gap over Simcast, although it's going to be about 5, maybe less than that when the tyres warm up, so there could be an on-track battle very shortly indeed, and those two of course not a long way off strategy. However, it does look like since Team Lewis and Spurwing could probably get home on one more stop, Simcast may need a second to ensure that they are able to finish the race. DWR as well, sitting only about 16 seconds at the back of that, so 3 cars, 20 seconds for P5 as we enter towards the final 2 hours of this 24-hour Cosworth Britcar of Silverstone. I've got that all in the wrong order, but you know what I'm talking about. Paul Allen's stopped in the box as well now. That's of course for the Sim Dynamics car, and I said that they'd come out. I think they'd come out around. Well, Thomas Enger after they served their drive-throughs and come out around them. Seemingly not. Paul Allen's only done 21 laps on that stint. Maybe they're shortening them out to get to the end on 2. But that means that Thomas Enger are going to be a little bit safer after they make their drive-through penalty. William Hope having to keep an eye on Team Benjy around him. That GT3 car comes through with P5.
Yes, certainly is. We still continue our way through Magnus and Beckett's. A few cars closing up, all making their way through. And of course, as you see many times here, it doesn't end well when you go for battling Magnus and Beckett's. And this on these 3 all make their way through very unscathed. That was close indeed there. Into the gravel slightly, or the grass I should say, and then we continue our way back down towards Stowe Corner, as we also see car 25 and 25th into the pit lane.
We do, a little bit further down the order of course they are, but will make their stops as we get towards the end of this 22nd hour of the race. Right behind, well actually, right behind anyway. Whoa, that was a huge wiggle through the corner, and actually that has allowed Adam Watson through. I was thinking that he was going to be fine through the next few corners, but Adam Watson just taking advantage of the wiggle. There's a flashing of the lights there from William Hope, but we didn't see anything wrong at all, did we, coming down into the rail chicane? Maybe it was like he was tapped. Didn't appear so. Either way, there was a big old wiggle. We'll have to see that again just to make sure. But Adam Watson is now through up into P5 and can try and go on his merry way to try and gain away from this P6 number 32 car.
Yeah, certainly, and I think that's the thing in this race. If you get an opportunity, you've got to take it just because of how many cars that you're going to come up to in terms of traffic. And if you hit them at the right time and your other car doesn't, that's a few seconds you've gained. So you've just got to get the burden on as quickly as you can and to try and bring that gap up. And you can see the gap already between 131 and 32. It's 1.7 seconds, so it's already starting to shoot up here as one of the Mustangs goes deep. That's car 13. They've been involved in a lot in this race. Of course, they are, I think, actually closing in on a battle. Car 13, well, they were earlier on at least when they was battling with the 340 of Thomas Sim Racing. So we head back down towards Cops Corner, and there's about, what, 10 cars within a couple of seconds of each other. We love to see that, don't we? I mean, none of them are fighting for position, as we do see our leader of the race also fire their way through.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we've had nearly 22 hours of this race, we still have, well, now with Arrett coming out, 41 cars on the racetrack, just shows how busy this race has been and continues to be. As we continue to see this battle through Maggotts and Beckett's. That is the race leading car trying to work its way through on the 32. But as we get towards the end of your stint, Nathan, a couple of hours to go, this race has set us up very nicely for the final couple of hours, hasn't it? Lots of flashing lights, lots of unhappy drivers, but clearly lots of engagement still as we get into the final stages.
Yeah, yourself and Uni got a perfect ending here because absolutely anything can happen. And I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that you know, Project might want to go a chance, but we've seen in the past mistakes being made by WSR, and that's possible to happen again. If that does happen, you bring 3 cars back into that leading battle, and then of course we've had a bit of a change finally in the GT4s. Unfortunately, it came with 180 pulling out to the race, but of course Satellite now jump into second with a 3-lap gap to 2-2-3, and then of course Scorpio in third. It's going to be a very good ending. And I think I kind of hit the track, or hit the comment box at the perfect time. I hit the peak of the night stint and then the morning stint where people are slowly starting to wake up and get a little bit back into action again.
Yeah, certainly so. The world waking up, well, at least Europe waking up this Sunday morning, 10 o'clock here for the Cosworth Britcar. 24 hours, 2 hours to go. Thank you, Nathan, for stepping into the booth for us. And he's been here for a few hours, did a trooper stint over the middle of the night, but it wasn't the only one. We had 8 hours or so done by Ewan O'Leary. He's had a bit of a nap, and he joins us back for the final 2 hours. Hello, Ewan.
Morning. Hello. I am a little bit tired, to be honest, but yeah, back again for another 2 hours, so the final 2 hours indeed of this race, and the incidents, the penalties just keep on coming, it seems, for some teams. When I left 3 hours ago, the WSR eSports car at the front of the field that we're following on at the moment was being chased quite closely by car 48. One stage actually was as close as 15 seconds or so throughout my stints overnight, but those incidents have brought them further away, sadly, in the last couple of hours, and that is a bit of a shame. It's Project 91 now coming for what could be their second last stop, unless they need to splash a bit later. Yeah, unfortunately, car 48 now nowhere near involved anymore, and they'll be looking to see really whether they can finish second or third, I think, because it's going to take something of a mistake from WSR eSports, frankly, to drop them from the lead of this race. But that has been the case for some time, I think, in both GT3 and GT4.
I mean, for the 91 car as well, they've had their issues as well. They'll be hoping on that mistake, but it's never going to be guaranteed. And they have lost P2 overall, but that Team Bennett car surely going to have to come in at least twice more. And if not, they're going to have to fuel save every single corner, every single lap for the end of the race. So Caruana looking like he's in a good spot as he stays in the car to stay in P2. But yeah, I mean, when you get down into these final couple of stints, you do kind of really keep an eye on that fuel number, and you do kind of play the strategy game a little bit more, don't you? Just knowing how long the stints are. It's not just going a full hour and then working it out later, because this is later. We'll see if there are any changes to that strategy. But for Caruana, it seems pretty bog standard to me. He's got about 1 hour 58 to go to come down to the pit lane. It's about an hour's worth of a stint, and he'll come in about an hour's time with an hour to go. It's pretty easy there.
Should be. Leading this GT3 going at 30 laps means you can just about doing an hour. So you could say they've timed it very, very well. I guess the question now is where are they going to be in relation to Team Bennett Sim Racing? I think they're still going to be third, aren't they? Because the gap's 41 seconds. To be fair, it really depends when car 48 has to come in, but we continue on, means a shorter final pit stop for 48, I think, compared to car 91. So surely the longer they go here, yes, they're keeping a second position, but actually the more they're also keeping a fuel advantage, aren't they? So actually, despite the bad luck for this car in the last hour or so, they should still have second, as Adam Watson very nearly slides straight into them here. He's had quite a day. But I know he's been up for the whole race, and maybe that tiredness is starting to show.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was a trooper doing the first 6 hours of the race on his own in that 131 and led for quite a lot of it. Did fight with this 48 car for a time, but I mean, he's now 5 laps down, so struggling a little bit more than our overall race leaders. They're not the race leaders, are they? They're P2 in this race, but either way, it's still on the lead lap, that's for sure. But looking to try and gain away. He did have some fantastic pace yesterday, looking to try and apply a little bit of that today in the morning phase, but I think there'll be a bit of a risk of losing out to the Team Loose car, particularly with the strategy that they will likely apply to the end with one more stop to go if they can. Adam Watson's certainly going to have to take another 2, even if it is because the splash and dash, that will leave you about 30 seconds to the pit lane regardless, and they only have about a 7-second advantage ahead of that 32, so maybe looking at trying to gain the time away at this kind of point of the race to try and get towards P5 by the end, but at the moment they're tracking towards P6.
Yeah, there's a couple of those groups actually where it is very close between a few drivers, a few teams. That part of the field is certainly one of those. Car coming towards the end of another stint, so they've sort of matched this up quite nicely to the end of the race, but make sure that you don't have any more crashes or use as a fast repair or whatever, so that you can stay on that nice run towards the end with the strategy they have, because that seems to have been lined up quite nicely. Same for car 338. It's in pit lane at the moment. Not sure where it is in the field actually for that car. They're back out again. In fact, that looks like a drive-through penalty for them, given the way they were in so briefly. In Swinburne it was indeed, so that's not quite so well timed. They will lose a bit of time as a result of that. In GT4, the big change here, I guess, is the disappearance of our eSports, and it's a shame that they've been in the pit lane now for nearly 20 minutes, hearing it's a disconnection that they don't seem to be recovering from, that Ben Langford was in the car for at the time, and yeah, they're still dropping down the field, still hasn't returned, neither of any of his teammates.
No, and I think the suggestion is on the YouTube channel that they parked up and they were disconnected from the session. So I don't believe we'll be seeing them again. I mean, they've been for 20 minutes and it's still in the top 10. It's just kind of how big the gap was. They were able to build up all the GT4s towards the front of the field, but that may be that for them in this race, which is a real shame. It does promote the likes of Sim Dynamics to the top 9 and Iron Apex to the top 10. And you've had a minute apart, 8th through 10th in GT4, which when you look at the GT4 gaps, really isn't very much. You're looking at about 6 minutes for the race lead, about 6 minutes for P5, 4 and 5. So 3 cars within a minute is not too much. They come down in the final stages. Again, those guys very much off strategy still, as they have been. You know, normally in a 24-hour race, at least at the start, you get a lot of teams doing the same thing on the strategy for the first few hours. When everyone's going to go into the pit lane. But it's just been a free-for-all in this race. There's been no clear, consistent thread to it throughout. We've had drivers coming to the pit lane, you know, every couple of minutes. It's all going to come down to a head at the end, though.
That's the live data being supplied live from car 223. Leading the GT4 class. Supplied by Cosworth, of course, who are title sponsors of this Car 24 Hours of Silverstone here in 2025, and in just under 2 hours time they'll be providing the prizes as well for first, second and third in both car classes this season. First place will get a free subscription to Toolbox Plus for 12 months for each member. For second place it's 6 months, and third place 3 months. One randomly selected car that gets to the end of this race will get 2 months per driver as well, per team member. iRacing's and Sim Racing's first ever live remote telemetry feature in iRacing as well, and you can see it at work here. I described it last night, more telemetry than you'd know what to do with, but you can see it all on the right hand side. Live from the car as Finch drives towards the finish. I believe we actually recently got into the car, Finch. Maybe at the start of this stint, so I do wonder whether this is set up for the very end of the race now.
Yeah, you get a lot of drivers that do this, don't you? They get into the car about 2.5, 2 3/4 hours remaining, good point to get into the car, get your eye in, and then have a good run to the end of the race. It's not the longest of stints, but it is one that is manageable, and there will be drivers that did a lot of the heavy lifting in the middle of the night. They'll see the sunrise out of their windows, particularly if you're in the UK and want to go to sleep, ironically. And so Ashley Finch got into the car about 40 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago or so. I'm sure we'll be going, maybe won't be going to the end, but we'll certainly be running this car towards the end of the race with, 2 more stops to go for them. Right, Silverstone P3. Scorpio have inherited that P3 thanks to the voluntary I said the voluntary disconnection, the crash, and then the voluntary disconnection from the Arad eSports car. It's going to allow Fury 6 spot into the top 3, and that's going to be the first time are they going to get to the top 3? Well, they may not. It's going to be close, Ewan. Matthias Demmer may not be able to get through, but I'm going to say the 312 hasn't been in the top 3 for quite some time in this race. Maybe the race in total, but definitely for quite some time. And they're going to be about 4 seconds back, but they're there or thereabouts. They're close. When are they going to get through? What am I talking about, Ewan? I don't know. It's too early.
It's close, but they are going to get through. Only just, but they will just about get through into third. TS10 will be passed. The question for me is why Charlie Devlin, or whoever it was who brought the Scorpio eSports car in at the time, why they came in after only just over 20 laps. It's quite a short GT4 stint, really, and so that would be my question. With an hour 50 to go, that now gives them this exit pit lane. Now that means they've got 1 stop left, whereas Fury Sinsford have 2, so they don't have to worry about the 312 car that's just gone past them. But if their stints are somehow limited in some way, only just going past 20 laps here, then maybe Scorpio eSports have got bigger trouble on their hands than we initially thought. The gap less than 2 seconds for now, so it is very close. There is the visual gap, but surely Scorpio eSports still hold the advantage with a better fuel scenario compared to this car that will be in the next 15 laps or so. Yeah, they're on lap 18 at the moment, so next 15 laps or so, this car will probably be in.
Yeah, it will. I think the change in stint length is just them adapting towards the end of the race. They know they can get home in 1 stop now, so maybe underfueled the car a little bit for track position before, and now have just 2 normal stints to get to the end. Either way, Chloe Levins, there he is, in view, 2 seconds back from this 312 green car, green versus green, down in towards the Stoke corner that they will go. That's the DCW blue car coming through as well. It's James Foster. I don't think I've mentioned them since I got back on the broadcast about an hour ago, and they've very quietly gone about their business. But there's a lot of teams that have done that, haven't there? Lots of big gaps at this stage, as you would come to expect. But it is nice that we are still seeing some of these top 5 gaps, feeling at least like they're going to be close towards the end.
Yeah, that is good news for us. Coming to the end, another pit stop for Thomas Critchell. GT3, it's the DWR SimCoach Setups team in after only 23 laps, 23 laps. So is this it's not a penalty, it's not a black flag anyway. It's another early-ish stop. It's also that's Chris McIntosh in the background doing the same. Teichmann is in pit lane here somewhere as well. There comes Critchell to the end of the pit lane. Some weird stint lengths going on there. Chris McIntosh was normal, 30 laps, but only 22 laps now for Critchell as well. So I'm not sure what's going on at the moment, but an unbelievable amount of stops and stints that seem to be short of the mark as far as what's been normal for 22 hours. Suddenly that's gone away in the last 2.
Yeah, exactly, and it should regulate itself into the final stages, but it has got a little bit haywire, isn't it? I think as teams just try and work their way to that number. I'm sure we will see, though, in the end for Thomas Critchell. He will stay in P7, of course, with a huge gap behind, a couple of minutes to fry, guys. But yeah, shorter stints, getting towards this stage. We are seeing more teams come into the pit lane around this point than we otherwise have. I think the majority of cars have had less than 10 laps on this stint, with a few more certainly coming in soon. The Pineapple Racing Club car, 26 laps on their stint so far. Glass Tech Racing, 24 laps on their stint so far. WSR, the leaders, 223, and GT4, 26 on their stint. So I think a few of them coming in soon as well. And they know from now one more stop after this will get them home without having to worry about the splash and dash. I think that's the target really. You don't want to make it more difficult for yourself right at the end, because that is going completely off the road, just running over some of the gravel that's been picked up there. But we've seen some of the leaders make some mistakes. You don't just creep on those towards the end.
Gravel track has rather been extended by all the stones that have been brought onto the racetrack. It feels like that gravel trap is really on the tarmac now, on the very outside through the field. I don't know whether it's been a case through your stints as well, but through my stints here overnight, there was an unbelievable amount of spinning through Brooklands and Luffield. I mean, unbelievable amount. If we were playing a drinking game, you'd be almost dead, I think, because I mean it was so. Has that been a thing in the more daylight hours, or I mean the temperatures are barely different to what I was seeing overnight. You know, obviously was it 19 degrees all night, now only up at 21. It's not exactly a warm day. It is late September in Sim, and it's still in the morning, so it's just been remarkable the amount of spinning we've seen through those couple of corners, and no wonder that gravel trap has been brought half onto the racetrack as a result of everybody spinning off through there.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a more than a few incidents down, so I feel if anything, I'd say that there's been a really from people over the course of the racing today. Many people getting caught up on that inside curve, trying to make a couple of moves, trying to make sure they can get through on some maps, I think in particular. But it's just been a couple of times this week, and there's been a few down here at Village, in the loop. So it's all the slower speed parts of the lap where you'd kind of come to expect it. The 37
take a
must
drink.
equate a massive part. Yeah, it's not spinning, but I guess it's going wide. I think depending on how tired you are, you may actually have to start doing that in about an hour's time.
I'm not volunteering. How tired I am at the moment. And
even after the cricket?
That wasn't nice to wake up to. That's the life of being English. I've had so little food and sleep in the last 12 hours or so. A sip would just hit me like an absolute truck at the moment, I think. So let's not do that at this time in the morning. That wouldn't be good. By the way, CJ YouTube chat absolutely solving it for me. You can tell I'm not very sharp at this time of the morning. Pointing out very correctly, now it makes total sense now that he pointed out, if they do a full stint now, they don't have enough time to do fuel and tyres for the last stop. So if they spread that out over the 2 stops to make them slightly shorter, i.e. taking 30 seconds of fuel each time, 3/4 of a tank, they can cover that with tyres as well and do tyres in both. Absolutely solves it, doesn't it? Because you could do, let's say if your last 2 pit stops are going to be 50 seconds or so in total. If you do 40 seconds and 10 seconds, you don't have time for a tyre change in the second stop, that splash, whereas you do if you make it 30 and 20 or 25-25. You do have covered 4 tyres with that. So interesting that tyres are worth it, even for a 45-40 minute stint, maybe even shorter than that. And people opting to avoid a splash and dash pretty much at all costs. But it makes total sense, doesn't it, when we lay it out like that they would have these slightly shorter stints at this time in the race so that they can change tyres each time, given the fact there's no limit on the tyres they have in this race.
Yeah, it makes it easier to run to the end, doesn't it? That's for sure. And there's less stress and less thought process going in to what are some of the trickier parts of the race towards the end, which is trying to avoid those splashes and dashes. So yeah, it makes complete sense, and no surprise really when you put it that way. We're seeing so much of this by most of the teams on the circuit. Ashley Finch has come in as well. That's a kind of a normal time to make a stop. 102 minutes left in this race to go, 50 minutes in about 25 laps. That's kind of exactly what you're talking about, Ewan.
Yeah, well, not me. I can't take
well,
credit.
Yeah. That you were picking up on, sorry, from
yeah. Picking up what they're putting down. Just over 100 minutes to go. Eric Grove will take that car to the end, it looks like. 2-2-3. The race lead in GT4s. And I mean, what a performance it's been from them so far. We're not going to give them the race win just yet. That would be unfair. But we are going to see a new winner in GT4 compared to the last couple of times it's been run as a GT3, GT4 race. It's the 3rd year in a row Last year was ST Racing eSports, who won by just 38 seconds in the end. Mercedes over Porsche over Aston Martin. Satellite Racing were... Oh, and speaking of Satellite Racing, they are off for a spin. Now, where is this? Oh, that's through turn 3. And coming into the loop here, out of Village into the loop. They are... they've just unlapped themselves, actually, to be only 2 laps down. They're going to go 3 laps down back again very soon if they're not too careful. Podium runners from the GT4 race 1 year ago, and only 1 lap off the lead. Well, they're 1 place further up this year. They're more laps off the lead. Take from that what you will, but spin through turn 3 shouldn't interrupt them too much this time.
No, shouldn't do so, but very close. And there was that spin, there was the contact, I believe, up through Village. They continue on their merry way. I mean, at least they are not going to be too worried about losing out that gap to Fury. Seems to be a little mistake or something like that, considering that they are still well over 2 minutes in front as we run our way through Copse Corner with them. But you don't want to go too far wide and pick up a time penalty. That's happened a fair few times. Sim Dynamics have picked up PA as we see the United Sim team in the pit lane. Sophie Aronwell has just gone into the car. I think that battle for P8, P9, P10 in GT4 may come into fruition a little bit more in the final hour or so, as those strategies kind of work themselves towards each other. But apart from that, in GT4, I think it's looking pretty set without some mistakes.
There probably will be one of those fights that comes down to the finish. I mean, the ones that are deepest in the stint right now are Apex eSports and Sim Dynamics. So they will probably have the longest last stop to do, and will it even be one last stop for them? Well, it's going to be quite close in the case of Apex eSports, I think, and Harry Shaw. He would have absolutely packed that car full of fuel in the last pit stop, because they need every litre they can get right now. And in the background, the overall race leaders are going to come over the line to complete another lap here in a moment, by the way. At the end of lap 660. Try and work out how many laps we're actually going to get in this race. See if it will be any sort of record. I don't think so, because we keep getting more numbers year on year. And beating 709 laps is going to be very, very difficult. So I think these GT3s were generally a bit faster back then. We've got a more realistic lap time these days. Now, by the way, I'm not sure what happened to the discussions of rain, but so far that seems to have completely disappeared from everyone's consciousness. The very sort of 1/3 chance of there being some rain in the final 2 hours of the race here doesn't seem to have materialised.
No, which is weird actually. I mean, funnily enough, the in-sim date right now is my birthday, and I'll tell you, it rains a lot on my birthday in the UK. So yeah, it's surprising if anything that it is raining. If anything, just shows that we need to improve the simulator. Clearly, there needs to be rain.
What's the sample size? What years it's rained versus years it hasn't? You've got a decent sample size now. What's the ratio?
Right. I'd say every other year. I'd say it's over 50%. So maybe, I guess, yes. Then if it's a 40% chance of it not raining, then it's always going to be a 40% chance. But hey, a bit of rain would spice it up, right? In the final 2 hours. Can you imagine if it started raining now? We've got 22.5 hours, beautiful dry weather through the day, through the night. You wake up and it's dry, and then you're just thinking about how you get home, and then it starts raining. That'd be great. Not for the drivers, of course. We don't look after the employees, but for us up here in the for everyone watching at home, I think it'd be great, right? But as it is, it's going to be dry.
So it's just what you need when you're really tired and you've not been to bed yet. It's 10:30 in the morning, you're an hour and a half away from the finish. You just sleepwalking your way round, feeling your way round, and suddenly it starts raining. It couldn't be much worse. And this actually is where I would actually say where WSR Esports again would have an advantage in some way, because they've got 5 drivers per team each in both of their cars, which I think is such a massive advantage. I mean, yes, they're part of a team that has the talent pool to dive into that means they have 5 strong drivers across the board. Now, They do have slight variations among their 5, and there have been stages in this race where they've been caught as race leaders, and you've started to see their lead come down. I remember sort of what was towards the halfway stage, deep into the night last night, Matt Caruana was catching Adam State, for example. Caruana now driving 91 again. I don't think drove since then, actually, in 123, but we've seen various matchups like that where, yes, they have been caught a little bit, but their drivers, plain and simple, are going to be fresher. On average, they've done less than 5 hours driving each, whereas the other two, I think, chasing them are free driver teams, and that means probably 8 hours of driving close to, and your freshness after nearly 8 hours, as one of them, as Leo Brown or whoever is going to take that 48 car and 91 car to the end in an hour and a half's time, is going to be at. Those 8 hours stint drivers are going to be a lot less fresh than those who have not even reached 5 yet. And that makes a big, big difference in terms of how long you've been to sleep for, and indeed your fatigue from actually driving as well.
Yeah, certainly so. And the longer you go into a race like this, the more the fatigue sets in. And I almost think that you can almost power through nighttime hours really quite well, because it's still the night, still dark. It doesn't really feel much different. I always feel like, in a weird way, psychologically, when the sun rises, you feel like you're really close to the end, and that can become, a dangerous thing. If there's still 5 hours to go, and yet you see the sunrise, you're almost in the mindset that, you're in the final stretch. And when you're in that mindset, your body's almost thinking you've got, 1-2 hours left to go. Then that becomes the issue in the final 3 hours, when you're then trying to stay awake and pushing yourself to make sure that you're concentrating that little bit more. So this is the part of the race, I think, where we could see fatigue really setting in for a lot of drivers if they haven't been able to get much shut-eye over the course of the night. And this is also kind of where it comes into an advantage if you've got a very international team and driver lineup. If you've got a couple of North Americans on your team, it can manage those middle of the night hours and you can have some sleep. But if you're all based in the UK, onus then becomes on Europe, in fact, of course, that onus then becomes on all of you to have to, change some sleep patterns to try and make it work to get yourself to the end of the way. It can be difficult. It's part of the puzzle of a race like this.
It is. An example, Ayrton Williams for the satellite racing teams from Australia, who did quite a lot of driving over the night time when it was in the afternoon, obviously down under, so plenty of stints being taken out in car 64 by Williams, who to bed is Sunday night, not long after this race, I would imagine. It's not a bad time for this race either. See, a midday start in the UK just works all ways round, I think. 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. in America is not that bad. I guess on the west coast it's a little bit grim to start off with, but in Australia as well, you might miss the start of the race, but you get to see pretty much the last 3 quarters at a reasonable time in the day. But lo and behold, I'm not sure what time Le Mans started this year, but I think Spa this year started at something like 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. local. For me, that is... Can you imagine if we still had 7 hours to go nearly at this stage? It does really make a difference, because while it's still the same 24 hours, the amount of time you're awake before the 24 hours starts is a lot longer on a 5 p.m. start, and that adds to the tiredness as well on Sunday afternoon, when you realise just how long you've still got to go. As it is, we've only got 90 minutes left here. It's pretty much a Formula 1 length timed race anyway. It's remaining now.
Yeah, exactly, not too long to go, and on that as well, at the time, when you go out to Australia, even New Zealand, what is it there, 12 hours in front, that's midnight to midnight. That really is a 24 hours, isn't it? A full day's worth of races. Yeah, I think it works quite well. And it's called Greenwich Mean Time for a reason, Ewan. It's called Greenwich Mean Time for a reason.
What is it?
Well, because we decided that we were in the middle of the world, didn't we? In the UK. So yeah, we worked out quite nicely. That's why we're in the middle of the map, Ewan. Come on, you must know this.
It just looks wrong otherwise, doesn't it? Everybody would suddenly realise the world's actually full of just water if we weren't in the middle. If the Pacific Ocean was in the middle, everyone would say, where's the land?
I think the Americans would argue that if they're in the middle, they can take a nice chunk. But then either side there's a big bit of water, isn't there, actually?
Exactly.
Yeah.
See?
I'm seeing your point. Yeah, it works out. There you go then. The 1800s, Britain got it right on at least one count.
It's one of those things that might be like wrong, you know, scientifically or whatever, but actually for it to be changed now would annoy and disrupt so many people, like me. That, you know, it's just not worth doing, is it? I get the feeling that daylight savings is probably the same. It's very annoying. It'd be quite a difficult rhythm to get out of. So there you go. That might be one of the reasons. Leo Brown is not far being lapped, by the way, by the race leader again here. So could be about to see although Ross McFarlane's not long being in the pit lane, so we could be about to see a car go a lap down, or indeed a car go into the pit lane. Maybe both in the next couple of laps. James Rainford in YouTube chat says rain at the last hour would be great. And James, to be honest, you sound like you've got the second name that means you could do something about that. We'll see in the next 90 minutes whether you can produce anything for us. But it has got a little bit, since we started talking about it, it has got a little bit more overcast. However, if this being the UK, that doesn't really mean it's about to rain. It could just be a change in cloud formation. And that was predicted, by the way, in the forecast as well. We were predicted to get very overcast. The rain is a lot less likely than the overcast conditions, and so I think that's being rather proven at the moment.
Oh yeah, certainly so. I mean, no better example than I'm looking at my window right now. There's a leak out there, and it's not going to rain. It's not looking particularly nice. But it is at the circuit as well. A little bit of sunshine peeking through. We did in the early stages of the race have a bit of precipitation that sat around the circuit. A little bit of moisture, a couple of puddles, and it took a couple of hours to clear them, despite there of course being no rain. We didn't get any of that moisture settling overnight during the race, of course. Too many cars coming around that would have prevented that. But it's a factor that we always have to, keep an eye out for. Particularly in the UK, you can get a shower that pops up out of nowhere. Not really in September. To be honest with you, I don't know how accurate weather patterns are in iRacing down to a T, but in September you're less likely to get a random shower than you would in the spring popping up. But that's just kind of the humidity aspect, and it's been dry, and I think the drivers would have been very thankful for that, to be honest with you, over the course of the race. There is nothing really much worse than a 24-hour race that's already going to be difficult enough, where you're going from wet to dry to wet to dry. Entertaining, of course, but difficult in the driver's seat, difficult to manage in terms of strategy as well. So it's been easier for all the drivers, but hasn't necessarily been the easiest in terms of the racing. It just goes to show how difficult these races can be. You can have factors go your way, but it's never going to help you out in the grand scheme of things.
I wonder whether we did see rain last year in this race. I don't know if you can remember. I can't. I've slept at least 300 times since then. As the leader, by the way, is on the final lap of their stint, Ross McFarlane, 3 wide in front of him here, as he tries to lap the 48 car, and he's going to lap the 7 for the 8th time here as well. Philip Staples going to go a lap down for an 8th time, as Fry Guys Motorsport try and finish in 8th place. That's probably the best they can hope for out of this race this afternoon. Continue to follow along Ross McFarlane as he tries to put the lap on that Mustang before he has to come into the pit lane. But I'm just noticing the difference in the amount of laps. I did a calculation, by the way, that would actually have the amount of laps, at least it did it with 1 hour 40 to go, at 710 laps, which would be more than any of the last 3 years, including the years where there was much less traffic and there were TCR and MX-5 traffic, as opposed to GT4 slightly more disruptive traffic in 2022. That was when we set that record. So I do wonder whether we're about to see a record here or not, or whether I've miscalculated. We'll find out and get a better idea on the top of the hour. But I do wonder, because that's 20 laps less than any other year. I wonder whether we did see rain last year, maybe, because it would have been available in December 24, more than available. And so maybe it did arise that year, but just looked like we're going to get away with it this time anyway.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I mean, unless it comes to the last hour, it feels unlikely. Dry to the end of the race. I mean, it feels wrong to not have a race in the UK without any rain, but that's just how it goes sometimes. I think it's interesting as well to see over the course of this last half hour, really, what Team Benjy have been able to do. want to mention them quickly, with the fact that they are, of course, off strategy a little bit. The gap to Matt Kawana on Project 91 is 40 seconds. Now, Team Benjy have been on this stint for 21 laps, which means that the maximum they can go is another 10 laps, really. And that would push them to around the 1:06 mark. Whether they can get to the end from there is really touch and go. It's going to be close. But if they have to do another stop, that would take them, another 30 seconds to drive down pit lane. If they just took the fuel for a couple of seconds, they may be able to come out ahead of Project 91 if they take a full pit stop, which they're tracking towards doing. My point here, I think that battle for P2 is going to come very close by the time we get towards the end of this race. And we could have Leo Brown and Matt Caruana fighting on track for that P2 in the final hour.
Let's hope so. So driver change here is going to force a longer stop for this 1-2-3 car out front. I knew Paul would know, by the way. It did rain last year at about 8 AM for an hour, so I have seen rain in this race before. It doesn't look like this year. It would be the latest we might see if it were to arrive now. Critchley makes his way back out on the circuit. Also a question about which manufacturer's doing particularly well. It's been quite evenly spread across the board actually, but definitely Aston Martin and Mustang have been strong up towards the front. Lamborghini Project 91 rather an outlier as far as that manufacturer is concerned. But there have been others in the race. That one has by far been the best of them. So it's been very much about the Aston Martin and the Mustang, and that is reflective of the newest cars into iRacing, and I think where the is at the moment. So coming up towards the end of another iRacing season, which means that a new change really, and a whole new look to the GT3 category will surely be on its way. I'm getting used to a new build and a new feel to some of the cars and so on. But it very much seems towards the end of this build that Aston Martin and Mustang are the ones to have, and those are the newest cars into iRacing as well. And everybody wants to have a go in the new cars. Generally, means the best teams end up driving them, and they often end up winning when they're new into the service. And some of the older cars, like the Audis of this world, do start to struggle a little bit more. Very rarely see Audis at all anymore in the GT3 fields. Sadly, although we did have one in this race, it's fallen by the wayside, along with pretty much all of the other manufacturers, as you're seeing on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's kind of been a bit of domination. Nice to see that there's the three different cars in the top three in both the GT3 and the GT4. It does go to show that there is, a nice VOP between a lot of these cars, and the fact that we have so much variation in choice as well, I think really goes to show how much work you put into to make these cars as even as possible. Drivers pick any car they wanted to. In years gone by, we've often seen Steve Mustangs or even Steve Mercs, or even Steve Porsches. But now there is a really good choice set for the drivers and the teams to be able to make. And of course there will be drivers with different preferences, which is why we have these different cars on the circuit. And they will find comfort in one car and maybe find another one a little more difficult to wrangle around. But it's good to see that we have such variation on the circuit in GT3 and in GT4. Because this Aston Martin, as you said, the newer car onto the grids. He picked up as much in GT3 races that I've seen in the last few months, as much as I necessarily would expect that. However, it has been a good variation from everybody, but seemingly that Aston Martin and the 1-2-3 WSR car think like a duck to water, despite the fact we've had no water to speak about today.
Very good. What do you make of the new Aston Martin, by the way, in terms of how it looks compared to the old one and how it sounds? I would take the modern looks with the old sounds personally from the Aston Martin. I think it still looks fantastic, even though it does have a turbo on it these days, and therefore sound a little bit deficient compared to what it did before. But I mean, I don't see how. It's very boxy, the previous Vantage, I thought. But, I much prefer the look of this car, even if not the sound. But it was going to be hard to top the sound of the previous car. A fantastic sounding thing that say no longer exists, and they've put some new turbos on. As turbos are the way forward. Even if they sound worse, they are more efficient, it turns out.
Yeah, I mean, from the front, it looks a little like I'm stretching it, and it looks a little bit like Lamborghini, because with a little bit more Britishness to it, doesn't it? It's just not quite as sleek. It's not quite as smooth on the edges, but it is a very nice car. And yeah, I like that opinion. It still does look great. It really drives well as well. For the guys that have gone into it, Simcast and WSR being good examples of that. I mean, Simcast were leading for quite some time at the start of the race. Have got to P5, but P4. I do know for a fact that the drivers at the Volker Fastest Bike Last Tech team in that 4-2-1 and the guys in the 1-3-1 do race each other relatively regularly. So if they do come towards each other, I think that'll be a good battle. Speak about after the race, but there's a few of them out on the circuit. That's the kind of beauty of a race like this, isn't it? You get a lot of drivers that turn up, particularly considering this is an MSUK event. There's a lot of cars that and teams that are made up of drivers that will compete in some MSUK series or sort of recommended communities is the word I'm looking for. And you often get a few cars from each, and they all come together for a big event like this. And there's a beauty to that in a way, because then you get some drivers that you know out on the circuit, and then you get some fresher faces that you may not know, and it just grows those communities overall. And these kind of events do really well in that.
That's a good point, because we've had 52 teams start here today. We've still got 41 running if the eSports team will not return, as indeed it looks like they won't here. That's the first retirement, by the way, for over 200 GT4 laps. Not sure how long that is in terms of the time frame, but that's a lot of time. Nearly 8 hours or something. A long time anyway. And yeah, as you say, this just great numbers within it. Last year we had 34 GT3s and we had just 21 GT4s, so just 1 or 2 more GT3s and 1 or 2 less GT4s. A little bit more balanced this time around, but similar numbers for 2025 to 24. And it's been a really well taken up event over the last few years. It's been great to watch and be a part of the last few years as well. As you mentioned, people from different communities and people who race one another in sprint racing, well, more shorter format racing, different MSUK series. Racing one another now in the longest format that we have in sports car racing, that being the 24-hour racing. As we're speaking about broken passes, they've actually got a black flag in the last couple of moments. They're only 3 laps out the pit lane for William Humphrey, and only 40 seconds in front of Adam Watson, who's about to make another pit stop, so it's not going to matter. I think 4-2-1 will be fine for finishing 4th, but they'll be a bit closer than they were hoping to be with this latest penalty.
Yeah, and I spoke to William Humphrey earlier actually. He said that he was coming in for the final couple of stints and they were hoping to keep P4 as a team and maybe something to happen up front to maybe get a podium. But if anything, sadly for him with that time penalty, the drive, sorry, time penalty per se, but the drive-through penalty will in effect cost him time. Will drop him towards Adam Watson, towards that range at the moment. They've only got 1 more stop to do. I think Adam Watson will have 2. I don't think it's panic stations just yet, but it's just these little moments in the last couple of hours that can just unsettle your race. When it happens at the start of the race, if you pick up a drive-through in hour 6, hour 7, easy to control the circumstances of the rest of the race. Got hundreds of laps to go to try and rectify that. Now we're into the final hour and a bit. We're looking at 40, 45 laps left of this race, if that, before we finish off this one. So if you're losing 30 seconds in the pit stop, that must becomes a lot harder to gain back the time in nearly a second of that, rather than just a couple of tenths or maybe even a couple of hundredths as well. So he'll come down pit lane, he'll lose a lot of the time, but I think it's panic station just yet.
Not just yet. Humphrey comes in to serve that straight away, not messing about. Waiting for that time to elapse, there's no point, but that's a difference, really. Drives through. Oh, and it hasn't cleared. So this is now. Oh no, it has. Oh, dear me! I thought that we were going to get a moment there. We had this last night. You probably won't have seen it. It was for, I think, car 48. Oh no, sorry, that was actually for one of the cars that's now out of the race. The chicken kebab team, car 36. who were both, who were having big trouble last night trying to get a penalty served. They came down pit lane. Well, first of all, they had 2 penalties, which made it look like they were constantly trying to serve the same one, but so that mitigated slightly. But they definitely came down 3 times. Sometimes for stop-go penalties. They had a pit stop in there as well. They had a drive-through penalty. It was all happening, and they went from second place, challenging WSR really quite closely, to laps down in 4th position at that stage in the race. You can see the gap that they would have slotted into based on where this car is currently 4 laps off 3rd. They slotted exactly into that sort of gap there. That obviously was smaller at the time, but nevertheless did exist, and I thought we were going to see a similar moment like that. Again, these sort of admin errors are very easy to come across nearly 23 hours into a race, but thank goodness we didn't have one of those moments. There's nothing more infuriating, I've found, than trying to serve a penalty, but you can't quite understand what the sim's trying to tell you. You can't quite seem to satisfy it with what penalty it's giving you, and you just go round and round and round. It must be the most infuriating thing, but they're not going to have that. Thankfully, they've served it, and they still have a minute over 5th.
Yep, and that is over 5th now that the SimCast car did come into the pit. They followed them and now have made their stop. And yeah, Adam Watson will get to the end on one more after that, but it will be a splash and dash into the end. They're about 9 seconds, 10 seconds behind the team who's slow. They have to do one more stop themselves, but it talks about how close it may be for them to make sure they can get to the end. Here's the satellite racing car, P2 for them. They're into the pit lane, they're 3 laps down, they're a long way behind. And we have a driver change, as Ayrton Williams is going to get into that car for the final couple of laps. And I'm saying that Ayrton's an Australian driver.
Yeah.
If memory serves, so it's going to be a late night for him. What, 9? Nearly 10 o'clock in Australia?
I think so. Depends where he is,
on the east coast, at least, yeah.
They've got about 3 different time zones. None of it really makes sense. Anyway, that's another issue. Me and Lorenzo were talking earlier this morning about couldn't quite understand why Spain and Poland, for example, are in the same time zone, but we've got some. But England and Portugal, UK and Portugal are on the same time zone, while France and Spain are not on the same one. It's all very confusing in Europe, and it is in Australia as well. They haven't figured it out either. But yeah, relatively late night. I mean, this race, if it's ending at midday here, we're just before midnight here on a Sunday night, so I'd imagine pretty soon to bed after this, and then getting up for whatever he has to do on a Monday morning. But nothing too late for Williams. Clearly, letting the other Europeans in his team have a bit of a lie-in by taking this final 75 minutes for himself.
Yeah, maybe that's the theory. It's going to work out either way. I mean, on time zones, yeah, Perth is coming up to 7:15. Well, it's just about 7:15. In Sydney, it's 10:45. So it's the 3 hour difference between the US there. In terms of these 4 times. But yeah, in Spain, we're going to go.
In America, it's split up sensibly. In Australia, it's all over the place. It's carnage.
Some territory lines, isn't it? Yeah. And then some do daylight saving, and some don't. It's with a half hour, and then some don't. Yeah, it is a little bit crazy. Ireland lies completely to the east of the west coast of Spain, and yet is 1 hour behind, which makes absolutely no sense. But the sun will set over here, say. Where I live in East Anglia in the UK, let's say it's 7 o'clock. It means that it won't set in the western Spain until about 9. It's crazy.
Yeah, local time.
Not much far away. Yeah, well, yeah, local time.
It should be a bit of a difference. They should get more because obviously they're so further south. But, they also get an added hour on top of that as well. So that doesn't make much sense at all, really. So, there you go. I'm not sure the Spanish are going to be complaining and changing that anytime soon, because to be honest, I think a later evening, later sunset. I mean, me and Rob were talking about the shortest day of the year coming up very soon. Actually, I was very pleased to learn that actually I'm almost halfway through winter and we're on our way back to spring again very soon. I was delighted to hear that. Only 2 weeks away from the shortest day. Looking at where I live now and what sunset time's going to be, it's only just past 3 p.m. or something. I think, goodness me.
I'm doing research right now as we speak. The sunset where I am today would be 4:45, right? The sunset on the west coast of Spain today is 6 p.m.
Oh, and that's as bad as it gets.
Yeah.
6 p.m. Oh,
6
God.
p.m. is as bad as it gets. In the summer, sunset is at 10:15. 10:15. That's ridiculous.
I never get after sunset, so you still see quite well outside. It's fairly light after sunset, so actually it's probably nearly 11 by the time it's actually dark anymore.
Well,
even in the UK, you actually get those. I'm not sure whether this is a latitude. Some nights very close to the sort of longest day doesn't and it's been very bright in both days either side of the night. It's quite bright even in the night time. You can see the sky very, very light, and it's actually not very dark outside at all. So I wonder what that's like in the sort of middle summer months in Spain as well.
Yeah, I mean, officially in the middle of the summer, longest day of the year, according to time of day, the quote unquote night phase starts after 12:30. Yeah, that's the morning. I don't know. I would leave work and it's already dark. I hate that. I'm depressing myself a little bit now, but there you go.
Yeah. I don't get that problem, but it's not much better, to be honest. I mean, I've not seen very much daylight today, to be honest. All of my 8 hours earlier came during nighttime hours. Even when I was here at 7 a.m, it was still very, very dark outside. So that's a bit grim. But that's winter for you. I was saying earlier on, actually, it's oh dear, it's contact through the final corner there for the second-placed GT4 as Neb Walton muscled his way past. It's one of the great things about having this race at sort of in the December months, when you don't see very much endurance racing going at this time yet. To be expected as well, I suppose. The races that happen at this time of year, like Dubai and Daytona and the real world 24-hour race, long periods of darkness, and maybe at a circuit that's not like Daytona, where it's not lit up quite well. It's not at all lit up. It would feel like a very, very long night indeed if we were doing today's date, but we're pretty much even on 12 hours daylight, 12 hours darkness in the date we've set up in late September, and so that works out quite well. But at this time of year, I personally haven't seen a 24 hours for a long time, since the summer really, and so capping off the year effectively with the last 24-hour races we have done for now 4 years in a row here with the 24 Hours of Silverstone.
Yeah, and it is great. This is getting better and better every single year, bigger and better every single year. More drivers, more teams, and a higher average high rating as well. There's so many great names in this race this year, and you can only see it improving. And it is such a big part now of you feel at least the motorsport UK sim racing camp, but also sim racing general is coming. It's a big race now, so we're getting towards December, where a lot of smaller series, series done by the community, by the drivers themselves, by smaller admins, often end at this time of the year as you get towards Christmas and we start again in the new year. So this is a really good race, and I think a really good time of the year to focus in on. I did see that Paul, thank you, said in the chat, answering Reese's question about when the new calendar is going to be released, and that'll be in early January. So we're really looking forward to exactly what day this Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours is going to be. Once again, but of course the other series that we're going to look forward to in the new year as well. The MS UK calendar really is exceptional now. Series after series, you really feel like it gets more exciting every single year, with more opportunities for drivers to get involved, and yeah, such great work's being done, not just by Motorsport UK, but also by recommended communities from the server as well. And yeah, there's so much to get involved in this there now. As we get into the 2026, every single year, you get more drivers to some of the big special events on iRacing, and we're getting more into events like this as well, and it's just fantastic to see.
Yeah, it is. Very, very looking forward to seeing what that calendar has to offer in early January. The event that I'll be circling first is the Four Nations eSports Cup, which has only just expanded to 4 nations indeed, but it used to be 3, with Australia, New Zealand and South Africa. We did actually win that, the English, I mean. Or is it United Kingdom? Am I taking credit for other nations' achievements as well? Maybe I am. But anyway, that's my job as being English. Yeah, but anyway, certainly our region anyway took victory in that. Recently added South Africa, of course, which we have a great contingent in this. We've got a few in this race, but in Motorsport UK eSports more generally, we have enough of a contingent now, South Africans, to join us in the Four Nations eSports Cup now, as opposed to the Three Nations Cup, which it has been in previous seasons. It happens just sort of early autumn normally, at least has for the last couple of years, so that's the one that will be circled on my calendar first of all, because I find that a great event. And to be honest, I need to feel like we're beating the Australians at something, and that's going to have to be sim racing by the sound of it for this year.
Clear on the right.
Because anything else not going so well as it turns out. Armed Forces Sim Racing, number 23, seems to have disconnected from the session. James King was driving at the time. Or at least they're having connection issues, we're hearing. Haven't seen them return again, so unfortunately that might be difficult for them to get back in. Well, hopefully they do get back in at least, and it's not like the eSports Britcar team who've sadly had to retire in the morning. Once you get to this stage, you really desperately want to finish.
Yeah, do. There is nothing worse than in sim racing, I really feel, than crashing or disconnecting or having something go wrong, majorly wrong in the final hour of a 24-hour sim race. It's just heartbreaking, isn't it? I mean, best example of the real world, of course, in recent years, I think Toyota back at Le Mans about, what is that, about 10 years ago? 9
years ago.
Oh my goodness me, that is... I said recent, I was expecting that to be 5 years, that's 9, anyway, I'm an adult, I need to grow up. I mean, the fact that was 9 years ago just goes to show. It sticks in the memory quite well, and for anything to go wrong in this race will stick in the memory at least till next year. And it can be, gut-wrenching for something to go wrong right at the end. You could be so consistent for so long, and that little moment in the final hour of the race to undo all of that good work. It can be difficult to overcome, really. Psychologically, I guess you've got Christmas to look forward to. But yeah, if there's any contact, we're close enough that I think Christmas cards won't be sent. There's been a few moments of contact over the course of this race that drivers won't be happy about. But thankfully enough, it's been a generally clean race up to this stage, to the point that we've only really had one penalty in the last hour. 2 hours now. We've had one penalty handed out by the stewards in the last 2 hours, which just goes to show everyone's behaving nicely with each other.
Yeah, well, they certainly are, and hopefully that will continue for the last hour as well. You generally do see that towards the end. The gaps are rather settled, and the pressure eases, as far as positionally anyway. Though you will be absolutely desperate to get to the end of the race without
still there, clear on the left,
denied that opportunity to cross the line at the end of a race like this. We're coming up, by the way, in less than 10 laps time already now to the distance we completed last year. We've still got more than an hour to go, so I'll do another calculation when we get to the hour here, but I really think we've got a potential race lap record coming on here. As far as the amount of laps completed are concerned, stands at 7:09, set in 2022 by the BRT team. It was in the BMW M4, and it was very new in 2022 and winning pretty much everything. It was added into iRacing before it was added into the real world, therefore winning in iRacing late in 2021 before it was even in the real world as well, which was great for BMW and great for us as well. We've seen it a couple of times now with new cars, with the BMW V8 hybrid, the GTP car that is in the real world as well. But they've been very good for iRacing over the last couple of years. But it's not going to be a BMW this year. In fact, there's the closest BMW is a long, long way away from the front. It's going to be, looks like, an Aston Martin. As long as Ethan Critchley can bring it to the leader is coming up on you. He's about to cross the line with an hour and 2 minutes to go. And be the start of lap 679 in this race. Tearing towards 700 here very, very soon for the overall race leader. It still has just an hour to keep things on the road, keep things sensible, avoid penalties, and they'll be on their way to a third year in a row standing on the top step.
Yep, it's looking that way, isn't it, at the moment? As we see loads of pit stops now going. Was that being kicked up on the camera? Was
Car right.
One shot. I think everyone's fine, but
Still there, hold your line.
People off the road. There's no one stopped.
Stay on the left.
On the driver. Yes, everything's fine.
Clear.
I'm just getting excited over nothing at the moment. We have pit stops at this point in the race. 1 hour 1 and 1 hour 2. We should be able to get to the end from here. It's going to be a push, but it should be doable. I worry though, depending on when our race winner crosses the line, exactly how many laps certain drivers will have to do. I guess with many of the gaps they can kind of mitigate that at this stage, but keep an eye on that as we go to the end. Team Loose and Spur, when we talked about them maybe being touch and go towards the end of the race, they're about to come into the pit lane. They will get to the end on just one more stop, so that will mean that they will almost secure definitely P5. The Simcast will have to pit another time. Oh no, I'm talking rubbish. There's a 3-second gap there, but they will have to come in for a full pit stop, but just the one more pit stop. Simcast will only have a short pit stop when they have to come in, and so should be able to get that position in that cycle over the next 40 minutes or so. And so should be in the top 5, as I say that. We're hoping the 32 minutes.
So is that too early? Will they be able to make it to the end here or not? That's going to be quite close. 32 laps this time round suggests they're desperately trying to make it. And if they are on a fuel-saving tear like that, then they may well make it just about. But let's wait and see as the seconds tick by. And the final hour is upon us in the 2025 Cosworth Britcar eSports 24 Hours of Silverstone. 60 minutes for WSR eSports to bring it home in a brilliant double victory as it would be in GT3 and GT4. High laps in the GT4 class, and there they are together on the racetrack. Car 1, 2, 3 with a little bit more pressure upon it. A history of potentially 3 years of this race in a row on their backs. They are just starting their 14th lap of the stint. Quincy will come into the pit lane after another 10 laps or so before bringing this car home. They will hope over the line for a victory, but they've got to keep their wits about them still. We've seen this race twist and turn time and time again. They haven't got a distance at which they can relax. I would suggest their teammates maybe do with 3 laps, but these guys don't in GT3.
No, they don't. That's for sure. Richly just bringing it home at the moment for WSR. I mean, the double win on the cards for them. Didn't look like that was going to be the case early on. That was in the balls in the first hour. In the first 15 minutes, contact through club with another car. Team Bennick had a stop-go penalty after the contact with the 1, 2, 3 up at Village in the first 10 minutes as well. All of that came through in the first 15. So they were already at the back of the pack, having some, a lot of work to do from there to get through the traffic, but that's exactly what they have been able to do, and knew the race by a decent margin, will be even more decent with Matt Caruana. It is the final stop for that Project 91 car. They will lose the position to Team Bennick, but Team Bennick would almost certainly have to stop one more time for a splash and dash. However, when Team Bennick come out of the pit lane, after that splash and dash, it's going to be really interesting to see whatever that gap is going to be. But we have to wait some time, probably until the final 10 minutes to find out on that one.
Probably. See who's not quite lined up the strategy correctly, and we'll see who's going to end up making an extra pit stop or whatever in this race. It's one of the closer battles out there on the circuit at the moment. Just 3 seconds or so between Charles Critchell and William Hope. Critchell,
you're in the middle, 3 wide.
Here, so
still there, clear, 2 wide. Still there, hold your line.
Being out there, they
clear on the right.
Drive-through before, and now they're taking their real pit stop. It looks like that's the case. So actually, William Hope should be quite a long way in front of car 80 in reality here.
We're going to have else there it is, just driving down the slow lane. Because there's no one else there. I mean, as is iRacing, this is going to...
Kick out that corner and got a slow down penalty.
No one in the garage is very quiet. Running into somebody, that's for sure. And,
car on your left, still there. Clear.
Pineapple Racing Club have a black flag that they'll have to serve, but that's not going to cost them anything. They're a lap ahead of the Phoenix Sim Racing car. And we did see some black flags being picked up in the first 5 hours. And for that, they had to have reached 120 incident points, which was impressive in the opening few hours of the race.
The car in front is pitting.
We've not seen as many black flags as I was fearing that we would in this second part of the race, because when you're picking them up like that, black flag after every 25 furlongs, so you'll be looking at, you know, black flag every hour for a lot of cars, but
still there.
We're not seeing too many out there on the circuit, but enough to keep us on our toes.
Still there. I think it comes through on our system in the same way that an incident limit being hit comes through in the same way as a penalty assigned by race control. So I think that's there's a bit of crossover there in the first few hours of the race. I think now it's certainly reasonable that we're seeing some incident limit penalties, although I still think they shouldn't really be getting anywhere near 120 incident points over a 24-hour period. I mean, you get 100 at Spa in 24 there. I know this is a multi-class race, but even so, this is an easier circuit on off-track, so you get 20 more to account for the multi-class aspect of it. I don't think you should be getting anywhere near 120, really. I guess it is a little bit of something to worry about at Spa as well. You do have to be slightly mindful of it.
Clear on the left.
I don't know. I don't think they should really be anywhere near the incident limit. But there you go. Some drivers, some teams have very much been in the walls so far in this race, and I must say there's been much less contact in the second half of this race. It's not entirely because of me, but since I've been here, there's been a bit less contact, I think. A few still spins through Brooklands and Luffield, as I was commenting earlier, but I was watching some of the early laps of this race, and there's a lot more high octane in terms of contacts being made, and that's not always a good thing at the start of one of these races. Thankfully that's all calmed out a bit now.
Yeah, I mean, you and O'Leary spoke of this, but you shouldn't be getting anywhere near that instant limit.
I'm already
you would get 4
comments, by the way.
You've got 55 minutes to survive those comments, you put yourself into it, I think. But then there were a couple of black flags for the instant post in the first few hours. The black flags that appear on the left-hand side are given in game. By stewards don't appear as black flags.
Right side. Clear on the right.
One team that had 140 after 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Car on your left.
Quite high.
Stay on the right.
How long
Still
it
there.
takes a beginner like my dad to go from
clear on the left
to get coaching?
How old is your father?
He is 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of November, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
Right
That's
side.
even better. Tai Chi was built for men.
Still there, hold your line.
Isn't
Clear
the
on
gym
the right.
better after 40?
The gym breaks you. Tai Chi will make you feel better and lose weight faster than in your 20s.
Does he need any equipment?
No, his body is enough. Just do it for 9 minutes a day and see your body feel younger.
So what's the first step?
Click the link, get the app, and start tomorrow.
Car on your left. Clear on the left. Left side. Clear.
This is the latest razor developed by Gillette, a super sharp and portable razor. It features German diamond blade material and a flexible shaving head that perfectly conforms to the skin without causing cuts. With powerful performance, it can cleanly shave even the toughest and thickest beards in one go, leaving no stubble. The metal body is fully washable, and it boasts an ultra-long battery life, lasting up to a month on a single charge. It's very compact, about the size of an egg, and can fit in your pocket, allowing you to shave anytime, whether at work or while travelling, keeping you clean and fresh at all times. It sold over 100,000 units as soon as it hit the market, making it the best gift for husbands and fathers.
The manufacturer is offering a special promotion. Place your order today to enjoy an incredibly low discount. Today is the last
Left
day,
side.
as prices will return to normal tomorrow.
Clear on the left.
But moment getting through on that lap car quickly, just a bit of a snap, but no issues there. Continues on his merry old way. 52 minutes. He crossed the line with about 52 minutes and let's say 20 seconds left. That means that I think he'll get another 27 laps in to this race. I mean, for some reason, on my timing page is suggesting we're going to get another 41 laps in. I don't think that's going to happen. Unless they change, unless they change the car and then put an F1 car on the circuit, I doubt that's going to be happening, and even then it'd be a bit of a push. But we are going to get over 700 laps for sure.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, you'd have to do the international layout to have a chance of that.
Yeah.
So that's not going to happen. I think maybe that's a little bit ambitious as well, because that would get us to 710. The last calculations I saw were either, it was very, very close between tying that record at 709 or 708, which we've not seen before, because the next best is 707 back in 2023. So last year it was a good 22 laps before the record for various reasons, one of them being rain that fell with about 4 hours to go in the race. So we can count out last year as far as the distance record is concerned, but I always wonder whether the drivers and teams actually care about distance records in these races, or whether they're purely focused on the race itself. Because it's something I always look for in long races. You look back to the history and think, where are we in terms of the history of this event? Is this the fastest team we've ever seen in this event over the last 4 years or so? I might be able to answer yes to that question at the end of the next 50 minutes.
Right, I'm doing some maths on that, on exactly what I've done in terms of that lap count. Ethan quickly just crossed the line with 50 minutes and 12 seconds to go. And he's running at about, let's just say it's 2 minutes a lap. He's running in the 159s in the minute. Let's give it 2 minutes a lap. That would put him down for 25 laps down to 12 seconds. The pit lane time will be probably about 30, maybe 40 seconds in terms of pit lane time when he makes the stop. He won't have to fill the car up all the way. So let's say he needs to find 18 seconds over the course of about 25 laps, which he can do because he's running in the 159s. Last time about 159 flat. I'm going to say we are going to be within 5 seconds of completing the extra lap and going to 7:10. That's my early prediction from 49 minutes out.
Okay. I mean, don't forget that was the end of 684 last time round. So, 25 added onto that would still be 709. But
exactly.
Agree with the maths.
So if he then does 20, fine, get the extra lap in, and he'd start the extra lap. So then 7:10.
I get your point. Okay.
It's close. That's what I'm saying.
The thing I've been sort of torn between, because it's something I always also enjoy doing, or seeing. Never done it, but seeing at the end of a 24-hour race is two teammates getting together and crossing the line side by side, flashing lights and celebrating whatever. I wonder whether they're going to try and coordinate that between themselves. Maybe they'll get the GT4 car to slow down because they've got a bigger gap there, but I wonder if the WSR eSports team want to have a bit of a photo opportunity maybe and cross the line side by side together. But as I say, maybe the GT4 car is a better place to be slowing down for that.
Yeah, I think it's probably, that's right. I mean, they've got like 7 minutes, right? I mean, there's cruising with that. I mean, by the time they get to that point in the race, they'll have already won the race, right? They can't be caught at that stage. So, yeah, I think it basically means it's really key to slow down.
Clear.
As long as Eric Grove doesn't have some major calamity in that 223
Clear on the left.
in the next 40 minutes or so, it should be a pretty good race for them. I mean, they started in third, they've got to the lead, let me tell the full story. Very much a different start, or different story to Satellite Racing, so they're 21st and 22, and now find themselves second. So there's big changes for them in the end there. But it's a shame that we lost the Wright sports car a couple of hours ago. They were running at the front of the field for so long in this race and looked nailed on for a podium. But they, of course, who were on pole in this race and have disappeared, fallen by the wayside, as have our pole sitters. from the GT3s, who obviously retired some time ago now, so 300 laps down in this race to this point. And I think about fast track setups car were also doing so well. So shame that we haven't had our pole sitters able to complete this race, but it's opened the door for a few others, and mostly WSR.
Crucially up 4 places, bit of a snap oversteer for him there. As he comes onto the hanger straight there, just past one of those GT4s. And in the GT4, up 2 places so far for WSR to get to first position. Satellite Racing up 19 places, it's the best in any class for any team. And up in second place, it's almost the amount of positions gained, and maybe you can't say this because there's 3 laps, to be fair, between first and second in GT4, but I always wonder whether they could have stayed with WSR eSports a lot closer here and challenged them maybe even for the race win if they'd have qualified a bit better. We say that qualifying doesn't matter in a 24-hour race, but it just delay you quite a lot if you have to make 17 more overtakes than your eventual rivals for the race win.
Yeah, and that's kind of where we are at now, isn't it? With the amount of cars that kind of
car on your left.
With a shout for winning this race, and kind of well, certainly diminished in that regard, and are now no longer as close as they once were towards the front of the field. 45 minutes left, so there is still time. We're seeing for the race win, are we? Without big incident, it would require big incident for anything to come unstuck. And yeah, I mean, it's been a really intriguing race all the way through, with the amount of cars out on the circuit circulating, and with all the strategies as well. For example, Simcast have had 22 stops in this race, DWR have had 26, and yet they are only a couple of minutes apart. So, you know, big differences. And 4 stops in a 24-hour race is a big old difference. So, lots of strategy changes, lots of strategy differences.
Keep to the left, clear.
And it's been really great to see, I think, how that's pieced itself together.
This is the closest battle out there on the circuit for 9th position between Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Next Gen Motorsports. With less than 45 minutes to go, Thomas Enger Sim Racing have been out there for 14, they're about to complete 15 laps now, so unfortunately for them, they are going to need 15 minutes or so of fuel before the finish. And therefore, Next Gen Motorsports are going to be able to get into at least 9th place. That should be it as well. So it's a battle for now on the racetrack, and that's good to have. In the final hour, there's always something. The final hour of an endurance race like this, but it's not going to matter too much in the end. I wonder whether Piotr Krasniowski, who is driving the car 50 at the moment, whether he's going to be willing to let the Porsche through, or whether he'll try and keep himself or keep himself ahead. Just as a point of pride for himself here. That Porsche now turns underneath the United Sim team, and traffic just taken away slightly. That's good traffic management actually from that Mustang out in front, the Aston rather, out in front, to keep now 1.5 seconds in front of the Next Gen Motorsports car going into the next lap. Imagine, but as I say, this battle is one in track position only for now. It's not one for an actual race position later on in the day.
There's not much later in the day, so that we can get to is that with only 43 minutes left to go really into the final dregs of this race now here in Silverstone, at Silverstone, near the village of Silverstone, which is also near Northampton. Anyway,
clear on the right.
Left to go. Thomas Enger Sim Racing, Next Gen Motorsports. We've been somewhat deprived of an on-track battle for a little while. It's good to see that we're about to get one. Hopefully, why they're coming to the pit lane, they shouldn't, but I think Koznikovski will have to pit one at a time, so it depends when he wants to split that up into 2, but Ricky Renner is there, and he's Ricky ready? No? That's too far of a stretch, isn't it? I've been on too long here. To try and get into the top 9. A second or 2 behind. I mean, Thomas Enger Sim Racing last time really well, 26th to 9th. It's been as well, 12th to 10th. It's a consistent race. But you'd favour the Next Gen car to end this one on top.
Yeah, I've got no idea what that joke is all about, to be honest with you.
No, I was just trying to make a play. I just don't worry about it. It was I shouldn't have even thought it, let alone said it out loud. That was a lapse. That was a lapse in judgment from me.
Yeah. This kind of things happen in 24-hour races.
You still got that drink last week.
Yeah. That's a bad decision being made as well. I can't remember what I said this about, but I stopped myself from saying something last night that, for some reason, and then I just said it sort of anyway. Once I'd realised what I was about to say, sort of seriously, I said it unseriously. I can't remember what it was now, but yeah. The point being that mistakes can be made in the comments box as well. I'll be hearing a few of them at this stage in the race, with less than an hour to go. Krosniowski having to go around the outside of the Fury Sport car here through Maggots and Beckett, and Ricky Renner will be closer in behind the Thomas Singer Sim Racing car now, but it doesn't seem to matter because you can see a black flag next to the name of car 50 again here, so another one to chalk up. The on-track battle is going to draw to a close very, very quickly here. Not least, it wasn't going to be anything of interest because the 50 car still had to come into pit lane anyway.
The lead is pitting now.
Over now.
Oh, there might be a battle going on in GT4 though now, with the United Sim Team and Sim Dynamics 8th and 9th. The United Sim Team will have to pit relatively soon, but look, battle on the road, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be Sophie Arrowman defending from Joe O'Harris. I didn't say anything. I got to bring this up. Into the pit lane comes the 714, and there is, in fact, no battle.
Now it's the end of 26 laps, so that was coming, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They might be near Iron Apex eSports, though, who are going to make it to the end of this race. I thought I was a little bit concerned on their part that they would be short on fuel, but Henry Shaw's in that car now. They're about to complete lap 10 of their stint, as the race leaders are in for the final time here today as well. But this Mercedes could be quite close with the 10th place car in a battle for 9th in a few moments as Ethan Critchley goes up on the Jackson. Indeed they have again spaced out these pit stops very nicely into the correct spacing to take 4 times.
Clear on the right.
Times.
The leader is coming up on you. They're not F5.
GT4 are also doing the same, just 36 seconds in the box for them as well. And when we'll be up on the jacks down again, look for 36 seconds as a bit of a target there as well, as the GT3 stops, as they are very often, a little bit quicker than the GT4s. Ethan Critchley heads out first, 38.7 seconds for Sophie Arrowman. Now, where is Harry Shaw? Less than 8 seconds behind. The gap's going to continue to tumble, but United Sim Team are indeed in front in 9th place, and a close battle there in GT4.
Yeah, and this could come down to a fine point soon in the final 6 minutes of this race. Just a few seconds there separating those cars on the road at the moment. And that is by far the closest gap on the circuit right now. In GT3, the smallest gap. Oh my goodness me, that's a save and a half from Sophie Arrowman. Goodness me. Coming out onto the Wellington straight. Well, that's going to go around.
Watch out into Brooklands and Luffield here. We know how dangerous these couple of
The
corners
leader
are,
is
and
coming
just
up on you.
tiptoeing really
They're not
on the
F5.
way, but the gap therefore less than 3 seconds. I mean, good that the positions haven't changed as a result of that, and they very easily could have done a spin through entry, but so big car control needed there through turn 5. As this car came out of the pit lane for the first time. This is why I'm slightly surprised that everyone's been so desperate to change tyres each time. I get that you don't want an awkward splash at the end of the race, but if you keep the old tyres on, you can gain seconds by not having a cold tyre warm-up phase again at the start of the race, or the start of the stint, sorry, with only 40 minutes, less than 40 minutes remaining in the race from here.
Yeah, it is ticking down, isn't it? And time is evaporating away. It's just going to feel like an absolute age for some of the drivers in the cars right now. Out there on the road. I was going to say before that the closest battle on track in the GT3 is 21 seconds. It's quite gapped out at the moment. As Thomas Engerson Racing serve that drive-through penalty. No, they don't actually. Krasnikovsky stopped in the box. and he won't be setting that black flag, I don't think, will he? And drop further behind the next gen motorsports car. So they'll spin a world of their own, ahead of Pineapple Racing Club. Got a long way, really, 2 minutes behind next gen motorsports by the time they come out of the box. And all of a sudden, P10 looks like where they're going to be aiming for by the end of this race. It is a 30-second stop, of course, shortened. So we have to fill the car up completely, about 3/4 of a tank, maybe just about half a tank with 37 minutes to go. They will come out very comfortably in 10th, but also, no, they have also served that drive-through, so we'll both be duped out by that.
Yeah, right.
In the last hour, but they will have to come
Clear on the right. The car behind you is pitting.
There's been so many of those over the course of this race. It's been pretty much constant throughout today. It is being applied and served. Less than 2 seconds now for ninth place. Look at this. The two Mercedes getting close, and we quite aboard with Harry Shaw now. Just lift off to the GT. Oh, no, not the GT through, go through on the inside. So maybe a little bit of fuel saving still being actioned here for Iron Apex eSports. I think this should be okay. I mean, they were 50 seconds in the box last time around, which is what's effectively cost them a position here to the United Sim team in front, who were 12 seconds shorter in the box, but they needed every single litre there because they pitted with about exactly an hour to go. They're currently on lap, is this 12 of their stint. With 35 minutes to go, that should be fine now for them to make it to the end, but they have only just made it in terms of fuel here without needing an extra stop.
Yeah, they have, haven't they? Over the course of this race, as Glastick in the it is Glastick in the pit now. I thought there was some penalty, but it is Matthew Jones, sorry. Oh, spin! Coming out of Magus Beckett's in towards Chapel Curve. Richard's managed to avoid that. It's one of the GT4 cars. I'm not entirely sure who that was. Let's see, it's the number 33, and therefore it's going to be the Pineapple Racing Club. They'll be down in P17, 56 laps down, but it's just a bit of a late spin, getting onto the marbles out there.
Themselves out of the tarmac runoff there, and just join in the queue, waiting for one of the cars to go past through Chapel there before rejoining in an orderly manner. Don't want to see any rejoin accidents at this stage in the race, that is for sure. Shaw gets to 1.2 seconds behind now only. It's by far the closest battle out there on the circuit, but a frustrating distance you find at the moment for Iron Apex eSports. That distance where they're nowhere near being able to make a move from this point, but it's those final few tenths of a second that bring you into the slipstream. They feel like they're by far the longest of any sort of closing of a gap.
Oh yeah, certainly so. There's no doubt about that. And, yeah, closing the gap even psychologically can be really quite helpful and beneficial for you, right? Even just visually by a 10.2 down one of these straights. But the GT4s, of course, big differential. They're going a little bit slower through turn number. I keep saying turn number, of course. Brookings and Muffley. Here is Harry Silver. He's getting into the back of Sophie Aaron at the moment. After Sophie's big slide to that hanger straight.
3, 2, 1.
In the middle at the moment.
Right here.
Looking to try and make the move soon. Surely we'll need a pit stop. Actually, maybe not for Harry Shaw. 12 laps into the stint. 33 minutes to go. Maybe about 34. So it's going to be touch and go, but should be close. And whether they can get to the end, of course, the United Sim Racing team, of course, getting to the end. So this is a legitimate battle at the moment for P9, presuming that Iron Apex can get to the end of the race here.
Oh, I didn't notice that from the mirrors. The Satellite Racing BMW crowding right behind the 22 car must have been just preventing I'm sure from concentrating entirely on what was going on in front. And there we go, 64 goes through the second place Satellite Racing GT car. And so they'll hope to now maybe use that car to maybe follow a couple of lines, get within a second or so, and then watch as the 64 car gets past United Sim Team Mercedes, and maybe they can use that as an opportunity to go on past. But they can't really wait around it. They've got to push on as fast as they can now, because there's only half an hour remaining in this race. And that is going to go by very, very quickly. When you're the chaser and you are trying to catch up at margin, then time seems to elapse a lot quicker than when you are being chased and you are wanting the race to end ASAP so that you can take the race position and go home. But it's going to feel like a very long last half an hour for Unite Sim Team, and less so for these guys.
Yeah, it certainly will. As we enter the final 32 minutes of the race, I'm looking at the timing page. I'm looking at the maths I did earlier. I'm thinking that the pit lane time for Ethan Pritchard may be a little bit too much to come back from.
Car on your left.
We'll cross the line. Right.
Clear on the left.
See the track now. Right, he's coming to the club corner just about now, and then he'll cross the line. With how long on the clock? It is 31:23. And if he wants to get an extra lap,
clear on the left.
710 lap race, he's going to have to do 16 laps in that time. And at the moment, he's tracking to do that in about 31 minutes and 37 seconds.
Left
we may
side.
miss it by about 15 seconds.
Stay on the right.
This is
Clear on the
going
left.
to be, well, I mean, if we're counting it on seconds, this could be the longest race, Ewan, even if it's not, if you know what I mean, hypothetically speaking. Does that make sense? Because it barely makes sense to me.
No, I mean, it's difficult for me to get my head around anything even slightly complicated at this, this time of the morning.
Basically, man, no get there, no extra lap. Does that make sense?
Is that how you think I talk? Is that what you hear when I talk?
No. I was just thought I'd simplify. I think I'd like to simplify the sentence for you. You've been up a long time.
It's me. Man see banana. Man eat.
Man see pillow. Man sleep.
Although I'm very much on the fence about napping for an hour, because I'm scared I won't wake up for the F1 then. I just think, never mind. I do want to watch it, so I don't want to let my tired brain decide for me rather than my actual brain.
Phone, just make sure it wakes you up or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I know, but then I'll just turn it off.
The Fortnite Battle Bus drops here. Only at Smith's Toy Superstores. Jump in. Squat up. And jam. Launch into epic battles. And heroic moves. Drop into the island with the Fortnite Battle Bus.
Free delivery on orders over £20.
Got left, right, foot all in.
I don't know what he's hoping to stay up for, but something must be happening today. I don't think many people may be watching. I think many people, I think quite a few of the drivers may be starting to think about that as well at this point, especially if you've got a gap of a couple of laps. Mine's going to be drifting elsewhere with only, about 15, 14 laps to go. Satellite racing coming through, and Sophie Aaron going to get that move done. That means that there's no cars. There's now one car between the two battling entries in 89 and GT4. Still waiting to see what happens with the Bennett pit stop. I think they'll come out close to the 91, but they're on 22 laps into their stint. I wonder when they'll come into the pit lane and how long they'll run that fuel tank right.
Car right.
So
Clear.
Flashing the lights here. Oh dear, I suspected that would happen. They dive in towards turn 1 there on the Satellite Racing Mustang. That's
car on your left.
Sorry, but that's slowed down Sophie Aaronwood a
Keep
little
to the
bit.
right. Clear on the left.
Harry Shaw would have been hoping for under the Mercedes, although he's just now been overtaken by that Mustang down the inside at turn 3 as well. So again, traffic giving and taking as we know it so often does, time and time again. And will indeed continue to do so for the next half an hour. From watching these guys now for the last 10 minutes, I just get the feeling that Aramon's probably got enough now to hold on from Harry Shaw, but you never know what can happen in traffic. Again, that was a bit of time lost coming into Brooklands there. As both GT4s actually in front, the United Sim team and Satellite GT4s.
Clear on the left.
Down. And in the same way, Harry Shaw has to let through a Mustang, the 48 Mustang that's still chasing for the race lead. Still only a minute 22 off the race lead, by the way. And that would be the closest finish we've seen in GT3 since 2022, where it was 1 minute 20 at the finish. So that could be a record that's broken this year as well.
Certainly could. I mean, with it being the fourth running, records are there, but they've been set in the last 3 years, right? So they're very much able to be taken in this fourth running of the Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours to Silverstone. And it's becoming a real highlight of the year, and therefore these records are going to feel a little bit prestigious, I think, to hold if you can take one in the final stages of this race. And it gives you something to work towards as well, I think. Even if you're in a quiet part of your races, you run towards the end, you want something to work at and to aim for. Goodness me, compartmentalise those goals. That is a very unfair to me. Team Bennick, I think they're going to be looking at that gap behind to that Project 91 car, and that's what they're really focusing on. 24 laps now into their stint. They're only going to be going a maximum of another 10 minutes, you'd say, before they come into the pit lane. How long is that going to be? I think it'll lead up to the 91 car. Clear. And they move past them afterwards. Either way, they're not just going to the pit lane for the Vulcan fastest final stop, and that was after 25 laps, Ewan. So if Team Bennick have done 24 laps, they could be in sooner than we expect.
More final stops of the day. If indeed these are stops. Fearful every time someone comes into the pit lane where there's going to be a drive-through, but no, Jake Pitt comes to a stop, and so does William Humphrey as well. Oh, Pitt couldn't find his box there, but now has done. I don't think that Porsche's up on the jack, so just a splash of fuel there. William Humphrey is taking tyres, and he's going to be waiting on the tyres now. With only 25 minutes to go, doesn't need that much fuel. Down off the Jackson pretty much immediately goes. 22.6 seconds will be more fuel than is required for just the 25 minutes that remain, but it shouldn't matter because Humphrey's got over a minute over Adam Watson, and that's a battle that's been settled in under our eyes really in the last few hours. Adam Watson's been wait for this entire race. He's done a lot of this race. He did the first 6 hours, he was saying earlier on. Will be very, very tired and looking forward to the end of this race in 25 minutes time, but I think can be pleased with a top 5 finish coming up for them.
Yep, certainly so in the final 24 minutes of this race. And yeah, only 12 laps now. We're getting towards counting on your hands how many laps we've got left in this race. Humphrey has got a short stint to get to the end after that stop, some 8 minutes behind the podium, and I'm going to go out on a limb here, Ewan. I don't think they're going to get to P3 at this point, but having said that, I think one of the top 3 will have to wait and see. Leo Brown still continues onwards though, with the time starting to ebb away from him. Still lapping well, 59.3 last time by, and I think he'll want to run the fuel tank as low as he can, really, because the car is light. He's clearly feeling good. He's some very good lap times that he's setting at the moment, so we'll be running at a faster pace by staying out, you'd say, for longer, and then taking the shortest pit stop possible to try and hold on to that P2 in the final few minutes of the race. Critchley has that 2/3 of a lap advantage at the moment, and as he comes around to start another lap, Team Bennick are currently invisible on my track map, so but they're nowhere near, and it'll be them facing on Charles Rayford, who is, however, just behind Ethan Critchley, and that 91 car's coming into Benjy.
So I could hear you leaning in there to the. It's very small. I mean, I don't need glasses, but that's very small for me.
Yeah, well, I have glasses. We have 4 eyes. No one can see that.
4 eyes? Is that how it works?
I don't really think you'd get that one.
Again, anything slightly complicated, I'm out of it.
Right side. Clear.
Lots of space for Charlie Devlin to have a 2-minute pit stop there, and just as well for car 38. 4th place it will be for Scorpio eSports. But that actually is a loss of a podium finish, so we've actually seen a podium position change hands here in the final half an hour of this race. There's always something, there's always drama, and it's for Scorpio eSports. Charlie Devlin has lost effectively a lap with that pit stop and is now half a minute behind Daniel Perry, who shouldn't have to stop again, considering Perry's only 10. Oh, look at this. So what has gone on here? Very nearly hit by that Mustang, first of all. Line GP Esports Academy, but is that the look of a Mercedes that has run out of fuel, or what's gone on here? Try and listen in here. Seemed like the engine was still running. But a mystery, complete mystery for car 38. They had to tow back to pit lane, and they have lost a podium in the last half an hour of this race. That has got to be heartbreaking for them.
Well, I've just seen Ryan in the chat just a couple minutes ago. Sadly, ironically,
Car on your left.
For a big shout out to their racing team. Been up since 9 AM yesterday. I wonder if Ryan, if you're still watching, if you know what's happened there, can you let us know? But that is a weird moment. Either way, completely confusing. Issue for United Sim Team. Sophie Aronman has a black flag, and that gap that she held of 3 seconds ahead of Harry Shaw is going to disappear. Of course, Team Heaps together have also got a black flag to serve too. And yeah, this is going to become an interesting battle. Well, actually, will it even be a battle? Daniel Perry has 30 seconds of an advantage and doesn't have to pit again. So unless he has some kind of issue, that Fury Simsport green car should be very much safe in P3 and be on the podium, despite being some 10 minutes off the lead in this race. More like 11, 12 actually. So they'll be, counting their lucky stars that they've been able to get to a podium place, because it looked for all the world that they were running towards a P4 finish just off the podium.
It's going to be a change for 9th as well, another position inside the top 10 changing in GT4, because we've got a black flag for Sophie Owenwin in the United Sim Team car. In Apex Esports running out the top 10 there will now be no longer running out the top 10 and up to 9th with a black flag there in the last 20 minutes. So a couple of changes happening here in GT4. As I said, there is always drama at the end of a 24-hour race. It doesn't matter how spaced apart the field is, doesn't matter how many cars are in the race. We've still got just over 40 here, by the way, compared to the 52 that started, but there's always something that happens in the final half an hour that just shocks you that little bit. And well, that might be our moment for this one. The final step of the podium in GT4 changes hands. There'll be another change in the lower part of the top 10 as well. Sophie Aronwin comes in to serve what should be the final black flag, at least for this car of the day.
Clear.
They'd hope so, wouldn't they? At the very least, coming into the final 20 minutes of the race, final 10 minutes, you can pick up 25 incident points in 10 laps.
Quick little correction for you there, mate. You're welcome.
Feat, particularly at this stage of the race, it should be their final drive-through that they have to serve, but it will lose them P9. Still the top 10 on the card, though, and I think that's a really big positive to take for the United Sim Team, top half of the drivers and the teams that started in this race. I know that Ryan said that the quote, "We've been destroyed by the servers again," so clearly something's gone wrong internet-wise for that car. That has now dropped into P4, the Scorpio eSports car. And we're still waiting for this pit stop for Leo Brown, the 48 car, Team Benek entry. Now 27 laps into the stint, just running the fuel tank as dry as they possibly can. That gap to project.
You're in the middle, 3 wide. You're welcome, clear, 2 wide, clear on the right.
And they're all going to
be little help out drift.
Drivers. They're basically going to be on the same part of the racetrack, even if the second and third cars are lapped down.
I saw you going, I thought, I'm pretty sure I can help here. It's ballsy, but it works.
Miss out on a podium in sort of late circumstances like that. See whether they can get that third place back again. Charlie Devlin 30 seconds behind Daniel Perry, though. And it's quite a margin to try and regain in the last 20 minutes of the race. So it's unlikely to happen. There is Devlin driving with a new form of anger, you'd say. Oh, and Ethan Williams gets a black flag. That's what they've got to hang on for here. Got to hang on for a black flag. It's not going to matter for this car. They're 3 laps behind the one in front and 2 laps ahead of the one behind. But for Daniel Perry, it could have a much bigger effect. And so that's what car 38 has got to be thinking about.
Yeah, absolutely so. And you've just got to be wary, I think is the word, isn't it? You've just got to be careful not to make a mistake big enough that's going to cost you a position, particularly with so little time left in the race. And when you've got those gaps of about 25, 30 seconds around you, it's the danger zone. A drive-through is going to cost you that kind of time. And so you don't want to thrust yourself into unnecessary worrying positions. I mean, like the likes of the 312 Daniel Perry, if they pick up a drive-through now,
Clear on the right.
Class, that's going to shoot them right into a battle for that podium position with the 38 Scorpio with Charlie Devlin in the car. So you've just got to be so wary of that in the race, and we've seen how black flags can undo races. We saw it in the first third of the race. So I think it was the 131. I'm going to check that now. It was the 131 that was leading. And then came out, was leading, entered the pit cycle in P4, but then the 123 that had, is now in the race, that had gone to P2, got a black flag, and went from chasing after the two drivers in the lead to being 30 seconds off the back, and at the time feeling they were a little bit too far away. So that's the difficulty that a drive-through can change in terms of your race. That was early on, this is now late, so it's going to be more difficult to change that around, but either way, it's important to avoid them, and in the final 15 minutes, even if you've got a short stint, you've got to be wary.
Clear on the left.
It's going to be coming for Leah Brown in the middle.
Yeah, late splash here for car 48. They go up on the jacks, you wouldn't have thought so. Only needs about 10 seconds of fuel, so this is the better way to do it. But is Charles Rainford going to be able to get out in front? Because there is 10 laps of fuel still in that car, and you'd imagine enough time in the race for them to get away with it. In fact, 13.5 seconds in the box. They should stay in front of Project 91 Racing Team, but not by very much, and they won't stay much in front of WSR eSports. There goes the Aston Martin. Car 123 leads by a lap, and for the third year in a row, this race may be settled by a lap or more. Battle for seconds, just 7 seconds apart. With 15 minutes remaining, there should be 8 laps remaining as Ethan Critchley starts lap 702 of this race.
Yep, and it looks like we're going to be set for a 709 lap race here at Silverstone, which is incredible when you think about, you know, how far some of these cars have gone over the course of a race. It has been a real attritional one in the middle of the night, but for the drivers and the teams that have got through, which is most of them, we haven't lost too many cars over the course of this race so far. We've had, I think, just one there. Yes, we've had 41 cars left, 11 have left, and by the time we end the race, we are going to have done just shy of 2,595 miles in this race. I mean, an incredible feat, really, and ever so slightly away from the record, equaling the record, if you will.
What would you be willing to say it would be beating the record if their race time was quicker than the 709 laps that we've also done before?
The average speed will be higher, won't it? So by that theory, I think so.
I'm being too much of a nerd now.
Left side.
I'm not sure we're actually going to find out the race time until we get the proper results through, officially classified. So we might not find out during this stream, to be honest. We'll have to wait until afterwards. But the 709 laps were completed in 24 hours, 2 minutes and 10 seconds, 0.446 back in 2022. So I don't think we get anywhere near that, because the best lap that day was way faster than the best lap during this race, which is in the low 58s. I used to do a 56 at very best back then. So I'm not sure I quite understand how, in the same period of time, with such a slower best lap, how we're able to get anywhere near it, really.
Well, yeah, it's a fair point. But we are doing it somehow, right? Can't really complain. It's been a great race up to this point, all the way through this 24 hours of Silverstone.
Right side, clear.
We have driven in this race overall, because it's going to be about 2,500 miles to 4,176 kilometres, which is basically the distance between Estonia and Gibraltar on the road. So right the way across Europe in the space of 24 hours, because we're not on the road. I've just looked out because you said maybe you're a nerd. I definitely am a nerd.
Clear on the left.
But, I mean, long way. And the fact that it is coming down to a couple of minutes of this battle for me 2 to 7 seconds over that kind of distance really shows how competitive this grid was coming into this race, and that in a way it's delivered. Yes, it's not been particularly close right at the front of the field for the last few hours, and especially GT4, but it has been highly competitive, particularly through the mid-pack. So many drivers feeling they could get at least the top 10 over the course of this race, and it's been a really competitive one throughout those mid-trains.
Estonia to Gibraltar sounds like quite a road trip, by the way.
Exactly, yeah.
Goodness me. New country today, almost. Well, you probably get the first 3 done in one go, actually, but
Left side. Clear.
when they won by 2 laps over the defending champions, they employed the Audi to win by a lap last season. Again over the second place team.
Clear on the left.
Finished second 2 years in a row. Brilliant 91 racing team, by the way, were third last year. They look like they're on their way to third for the second year in a row as well. This battle between those two continues. 6.5 seconds still the gap there with 10 minutes to go. But WSR Esports look like they're on for their 3rd win in a row in this event. Looking not unbeatable. They've been challenged multiple times over the course of the last day, but they've survived all of the challenges and once again come out on top.
Yep, and champions, not just here, but also in so many other high-end series in iRacing and high-end events. They are a fantastic outfit, a fantastic team, and have been so good for so long. No wonder they are in the position that they currently find themselves in, heading into the final 5 laps of this race. Really it's going to come down to about 15 seconds where we could have got an extra lap. But as it is, not going to be able to do so. And Ethan Critchley will just be able to cruise around. I wonder if they will do that little moment for the photo op with 223 GT4. That 223 car is currently invisible on my timing page because it's behind the GT3s. I don't know where on the circuit it currently is. However, it is in a position to slow down. It's 3 laps of the lead. And 3 laps of the lead in GT4 is at least 6 minutes 30. So we're looking at more like 7 minutes here, which means that in about a lap's time, they will have effectively won the race and can do whatever they want for the end.
Yeah, it's a weird thing when you're leading by laps, isn't it? When the minutes are ticking by and you know that you actually can't be caught, but you carry on anyway. I mean, 3 laps, to be fair, around here, as far as in the grand scheme of things, is not a massive way round. But it is somewhere like 7 minutes that WSR Esports in GT4 hold. There's some gaps further around the field where a similar thing will be going on. 3 laps, to be fair, is the one of the bigger advantages and disadvantages between two cars as an interval. Apart from those who've been very delayed in GT3, as we go aboard with Charles Rainford. He's actually closing in on car 48, but with only 8 minutes to go, I think he's going to run out of time to close that margin.
Yep, he will. You feel. Although that's gone into 5 seconds. Or maybe it's coming out a little bit again. Last time by, he was only a couple of tenths faster, but through this lap so far, he's about 7 tenths faster. But in his beating seconds, doesn't he, out of that Team Bennett guy. You can see it. It's tantalisingly close to the carrot dangling in front of his face. In the final few laps of this one, 4 to go as they cross the line, of course. But it will be Ethan Critchley who holds that substantial advantage. But if you're Leo,
right, dude, I have no idea what's going on, man.
You feel like you should be into this position.
position, but as it is,
Just run away.
Having to race somewhat defensively to ensure that 91 doesn't have a chance at winning the race, but I guess the risk of driving a little bit defensively is you could allow them back into this race, or back into this battle, and maybe cause a final lap scare or two. Goodness me, what's going on here?
I mean, that's what happens at, well, what is it, 5-2, oh dear, yeah, through the gravel, through turn 2 as well. There's front bumper off for the Aston Martin, Mustang off on its own, yeah, the Aston off on its own as well, and this is a big hit going through the on the tyre wall there. That's car 3, which is it's got a meatball again, so again they're not going to lose any positions. They're down in 15th and have 39 laps to the car behind, but even so, yeah, that's what happens at 5 to midday, the end of a 24-hour race. Everybody's very tired. I think that's the best way to describe what's going on there.
Yeah, it's just little acts of concentration, all resulting in the mistakes and the little moments, and in the end a couple of cars spinning around, and all of those cars in different laps, all of those cars in different situations in their own race. But they met each other briefly at the village, and a couple of them will hope to not meet again, quite frankly, in the last 5 minutes of this race. That gap for P2 is coming down. The gain from Charles Rainford last time by was 1.7 seconds, and it's currently coming down further, another half a second on this lap. We're going to have 3 laps to go. The gap is just under 4 seconds. If that could be replicated lap after lap, which again is difficult but is possible, then there is a chance here for that Project 91 car to maybe have a go, and then not being helped out by the fact that the Project 92 car is that one sitting in front, trying to play the team game right now, and that may be why Leo Brown's getting frustrated.
Yeah, this is perhaps cynically you can look at it like that, but perhaps you could say correctly it's looked at like that. I mean, the gap is tumbling down, and you can sense the urgency now for Leo Brown. Dives down the inside of turn 3, but that 92 car's not going to give it up. Still on the inside line, but now surely it should be over as Leo Brown turns underneath. And no, doesn't get alongside in towards Aintree, so the gap tumbles to 3 seconds. This is the 3rd last lap of this race, and Leo Brown has got to clear this, got to end this pretty soon now, as he looks to the inside into Brooklands. Here he goes. He'll break a bit later. There'll be contact. Happy about this, Team Bennick, and perhaps they have a right to as well. Project 91 looking to improve on last year's result of a 3rd place finish and employing their teammates to help them do it.
The risk for Leo Brown is that he gets a little bit too, well, feels like he needs to get the move a little bit too much, and then goes for a silly one at a difficult part of the race. Back here at Max and Beckett, he's going to be nearly on the grass, backs out of that one. But again, this could end in tears if it isn't executed well. And it's Khalid Ramadan in that car at the moment for the 92 car, doing the hold-up job that is required, just fighting Bennick in every corner possible. The gap now down to 1.5. There will be 2 laps to go. There is almost certainly going to be a battle now between these cars, I think all Charles Rainford could say is thank you to his teammate, but yeah, Bennick is going to be unhappy. Big send to the inside. There's contact. They're both ground.
Car on your left.
Well, it's a shame we're not on the same lap. That was a lot of fun.
Stay on the right.
Can't
Clear on
battle
the left.
because I get fucking penalised, so it's fun.
Charles Rainford sets
We were at one point, and then you lost your rear end.
The Mustang's in the pit lane, and they'll be
that's pretty much what happened.
with what's gone on here.
It's got I was looking forward to a really good race at the end.
There's the contact. You can see Leo Brown wanting to get through on the inside there. The 92 car actually ends up in the wall hard. Khalid Ramadan might well end this race in the pit lane unless there's a faster pair there for that Ferrari spare. And Leo Brown will be some seconds behind car 91. There's, as I said before, there's always drama at the end of a 24-hour race. There's your drama in the final 5 minutes.
Clear.
A change for 2nd overall, as well as a change for 3rd in GT4 in the last 20 minutes. Charles Rainford says thanks very much. Leo Brown will be driving these last couple of laps absolutely fuming.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get some kind of aerial shot or an onboard from Leo Brown there, because it felt like he was going for the move, and I wonder how far across the 92 came there. Because they were overtaking the GT4s, so they were already tight into the corner, but it was difficult to see from that outside line angle. Let's see if we can have that lined up. But either way, yeah, I wonder what the mood is like at Project 91 right now, because they would have wanted the P2. I wonder if they wanted it in these circumstances. I wonder what the stewards will say about this as we get in towards the final couple of minutes of this race, because we now are about to find the white flag. But what drama at the end of the race. The only real battle for the top 5 position in the last 4 or 5 hours is in the last 3 minutes, and it's come with not just a little bit of controversy.
This is going to be the 709th lap starting now, I believe. Time is actually frozen, so I don't know, but I think it is. And if that is indeed the case, it will be a faster 709 than what we saw in 2022. This has been a very, very quick race indeed in 2025. As the 123 begins its final lap of the day. And just has a little bit more traffic to deal with on this very last lap. Out of the loop and onto the Wellington straight. One Mustang to pass in the GT3 class, another GT4 class Mustang to go as well. And I wonder where their teammates are. Are they organising something for WSR eSports at what is at the end of a brilliant day for them?
Well, Matt Hoyland says they're organising something, I think that's for the Glass Tech cars, so there is organisation ongoing, but yeah, I've lost time as well, can't necessarily see what that 223 is as they work their way around the final lap, but it will be the final lap of the race for WSR. They're going to win in GT3, they're going to win in GT4. Their lap advantage means that we can say that already without them crossing the line. It's been an incredible race.
Yeah, David, one of the guys been got an outlap,
for them. They struggled in the GT3 in the
rear
opening
wing.
stages,
The one
weren't necessarily on
was
pace
going to
in
have a faster
GT4s as
therefore.
well, but they have pulled through and they have been the class of the field of late, whereas others have fallen by the wayside or made little
Probably the
errors
only one where we really
and
needed
hiccups
it
in
as
their
well, which is a
races.
bit of a shame.
WSR and this 123 car have been consistent all the way through, and look like they're going to win this race in what is going to be likely the fastest race in Britcar 24-hour history by some distance.
Time officially elapses just as they get into Stowe Corner. It's been a race of
Yeah,
ups and
we were
downs at times
teammates.
for
We
WSR
clocked that we
eSports,
were in
but
quite close
they've ended
not
on
long
a
before
rise.
that and thought this
They've
is going to be
ended
fun
a
way
lap
to
in
finish.
front of the field for the 3rd year in a row. The 2025 Cosworth Britcar eSports 24 Hours of Silverstone is going to be won in GT3 by WSR eSports and car 123, Ethan Critchley, with the pleasure of taking this car over the line. Not a flash of the lights, there it is. He celebrates, the team will celebrate. It's their 3rd year in a row winning this race, the 2nd year in a row in which they've had a lap over the field.
Clear.
And the year before it was 2 laps. They've dominated this event since 2023, and they've underscored that with another victory here this year. They'll wait soon for their teammates who already know they're going to be GT4 winners here this year, and they've got some way to go. They didn't decide to slow down for that formation finish. The car 223 is going to carry on for its own finish on its own. It's going to get its own
You got a toy car on the
Ford
right.
Mustang winning for the first time in the GT4 category in its
You got a
first
toy car
appearance.
on the right. Go left.
Yeah, incredible.
You got a slow car on the
all of
left.
these guys
Car
in the
stop
223.
on the
We
left.
had a couple of bigger leads in the GT4 earlier on in the GT3s, but they've stayed consistent. They've stayed very much on the pace and have just pulled away overnight in the morning. No one within sight. At least a 7-minute win. When all is said and done, it's over 3 laps. We'll go down in terms of time, but incredible.
Bit of schedule from testing. We'll get them next time.
What an honour to really have this kind of car with this kind of lead on a stage like this as well. 3 laps, and that 223 will join that 123, and I think there's going to be some very happy WSR eSports people over the next couple of years.
Got wheel damage.
Yeah, they've taken 2 new manufacturers to the winning victory circle as well. Mercedes in GT4 was the only one to have won before. Mercedes, Audi and BMW, the only ones to have won in GT3 before. Now Aston Martin joining those. Eric Grove comes out of the final corner, and WSR eSports do the double. They win in GT4 as well. In the end, credited with 4 laps extra on the satellite racing car in second. That is dominance like we have not seen for some time in any of our categories in this race. The gap last year, for example, was only 38 seconds.